minutes in.
It looks like it came from a corner once again. They are a set-piece specialist in South America. And just as we hear that loud chant here in the arena, I think we have a goal more.
There has been a goal elsewhere. We'll just see this short corner being played out here from Singapore. If it does result in anything, it's a potential chance. Argentina defending well, but the ball will continue to fall for Singapore. Let's have a look at it then. There was a goal between Saudi Arabia and Türkiye, and it fell to Türkiye, to the disappointment of a lot of Saudi Arabian fans. Mike, it was a mistake.
Yeah, you can't be happy conceding that. You're never going to be happy conceding a goal, but we might have an equalizer. I just saw a reaction. Something popped off in the group. I'd like to see that brought back to our attention, but you don't want to have a big mistake like that where you had the opportunity to clear the ball.
You did say there was a goal elsewhere, Mike LaBelle. This was Saudi Arabia equalising straight away up the other end, extra pass, and Dossaire finishes 1-1.
And I don't think I can get past this. I'm definitely not getting tired of it. We have Henry, who's now in action. All the teams have him in the rotations. He's making a difference. He's scoring a bunch of goals with his left foot, because why not? This is that upgraded item. Switched his foot, still got the weak foot as well. He can do everything, and he's moving side to side. He has that agility. It's something that he was always missing prior. Back
on board here with Denmark and Brazil. 25 minutes in, no goals as of yet. August. Certainly nervous, but it's a real tough game against the reigning defending champs.
I think you got to say that Brazil is the small favorites coming into that matchup. Had a wonderful day yesterday. Brazil and Denmark were showing signs of small weaknesses, I'll say. Had issues with Argentina as well on day 2. But at the same time, also the only nation who beat Argentina so far. So I mean, it's hard to be smart on Denmark's team right now. It could be very good. It could also end up being not as good. So a very tight match right there. But with Brazil as small favorites, I'll say.
August not giving us anything away. I feel like there was some back and forth that happened earlier this morning, and I'd love a little insider scoop, but I think August is pulling out on us. And you talk about upsets, or I talk about upsets. This could be one of those games. As good as Brazil has looked, we know there's a little bit of an X factor when you deal with Anders. It's just the reality of the situation.
So what, you think the upset would be Denmark winning?
Denmark is not the favorite going up against Brazil, reigning champions. The results that we've seen, the consistency, the 3 players that they have, the fact that they work together all year. When you look at Ajax, of course, with just PH Zin and Resende, and then you add in Palinetto, who you know is a team player, then capability-wise, nothing is lacking.
There's a couple of South American nations in action in this session right now. Argentina still leading 1-0 against Singapore. They have got a corner, so we joined it at the perfect time. They're dangerous, they're deadly, and they probably will end up scoring a couple of corners throughout the next 6 or 7 hours if they do go through to the quarterfinals. That is for sure. Just watch this, see where that manual positioning is. It's whipped in, cleared out. João Felix picks up the pieces. Nicholas on possession, just switching the play over and slowly but surely trying to rework this pass into a dangerous area. Virgil van Dijk holding, waiting, the space opens up, couple of step overs. Singapore defend well.
And there's not going to be a better duo if you're looking at set pieces. They're emphatic, they're organized, they're structured. And it's always been part of Nicholas's career path. He puts in that extra work on the virtual training ground. He always brings different packages. And there's something that's got to be said with the last 6 or 7 years since he's entered the competitive season, or the competitive scene, I should say. He scores set pieces every single event, every single tournament, especially the ones where you see him in the finals.
Well, let's head on over. We've got 4 minutes remaining in the first half of action. We are going to be playing 2 legs of FIFA. Saudi Arabia did go 1-0 down to Türkiye before equalising almost instantly. The first half will finish with Türkiye in possession. Can they go into the break? 1 goal to the good. Hugo Lloris into R9. His turn can't quite spin the defender, and that will do us for half-time with 1 additional minute. Very impressed by Saudi Arabia getting back into that game.
And Rich, I can't say that I'm surprised. There's not a lot of goals, not that much action. We now are playing in a 2-legged format, and every mistake or error or moment of brilliance matters that much more. Any sort of separation or margin. And I just don't expect teams to go as risky, especially in that first leg, in the first or in these matches. There's no need for it. They're not going to commit the same way.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. It's always going to be that when you're playing your first match of the day. Going to repeat myself. It is one of the hardest, if not the hardest match from a FIFA player's point of view, because you need to find that rhythm and flow again, and also have those starting nerves, which usually takes you around a game to actually get going.
Well, let's have a look. There's been very little goals. We've had 3 so far. The one side that is in a winning position are the team from South America, Argentina. They got a chip in the shoulder that they picked up in Qatar earlier on this season, and on the real pitch, on the virtual pitch, they're looking to go one step further than they have previously. That's a mess of a goal for Saudi Arabia to concede. However, what the next attack later, extra pass into Dosseri and a finish into the back of the nets.
It's a best case scenario. You get that instant reply, the instant rebuttal, also the time that you're almost, maybe it's most dangerous. You're taking your foot off the gas pedal if you just score a goal. It's the best time to have an equalizer.
Well, back on board in the second half. What you didn't see at home, we've not really shown you too much of Australia versus Netherlands. Marcus Gomes had the tablet out. He was showing for the entirety of the 90 seconds instructions and tactics on that coaching device that they have. No scoreline as of yet, but you probably take this going into the second leg at a draw.
Well, and I set the stage a little bit. I briefly touched on it, but there's not a good percentage play in terms of risk to reward in the first leg. You want the goals or the opportunities to come from your natural flow, but the team press, the constant press, the micromanaging, some of those moments where you could step, you're probably more likely to be a little more passive and just kind of feel it out.
It's always going to be a bit more conservative in the first match. You don't want to take any chances until you feel comfortable enough of doing it, and that's really the thing, and that's why I always advocate for the first match of the day being the hardest one.
No personnel changes either in the booths. All the 8 nations sticking with what they have started with. It's very early to make a change. Maybe you see that in the second leg if you're chasing a goal. Maybe Houston might feature for Denmark. Potentially Manu Pashor comes in for the Netherlands.
Paulo Neto.
Paulo Neto with Brazil are in a position where they need a goal. Just heading back and over to the host nation, Saudi Arabia. Could be a chance here. A couple of well-skill moves. The ball roll heel to heel inside the box. And they will keep up the pressure. Türkiye defend well. This is one of those games that, coming into the tournament, you'd probably... I would favour Saudi Arabia to get the result. However, after what we've seen in the groups, Türkiye have shown that if it goes well, they are a formidable side.
Something to be said about MS Dosseri in tournaments. He's now, of course, at his home nation. The expectation is there, and then Abamaka's just been the best of any point in his career, and a lot of people are saying he's next up in Saudi in terms of maybe being the next world champion behind the likes of Mr. Dunn or MS Dosseri, but who, of course, are both in action here. You've got Mr. Dunn doing some commentary. I don't think he's on at the moment, and then obviously Dosseri's playing at the moment.
Let's head back on over to Argentina versus Singapore. 65 minutes on the clock. Argentina still leading. However, maybe after an early goal, you expect Argentina to have put a little bit more pressure on.
But they don't need to. You've got the first goal. You want to see it out. You want to control it.
Nicer.
Yeah, but if they can do it slow, concise, that's more on brand from Matias Bonanno. You're the #1 fanboy there, and you know Nicholas doesn't want to rush anything.
As they build up here for a second. Singapore are a very dangerous outfit, though. I feel as though they're one of those sides that if they get playing correctly, there could be a serious second leg upset in the offing.
Yeah, just got to be a bit pessimistic. I just think Argentina is too organized, and organization always comes first for them. They're so structured, they're so hard to break down, as the stats is also saying. But you're right about one thing there, Rich, is that Singapore is a bit unpredictable. You never know what's going to come from them. So they might be able to surprise Argentina somehow, but they need to be very, very innovative. Otherwise, it's going to be hard because we're dealing with a power team there.
And I actually feel that the most unpredictable nation, and they're not playing at the moment, would probably be Finland. Just the way that they play FIFA is a little bit different. The way that they look at percentage play, some of the route one football, some of the knockdowns that you're going to see on the virtual pitch. Unfortunately for them, they're going up against Germany, another very structured nation that, with Levy Finn, Dolan Mike, Omid, I feel like all of that's going together and it's clicking really well for them. I'd be surprised if Germany goes out early, but I still think you should dial in, make sure to watch Finland. The way that they play FIFA, it's unusual. Different. Yeah, it's just unorthodox, and it's not going to replicate a lot of your practice games. Therefore, you can catch them off guard even on a big stage.
We'll see Finland in action in a little bit. Jumping on board with some of the live moments here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Denmark and Brazil. Stalemate so far. The round of 16 hasn't produced lots of goals. However, going into the second leg, I'm sure that teams will start to flex their muscles and try and avoid the drama that could be an extra time and penalty shootout situation. 14 minutes left to play. We've been watching this game a little bit on the... We're in a very fortunate position. We can see probably 3 or 4 different monitors. It's been relatively 50-50. Neither team has sort of put a stamp on this game at any point. Would you be happy with that going into the second leg, August? As a Danish FIFA fan, you're going into a one-legged game with arguably the best one-legged FIFA player we've ever seen in Anders. I mean, you look at the champ streak, he lives in one-leg FIFA matches.
Yeah, I think a 0-0 in the first... Hold on. Yeah, a draw in the first match or a 0-0 result won't change too much for them. Obviously, the players are very used to playing this best-of-2 format as well, so it won't affect too much, but as long as it's equal, I think the game will be more and more intense and more nervy, and that's where the interesting part comes in.
And as a follow-up here, more so for you, August, I actually feel with this Denmark team, lower scoring versus Brazil is better suited. We talk about Anders and being fluid, but they don't have the same fluidity that Anders had with Umit that we saw in the E-Club. So I think these slower, more controlled games, as long as you give them opportunities to work around the box, is better for you than getting into a free-flow matchup against Brazil.
You're getting a load of confidence going into that second leg as well, knowing that it's a one-legged game. You win to go through and you knock out the champs. You knock out one of those big nations that we expect to see potentially in certainly a quarter-final, maybe even a semi-final or top 2 position. A couple of minutes remaining between Denmark and Brazil. You're watching the FIFAe Nations Cup finals. $300,000 for the winning nation. And the chance to say you're the best FIFA nation in the world. Denmark could have that. Great save from Thibaut Courtois. Last attack of this matchup. It's going to be a corner, played short. Anders trying to manipulate the ball into a space where he wants it. There, the step overs. Brazil defend well, and that will do us for the first leg of FIFA. Let's head on over to a game between Saudi Arabia and Türkiye. There's 3 minutes left in this game. Not too long to potentially find a winner here in the opening leg. And it's just Saudi Arabia knocking the ball around the back. And this will more than likely do us for this opening game. Lots of drawing positions at this current moment. Only one side leading, and that is Argentina, only by the single goal. Australia versus Netherlands just wrapping up. That is a full-time 0-0. Türkiye with one final chance here against Saudi Arabia. They defend well, and that will do us for the first legs in the round of 16. Let's head on down for a little bit of a special interview right now. We've talked to the Club World Cup champion, Anders Vergaan, but let's hear from someone who knows him better than anyone else.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, got an exclusive interview with someone who's responsible for giving the FIFA scene one of the most prodigious talents we've ever seen. It's the mother, Layla is her name, of Anders Vergaan. Layla, thank you for joining me. Great to meet you. First thing I've got to ask you is how proud were you seeing, obviously last week, the E-Club World Cup, Anders and Umut lifting the trophy?
Yeah, of course, that was a totally big moment. Of course, that was his mission from he was 11 years old to be world champion, and now he already reached it.
He's already got one. He's got a chance for 2 more, of course, because Anders has qualified for all 3 tournaments. Layla's here supporting, of course. Next question's got to be, you know, I think for every parent watching and supporting a child's career, there's a moment when they kind of realise, oh, this is something that he could potentially do as a job. This is something to be taken seriously. You know, with FIFA, it's not been a professional career for very long, so it takes maybe some parents a bit longer to understand it. Was that the case for you, or did you always see the potential?
Actually, I believed in it from the very first tournament in Aalborg when he was 11 years. Yeah, maybe that sounds a little bit crazy, but
You saw what he could do, and it convinced you there was something in this.
yes, and I've already always known that he was special. So, yeah, if that was his way, I think, yeah, it was my my way to support him.
I think that's the case, isn't it? For every young person that gets into this level of something, they need support from the parents or whomever it is to get there. You know, how has your life changed as a result of Anders' career?
Yeah, before I worked full time. I had a full time job, and now I just work a little bit part time when we are at home.
You had to really change your whole circumstances to allow him to do what he does.
Yes, last year we had to take the talk of what we would do with the future. So.
And do you get, when you're watching Anders play, because I can imagine I was sitting next to you here during the game there, 0-0 of course after one leg, do you get quite nervous watching? Because obviously you can't help him now. Once he's out there, it's up to him.
No, of course, and it's me who should pick him up afterwards. So, yeah, of course. That's sometimes hard.
Yes, of course, I can imagine it's very difficult. Listen, great to meet you, Layla. Thank you very much. Gives you an idea of how many things are happening behind the scenes of every pro player's career that we perhaps don't think about, and the people behind the pitch or off the pitch that are making it happen. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's so much more, isn't it, than just the individual player. We've seen this time and time again, actually. Della Mike's mum used to come a lot. Tex's mum used to come a lot as well. You know, it's a whole family sacrifice, isn't it, behind the scenes? I mean, Aggie, your parents must have known, you know, a little bit about what you were doing. How supportive were they, and did they come and support you at tournaments?
Yeah, my mom was the exact same. She supported me a lot as well, and I'm very grateful for that. She had to hear a lot of complaining from me, definitely, and she also took me places to LAN events and stuff where it all started. So it was absolutely crucial for me, and it seems like it's the same case for Anders.
I guess same question to you as well, Mike. It was a little bit different, as in there wasn't the prize money, so you weren't going to go particularly full-time job back then at being a pro, but now you've a full-time job. Your parents must see what you're doing, and sometimes I bet they still go, my son Mike Klebel, he just does, you know, videos on YouTube and he comes here as a career. Do they still look at that?
First off, I'm not going to allow you to age me like this. August and I are in the exact same era. We were at the same tournaments, same events. I've been present for all of them, looking down the camera. I'm not talking to you. In the early stages, because we didn't have social media, that same impact of building a brand, there wasn't a competitive ecosystem. We didn't know how many tournaments there would be. Every year you knew there'd be the FIFA Interactive World Cup, now turned into the FIFA World Cup. But that was it. That was really what you were building for, that pinnacle event. And it was like, how do I get there? How do I qualify? My parents, they were like, I don't believe them. Because I told them for a couple years, I was like, I'm good enough to do this. And they were like, okay, I think you're wasting some time here. And this is, I mean, we are going back some years, but I'm glad that it came together, and we've seen a lot of different pivots within the scene, and the scene's grown tremendously.
I mean, that's obviously from a pro side of things. Rich, your parents must have gone, what, you became this job because of a competition? Rich's story is quite unique as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think both my mum and dad, they say as long as I enjoy it, as long as I can do it and earn some money, enjoy yourself, crack on.
But it started a little bit unusual compared to a lot of people in this industry, didn't it?
Yeah, it certainly did. With the Commentators' Cup that ran back in 2017, just taking every opportunity as it comes, and 6 years later, stood next to Mike Lebel commentating on some FIFA Esports.
Well, the reality is you have to show and prove. They didn't believe in it until I qualified for a FIFA Interactive World Cup. The same way until you got a booking, until they saw you on TV or saw you on a live stream. that was the confirmation, I think, for most people, parent-wise. They say, okay, I understand, I get it. I didn't maybe see the full picture, have the lens before, but now I'm connected, I'm tapped in.
I'm sure there's some very proud parents watching and supporting their children here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. Back on board with the second legs. Argentina versus Singapore we'll turn our attention to first. The only side that is leading at this current moment. All three other ties are in a drawing position. Whether it's 1-1 or 0-0. Let's head on over to one of those draws, which hasn't seen a goal just quite yet. Australia versus the Netherlands. This will be Mark and Naylor from right to left. And for the Netherlands, still with Levy and Emre Yilmaz from left to right, all in blue. Chance here for Australia, building up around the box. Can they make something stick? Good step overs, just into the path of that Dutch defence.
It's got to be said as well, the reason you're not seeing the goals, yes, both teams in all of these circumstances, they might be playing a little more conservative, as August was saying, a little more passive, but also offensively, we're not seeing players go for it the same way. It's not as direct. They're looking for that perfect, intricate extra pass or the final skill move or the cancellation.
A team that's been very aggressive in this second leg is Brazil. August, you've been watching this game just before we got there. They've had 2 or 3 key opportunities.
Yeah, they're knocking on the door right now, just applying that pressure on Denmark. Had a few chances, some headers, but nice goalkeeping movements, some nice saves, and Denmark lives on.
We were stuck in a few stalemates. However, one nation has broken the deadlock. Netherlands versus Australia, orange versus yellow. Which way has it gone? And it's the Dutch who opened the scoring. R9, great finish into the bottom right corner. Nothing the keeper can do. 1-0.
And that shifts the dynamic. We might not have seen it in leg 1, but in leg 2, you're going to see formation swaps, player substitutions, risk, pushing bodies forward, double teams, traps, pressure, you name it, it's going to go down.
Netherlands looking to double their lead here, just knocking this ball around. You see what one goal does, it opens up the majority of the game. You start to be a little bit more cool on the ball. You start to have that little bit extra composure, take the extra dribble, pull out the spectacular skill move in the final third. Netherlands, could be a chance here. Frenkie de Jong into Mbappe. He can't quite shake off that Australian defence. Just having a look around the rest of the matches. Türkiye and Saudi Arabia still in a drawing position. We'll stick on this game for a little while, see what Australia have got to answer.
And the reason it shifts is because defensively you start counting your possessions. So you can't sit back, you can't be as risk adverse, you can't be as patient, you can't be as passive. You have to start going for some of those takeaways, and that's where you have space to work with.
Yeah, definitely, it just comes together.
As we see the celebration. Sorry to cut you off there, August. There's a big goal. It's been coming for the reigning defending champions in Brazil. They had 3 or 4 set pieces. It's come from a cutback. It's slotted in the bottom corner, and Brazil look to knock out Denmark.
Yeah, just working down that wing and finding that driven pass into the box and a clinical finish. And Brazil was knocking on the door. Denmark had a huge chance just after. You got to take your chance, and especially at this stage.
Just on board here with Türkiye and Saudi Arabia. 1-1 the scoreline at this current moment. However, will we see a pivot? Not quite yet. 32 minutes on the clock. Out of all the games, if I was going to give a prediction, I think this one goes long. I think maybe extra time and penalties could be on the cards here between these two powerhouse FIFA nations. But Saudi Arabia get the nice bounce, and it's a good save from the keeper.
And I wouldn't be surprised to say that, or to see that, I should say. And I'm not trying to necessarily manifest, but I'm not mad if we get extra time. I'm not upset if we get penalty kicks. Again, these close matchups, nobody wants to lose the game, and often you find teams playing not to lose versus playing to win when it gets into those late stages.
Australia, if they want to go through, need a reply. They've only got 45 minutes left in this second half, plus a little bit of change in the first to peg the Netherlands back.
August is not happy. Just throwing that out there. He's looking at me. He doesn't have a lot to say. What's going on with Denmark?
No, I was just wondering, actually, just thought, did we expect that all these 4 games would be this tight? I mean, all of them can turn around still.
A game that is tight in scoreline, but not tight in appearance, it's got to be said. To the eye test, Argentina have just had their way here with Singapore. Even though it's only a goal, Singapore, whenever we come onto this game, whenever I'm watching it out the corner of my eye, just don't really seem in it. And that will really hurt if you lose this matchup 1-0 to Argentina.
But that's harsh. It's so difficult. It's easy for us to sit here and say, you should have the ball. Do this, do that. We've got hindsight as 2020 if it comes to that as well. But getting the ball off the likes of Nicholas, getting the ball off of Matias Bonanno, they're switching the pitch, they're holding possession. It's easy to sit in this position, but when you're standing in front of it, it's oh so difficult.
Still think Singapore done very well to have the game this close. I mean, it's only a matter of 1 goal. Maybe that momentum will shift.
And you'd be even more disappointed if you look back in the history books and you only lose 1-0.
I mean, you definitely got to go for it at some point, but I mean, keeping it alive against
You're in the game.
Pre-favorites as Argentina, I mean, that's also doing yourself a favor there, I think.
What did we say about Footwiz last week? They've got a knack for just staying in the game. If you're in the game in that last 10 minutes, in that last 15 minutes, something can happen.
And to build off what you guys have already been saying, and we're reiterating, because it's not always like this, everything's to play for. No team has doubled a lead. No team has started to create a degree of separation. There's not a real margin on display, regardless of the possession stats or the amount of passes, or even opportunities created. If you didn't convert, you didn't convert. In a couple of these games, it might be 1-0, but they might have had 5, 6, 7 good chances. And the fact that they weren't able to be clinical, sometimes that sits with you and starts playing a bit of a game of mentality. And then you deal with the fortitude. You start second guessing if you're going to push through if you miss too many chances.
Let's have a look at the opening goal of this Netherlands and Australia game. It went to the Dutch and it was fired into the bottom right corner. That's the only goal we've got in the second legs thus far. Argentina leading 1-0 against Singapore. Brazil 1-0 up against Denmark. Türkiye and Saudi Arabia, that is a 1-1 on aggregate. And the Netherlands, as you saw, leading 1-0 versus Australia. Back underway. Denmark, if they want to potentially keep their hopes and Anders' hopes of a three-peat alive, have to turn this game around. Brazil are a tough nut to crack. They were outstanding in the groups. They've almost got the entire package. You've got a two that's so used to playing with each other. You've got a enigma of a third player in Paulo Neto that can enter the fray at any given moment. And Brazil looks to double their lead. Green time shot, good block.
We also have to honor Brazil. I mean, if they were to go and win this match, they're one step closer defending their title, and that would be historical as well. We've never seen that before in a FIFA major competition, as far as I'm concerned.
So I'm going to float the idea out there. 30 minutes left to play. Booster on the bench. Is that a conversation that maybe starts to rear its head?
Could be. I think first you'll see a formation shift very soon. Probably just getting some fresh legs in, and arguably we'll see the constant pressure at some point. Maybe a little bit too early, you could argue as well, but you're still going to make that pause now, because eventually when your opponent sees that pause cue, they'll just start to not throw the ball out just to waste the time, right? So Houston could definitely be an opportunity for Denmark.
Still nothing to separate Türkiye and Saudi Arabia. They've been 1-1 for the majority of this game. Türkiye maybe had 2 minutes in game time of being in a lead before Saudi Arabia answered back emphatically. Who is going to have the last laugh on this matchup? 30 minutes left to play. Whipped into the box. They don't quite win the second bounce. And Türkiye happy just to clear their lines. But the match is currently taking place. 58 minutes on the clock. Netherlands leading Australia. They will be going through, and 2/3 completed, Argentina and Singapore. If there is a comeback for Singapore, we will make sure that you see it. This is Türkiye just building up into this attack. Let's see if they can create anything here. Cut back inside the box, not this time of asking. Saudi Arabia do well. I said there might be a chance for a comeback. I said there might be a chance for late goals. And we've got a goal. The Netherlands versus Australia. The Aussies answer back as they always seem to do. Mark 11 does not know the answer. He doesn't know the It doesn't take no for an answer. There we go, got there in the end. Mike, great reply.
Yeah, beautiful finish there. Gets a little bit of a speed boost with the step over, of course. 5-star weak foot, not a problem. And this was the matchup that you called out early on, saying this could be an upset alert. Don't sleep on the Aussies.
This will be the biggest upset of the entire round if Singapore can turn this result upside down. Pele inside the box. Argentina they just never look like conceding. Really, you can't. It's so hard. You'd have to go into a complete masterclass of how they play FIFA. It looks, and they're the best nation at this, it looks like one person playing. It doesn't look like two individuals sat next to each other. The way they are so in sync is incredible.
And in this circumstance, specifically with Argentina, both these players have similar play styles in terms of switching the pitch, being defense first, happy to have the late outlets or the delayed outlets. They're willing to whip in the crosses. They're focused on the set pieces. You don't have one of those maestro types and then a structured player. They're both structured.
We've got to head on over to Brazil versus Denmark. We asked for a reply from Denmark, and they are giving it right now. Chances galore for the Danes. There is 16 minutes left to go in this game. This was one of those chances that they did create, building up on the edge of the box. It's so close. The roulette is perfect. The dribbling is absolutely insane. They get the slight rebound, and it's an incredible save.
Do you call it sitter? Sitter after sitter?
What do you got to do if you get into that position? And we've been watching this game, and we've got all the monitors pulled up. It's got to be said, Denmark's had at least 4 or 5 quality chances in order to equalize or even to be ahead before Brazil scored a goal.
And this is where they potentially get punished here. Brazil up the other end. That is incredible feat.
Wow.
Oh, take a bow.
Oh,
what a save. The goalkeeper's keeping this game alive right now. Brazil down the byline, looking to get the cutback. 10 minutes left to go. Denmark scratching, clawing to get an answer in this game. But the door is just remaining shut at the moment.
A little bit rushed there on the build-up. They're running out of opportunities here. You see the full press, something again that we didn't see in the first leg. They're definitely going for it. They're throwing bodies forward. There's going to be space to work with for Brazil.
We heard a huge roar. We're going to stick with this game right now. Brazil have got a chance. Green time to finish. Good block. Denmark looking to come down the other end. There has been a goal. We will show you it after this attack does eclipse. Because the Danes are building, and they're building something special. What a save again in this corner. We've got a pause. Great timing. Let's have a look. There was a goal. It was between Türkiye and Saudi Arabia, and it was Saudi Arabia with only minutes left on the clock. It is a very scrappy finish, but they do not care.
Türkiye won't be happy about that. Had a chance to clear it. Kind of bounces around in the box. Sometimes the nerves get to you and you miss the clearance, and that's what that looks like. So that's going to sit with you as a mistake versus making them earn it.
Huge chance for the Netherlands there to go 2-1 up. All 4 games right now are in tactical pauses. You can see there on the screens all of the nations making changes, maybe personnel changes, but definitely formation and tactical changes. If you're chasing a game like Singapore, it's very easy what you do. Similar to Denmark, get bodies up the pitch, get the press on, and hope you can turn a game around. Argentina and Singapore, what we're showing you right now. Singapore trying just to make a mistake here from this Argentine defence. 4 minutes remaining. This is going to be the game that finishes first, so we'll see it to the close. Brazil looking to knock out one of the big nations in Denmark. Incredible performances last year at the FIFAe Nations Cup for the Danes. However, with a few stray passes and bad touches, if that's onside, Brazil will just keep this ball in the corner. Paul Pogba, with only 1 minute remaining, it looks to be all she wrote for the Danes. Anders Vergang.
Even though it looks like Brazil's going to get this result, if you're a Brazilian fan, they don't look invincible. There's a lot of mistakes. There's a lot of mistakes that happen in this game. I'm surprised it's going to finish up 1-0 here from the passing, the game management, the finishing on both ends, on both sides.
And there we have it. Brazil go through. Denmark are eliminated from the FIFAe Nations Cup. A top 16 finish for the Danes. No hat-trick of World Cups for that man on your screen, Anders Vergang. Brazil guaranteed top 8, and they are looking to defend with honour the FIFAe Nations Cup. The host, Saudi Arabia, seconds away from going through against a outstanding Türkiye in the group standings. But in knockouts, we always say it's two different tournaments. You're playing a brand new day of FIFA. And the experience, the composure, potentially shining through in the end for this Saudi Arabian side. Chance here for Türkiye. Will it be late? No, it won't. Türkiye out of the FIFAe Nations Cup. Saudi Arabia, your host nations, guaranteed quarterfinalists.
What a last-ditch challenge there. Made the play. And you see that we have MS Dossary with Gopo as well. We're not seeing him using Abumaka in that partnership.
We did get a full time coming through between Argentina and Singapore. That ended 1-0 over the course of the two legs. Argentina are through. Netherlands and Australia, 1-1, extra time on the cards with 4 minutes remaining. Incredible close to this game. Will it be the Dutch? Will it be the Aussies? Be looking, I can give you a guarantee to go to extra time. Final chance will fall for Australia. They come forward, that's a foul out wide, and a free kick will be awarded.
This is where we talk about those set pieces, knowing what to do, how to resurface, how to be able to work the time that you have available. You might, I expect Australia to go short, some sort of quick recycle, and then they have to look for an entry pass. Might even be a lob pass, just because I would assume this is 1 minute of extra time, and they're not going to have too many additional passes that they can make. They have to kind of push it forward.
Maybe straight direct into Van Dijk with that lobbed pass. Maybe Socrates could be an option for you. If not, it's going to be a short free kick driven pass straight into the box.
Ironically, I think they would have preferred to draw a throw-in, because we've seen a lot of those long throws. Savic would knock it down. In this case, it would have been more of a Virgil van Dijk or a Socrates. I don't think they have Savic in their starting 11. But we've seen so much effectiveness with that in terms of how the spacing can open up. And in these direct or indirect free kick scenarios, especially on the side of the pitch, they're hard to score from. It doesn't happen very often, and even less direct.
Most of this game will fall to Australia. If not, extra time and penalties could be in both nations' future. Surely not from Australia. Just dribbled it out of play, and that will do us. Extra time is where we are headed. To give you a couple of full times from what you might have missed. Saudi Arabia, the host nation, they are through. It was a late goal in the second leg to knock out Türkiye. A couple of other huge performances coming through from Argentina, keeping another clean sheet, not conceding any goals. Just, they are a class act, Aga.
Seems impossible to break them down defensive-wise. I mean, one goal seems to be enough for Argentina, and then they're going to be very, very hard to beat. Obviously, we expected that win, but you still got to do the job, and they did.
Emre Yilmaz subbed out. Manu Bashir taking the seat, readjusting the monitor. Huge, huge call by Renzo.
I actually think that shift might be more around potential for penalty kicks, as opposed to going forward in extra time. They're definitely going to push bodies, but Yilmaz out of the three has been the most in form this year. There's no denying that, especially in a 1v1 format. I know this is 2v2. So you start to question or start to bring up the potential of, is that in case it goes to penalties, that this is a better matchup or someone who wins penalties at a higher percentage? Because Renzo will have the metrics to back any sort of move. He'll have the analytics.
I'll still say it's high risk, high reward, but obviously he's been watching the entire 2 games, so he would know, and he knows his players much better than we do, but it's still at a defining moment of a game, so, I mean, interesting.
Who's going to relish then this extra time a little bit more, the Australians or the team from the Netherlands, Rich?
I find it fascinating, that change. You're bringing a player in who's not played for 2 legs straight. You're coming into an extra time situation where it is a huge, huge risk. We are underway. Second leg extra time action between the Netherlands and Australia.
And we talk about rotations and substitutions.
Chance for the Netherlands inside the box. Good defending.
We talk about these rotations, substitutions. and it's all sorts of different permutations and possibilities and equations. We love to do this. But the reality is, if you're looking at Netherlands, you would have thought that Yilmaz was a sure thing, and then Levy and Manu Bashir would have been the rotational, which we talked about a little bit earlier on. So the fact that that's kind of gone against the grain tells you there must be a bigger play there. There must be a feeling. There must be a conversation. There's something that has been prepared with this Netherlands side and Renzo, of course, and that coaching staff to pull Yilmaz off the sticks.
As much as I said, just then you're bringing a player in potentially cold, you're also, it's a completely different thing to defend now for Australia. I think, I know we talked about penalties, but I think it's an attacking play to try and win the game, to try and win it before it goes to penalties. You're rolling it's a risk, you're rolling the dice. Go and show them something that they've not seen for 180 minutes.
And I didn't get the chance to compete firsthand in the 2v2 era. I missed that. But for me, I don't know if I'd want to come on as a super sub, space to work with.
Chance here for the Netherlands. It's Paul Pogba buried down on goal. Green time strike across the keeper. Corner is going to be played short. Ruud Gullit just recycled to the edge of the box. Power shot, faked it. What they got up their sleeve? Paul Pogba, good defending from Australia.
And I was just going to say, I don't know if I would want to come on as that super sub or that late game change for the fear of making a defensive error. Not about going forward, not about pushing bodies, but I don't have a lot of time to work with here. I'm trying to make a difference, but you are a little bit cold. You haven't been playing on the rhythm. You don't know the tempo of the game other than you're watching. And it's always different when you're in that match.
Last chance of the half will fall to the Netherlands. We'll get Agger's opinion on that at half-time. We're only seconds away. Will they get a chance? No, they won't. Agger, do you agree with what Mike was saying there about coming in and even if you don't want to play, if the coach says you're up, you've got to play.
You're on, mate.
Yeah.
I think that there are some very interesting aspects in this because Manu has been watching the game from outside, and we just spoke about the element of coaching and seeing something that you don't really you can overlook when you're playing because you're in the zone. I find it very interesting that you have that third player now who's able to actually go on and execute it as well, because a coach can only just say it, right? He can't take the sticks. So in that way, I found it very interesting, but I still think it's a bold move.
Just look at the two pictures side by side there. Netherlands, not a lot of communication. Renzo's in the back, almost they're ready to go. On the other side of it, Mark was laughing, Marcus in there. It just seems a lot more positive on the Australian side. Just reading the images, just reading what we're seeing there.
It's natural for them to be a little more optimistic. They know coming into this that they weren't the favorites. They were down 1-0. You've already battled back. Even the scoreline. Why wouldn't you think you can go ahead and win this? Why wouldn't you think you have the edge, maybe even if it goes to penalty kicks?
We are underway in the second half of extra time. This is a round of 16 game here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. Netherlands versus Australia. We've got 4 more round of 16 games to give you, as well as all 4 individual quarterfinals in all their glory throughout the rest of the day. It's been an incredible, incredible day of FIFA Esports action, but which nation is going to be amongst it? Only one will go through, the other eliminated on the biggest of stages. That sand timer towards penalties is slowly but surely trickling away. Pinged out wide, the Netherlands come forward, will it be a cross into the box? Camavinga in position, driving to the byline, looks for the cutback. You've seen them fall under the goalkeeper before.
We talk about these low-scoring affairs, but if you revisit some of the saves that have been made between Van der Sar and Courtois, unbelievable. From the crosses to the corner kicks, the kick saves, the goalkeeper movement, the last stitch, the dive, the move, the groove, everything that's been happening is pretty spectacular.
Possession given away there by Australia, and with only 3-4 minutes left on the clock, you probably think Netherlands will hold this out and play for one final attack. One opportunity to win the game without reply from the Aussies. Everyone in the arena, eyes peeled well and truly on this game. Even the players that are coming up later, they're all watching this game. there will be pure emotion displayed on the stage. Will it be in penalties or will it be right now? Good tackle at the back. Australia fire the ball forward. If the referee wants to play it, just goes out for a throw-in. They've got to go long, you would think, from the throw-in. If it goes short, the ref might blow it up. They have gone long. Header is up in the air, and that will do us for 2 legs of FIFA Esports action. The Netherlands stepping up first from the spot, straight down the middle, 1-0 to the Dutch. What do Australia have in reply? It's Gigi Buffon from 12 yards, saved.
This could double their position here. Pogba, hate the
It's
run-up.
not ideal.
I don't want to talk about the run-up. I don't think anyone likes it. Slow as can be. Van der Sar with a wonderful save. So a chance for Australia to get back into it.
Pogba again.
We'll be here for a minute. From the spot, does he convert? No, he goes down the middle. Wow.
Another save to see if Netherlands can make it. 2. They can. And that was a crucial one for Australia. Saved again.
The Netherlands. They've
It's
saved all
done.
3 pens.
It's done.
Score to win for the Dutch. They stick it in the top corner. They erupt. The change, the tactical sub pays out in the end. 3 penalties, 3 saves for the Dutch. Incredible.
And after the penalty kicks, I think my point might be valid. We could get Spencer in there. We could have some words with him. But you see the substitution. Manuel Bashir comes on. Australia's not able to convert from the spot. Not a single time.
You see these live shots here. Both booths were right next to each other. You could just feel the tension in the arena. Good sportsmanship from all the players. Australia tumble out of the FIFAe Nations Cup in a dramatic penalty shootout. The Netherlands, by the skin of their teeth, Rachel, go through.
Well, absolute scenes in our first penalty shootout then of the tournament here. And I'm going to say that's possibly why Renzo is one of the best coaches in the world. Nothing taken away, of course, from Marcus Gomes there, but we heard from Renzo a little bit earlier, didn't we? We had that brilliant video about how much he looks into those games as well. Well, let's get back down then to the arena because Spen is down there ready to get all the action for us.
Yes, I'm in with the Netherlands boys. What's your immediate reaction after that big win?
Well, I don't know what to say. It is crazy. I think we were the favorites before the game, and we went 1-0 up, and I thought like we were in control. And then I think we should have scored a second. Like we made some mistakes. It's not like their goalkeeper made mistakes, but we made mistakes. And then, yeah, pretty much out of nothing, they equalized. And in the 90th minute, like before extra time, Levy turned around and said like either me or Emre has to go. So yeah, we obviously had talked about this situation, this scenario, and yeah, for me it was only a matter of being ready and helping my teammates.
How did you keep yourself ready?
I always had that, not hope, but always had that, I don't know, that discipline of knowing there could be a situation where I'll be needed. And I was watching Australia, of course, how they defended, how they attacked. So when I would get subbed in, that I would be ready, and yeah.
It's great stuff studying the game even when you're not playing. Levy, you're going to play the winner now of Morocco versus Peru. Have you had a chance to think about what is in store for you in that game?
Nah, to be honest, we went to a penalty shootout here, so we almost went out. I think Morocco and Peru are both pretty good teams, obviously, otherwise they wouldn't be in the knockout. Morocco went first in a group where France and Italy were in, so they should be pretty good this tournament, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a great game. You just come through the coach, Renzo, here. Talk to me about the thinking behind that substitution. The lads were talking about it on commentary. It was a brave decision to throw someone in who had not been playing for the last 2 legs.
To be fair, it was more of a call of Levy, where he was like, we should substitute now. But beforehand, we discussed that if it goes to penalties, we want Manu there because he has a better track record pretty much. So, yeah, and you could tell by the play, like the attacking play, that some of our opportunities weren't like used to their full potential. So you want some new creativity, and we got the chances, but luckily Manu is ice cold.
It definitely worked. It was great penalties. You saved all Australia penalties. It reminded me a little bit of that famous Netherlands penalty shootout in the World Cup, I believe, when Tim Krul got subbed on to save the penalties. It worked then as well, I believe. Right, of course, with Australia exiting the competition due to that penalty shootout, the mood's not going to be quite the same in here. We will quickly come and visit the boys, so I'm sure they're Not feeling great, but listen, penalties is a cruel way to go, Mark. Hopefully you're proud of what you've done.
Yeah, penalties are 50-50 at the end of the day. I can't really do much about it. I think we played well the whole tournament, win the group of death as well. I think we deserve more in that game, but I'll focus on World Cup now.
It was a tough draw, wasn't it, going up against the Netherlands, who, you know, were in a tough group themselves, so the seeding was a little bit weighted from their group, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very tough game, considering we came third, not fourth. But to be honest, our side of the bracket was looking pretty good. So if we won that game, I was confident we could go the whole way, but it's all right.
Marcus, final words from you. Proud of the boys? Have you enjoyed your experience coaching them?
Yeah, super proud. I mean, that was the group of death, and I think a lot of teams probably put Singapore and us at the bottom. So we got out pretty comfortably. Pens is pens. Like, it's just a lot of luck this year. So another day, we're into the next round.
Yeah, on another day for sure. There will be another day for Australia. We'll see them again soon, I'm sure. And obviously Mark will see in a few days' time when he takes part in the FIFAe World Cup. But for now, we progress to the next games in the FIFAe Nations.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, Mark, then 2 round of 16 results in back-to-back weeks there. Unlucky, though, for Australia to go out. Let's have a quick look at those results and what it means for the draw then. So, Australia, Netherlands go through penalties in the end for them. We'll have to wait and see who they face, Morocco or Peru. Key Saudi Arabia, the local side, Saudi Arabia going through in the end, 2-1 that final result. They will take on Israel or Italy. Going to see steam fixtures in a short time. Germany, Finland then. Brazil, Denmark. That was the result we saw there. The Brazilians go through. Big result. We're looking like it could be decided after. Mike actually fancies Finland. And we saw Singapore a little bit earlier. Again, Argentina great and not conceding 6 so far. Singapore, unfortunately, do exit the competition. They were great, though, weren't they?
That is not my quote, by the way. I did not favor Finland in that matchup. I just said that they're an unorthodox team, and there's a possibility of an upset in that game. They may catch them off guard. But I just want to make sure that's on the record, okay?
I think you took the words out of context there, Mike, but don't worry about it at all. Right, let's just go back to what we saw a little bit earlier then. A couple of the big teams going through. Great, of course, for the local side to continue their run. The Brazilians, though, I have to come to you on that one, Aggie. Denmark obviously losing out to their Anders, though, as he does, goes straight over to that Brazilian side and says congratulations. Disappointing for them. They had so many chances.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching the game together with the others, and in the first leg, I would say that Brazil was dominating and had the better chances, but when Denmark had to chase, they were starting getting those massive chances, and I mean, it was really, really close. It was really tight. We saw some great goalkeeper actions in both ends, and I think at the end of the day, you just got to take those chances if you want to win the match. So it came down to small margins. So congrats to Brazil. I think they deserved it at the end.
And Mike, I wrote down a little bit rushed in the end for Denmark. Did it feel that way to you?
They had the chances. I said this, that they both actually looked very beatable compared to what we've seen in previous matchups. I actually think this might be an end of an era as well for Denmark in terms of some of these players. We saw before they got into the tournament, Marcuse said this is likely to be his last event. I don't know if Oostin will carry on there. When I look at Brøndby as well, are these guys maybe moving in? And even with Anders, his cadence, his emotion, it looks a lot different for Denmark than it did for E-Club and when he's playing 1v1. So I don't know if there's more going on there, but I could see a complete roster shift going forward.
Rich, just one final word on that one. Brazil, do they look like defending champions?
I'm going to go out on a limb. Brazil, Argentina, semi-final.
You think they're good enough this year for being champions? Okay, well, Richard Buckley said it will have to see how they get on. Still a long way to go. Saudi Arabia, though, they knocked out Türkiye. That was a great match result. 2-1 for those guys. Let's have a look at those 2 goals they managed to score. Past the side that finished second yesterday in Group C.
It's got to be said, the goals in this game in general, there's a couple bounce backs you're not going to love. The first goal for Türkiye is like that, and then even the go-ahead here. And I consider this a pressure moment, though. You might say there's a lot going on, but if you're not ready for it, the extra dribble, the extra touch, you give it away. Jude Bellingham inside the box, but maybe with a different team, a little more experience, they get that clearance. They know how to handle it a little bit, because you've got to be feeling the nerves.
Yeah, that's some of the small things that that experience can do to you. And I mean, I think we should still applause to Türkiye because they did really put on a show, and it's not easy to come up against the home soil favorites here.
Yeah, on paper, Argentina looked like they had possibly the easier round there with Singapore. But again, they still didn't concede goals and got 2 past Singapore. What did you make of their performance?
I thought the Argentina game was a professional performance. There weren't a lot of opportunities for Singapore to get into it. I know it's only a 1-0 scoreline, so you might say that game must have been so close, but it didn't feel that way. Every time we went to it, as Rich was saying earlier, so much possession play. I'd love to know the possession numbers. Argentina scored relatively early. See here from a set piece, the drop-off, Henry on that left foot that we keep talking about. Green time finished 1-0, 13th minute. And then from there on out, it was all Argentina. Even though they didn't add to it, it was just a controlling effect. You never felt as if Singapore was knocking on the door, that they were going to get themselves back into it.
Well, Singapore liked to shake things up, didn't they, a little bit? Yes, they weren't able to do that then against Argentina, who Rich has already said is possibly one that's going to go all the way through to that final. Well, let's transition then, shall we, to the next round of 16 fixtures that will be treated to. Germany taking on Finland, Israel taking on Italy, Morocco, Peru, and France, Sweden. I automatically get drawn down to France, Sweden. I'm not sure about you three here. Which one are you enjoying?
France-Sweden is a great game. I think for me, I'm maybe ever so slightly more intrigued by the Italy-Israel game. We know Israel were outstanding the last 2 days. And Italy, the only thing I've been told every single time I spoke to an Italian, get us through the groups. In the knockouts, that's where we come alive. Will they come alive?
And I spoke to Feldman beforehand. I don't think they seem too happy with that draw. They feel like maybe they deserved a different opponent based on how they performed in the groups, but that's how this works. And then I'm favoring Sweden on an upset here against France. I'm just throwing that out there early on. I think that that's gonna be a really close affair of who finishes their chances. And even though Sweden didn't look great yesterday, they were pretty decent day one. And I think they're gonna be moving in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at the Finland-Germany game just because I saw 2 countries yesterday who performed really well, and they're coming in with a lot of momentum. And I'm also curious to see how Finland are approaching this game, if they have any tactical things coming up that might end up surprise Germany.
Do you know if Ololito is back in action for Sweden?
I don't think he will be.
He tweeted again, didn't he, saying 1 game was actually too much for him yesterday. His sore throat, his illness was still affecting him. So unlikely we're going to see him unless he had a really good night's sleep here.
I just don't think you upset the apple cart either. You've got 2 players who are really comfortable playing with each other. I think if you bring Ololito in, he could probably do more for you in that coaching position, bringing the team up, motivating them. If he's not 100%, he doesn't need to play.
Upset the apple cart?
Yeah, that's a saying as well in the UK here.
What's the origin?
Just upset the apple cart. Oh, the apples roll out and then you get a bit confused. Morocco, Peru is the only other fixture we didn't get to speak about there. Morocco needs to perform like they did in day 1.
I think they're going to see this out. And that's not a shot or anything negative. I'm not trying to put that out there on Peru. I like what I saw from Morocco. The team side, the camaraderie, the coaching. We talk about Mr. Dory that's in the back as well. I just think that they're poised to make a run here. And I think they're going to beat Peru in that matchup. And they're going to be pushing on to the next game.
Okay, well, we've heard from everybody on the couch here then about our next round of 16 fixtures. The teams are ready, I hear, so let's meet them right now. Germany then led out by Umit, world champion, wasn't he? Last week, can he lift another title here today? They take on Finland. You can see the Finnish side then just entering the arena behind the German trio. Then this is Team Israel, led by Roy Feldman. They topped Group D yesterday and take on the Italian side, who you can just again see in the back of the shot there. Morocco then, coached by Mr. Dory here. He said each day is a new day in terms of competition, so we hope we see the same Moroccan side who showed up on day 1. I'm sure they'll be treated to the sweet treats as well. Well, that's they'll take on Peru, who we didn't see coming to shot. This is France, 2019 champions. They take on the side in yellow, the team from Sweden, led out by Ololito. They finished 3rd in Group D. They're Oliboli and Optole as well. Probably be Oliboli and Optole, we're thinking, who do sit down in those seats first, because we've spoken about it quite a lot. Ololito has picked up a cold here in Saudi and isn't feeling 100%, so you need 100% when it comes to the knockouts, Mike.
And in the Swedish team in particular, maybe it'll be a surprise to some at home, but Optali is actually the staple player, and they build around him. I think because Ali Bali and Alito share in some similarities with some of their structured approach to the game, and Optali's that creative maestro, the inventor, so to speak, and that they can't trade him out unless you're just trying to see out a game.
Well, that could be one of the fixtures actually which could go to extra time and penalties because they're possibly quite similar in terms of quality on their France and Sweden. Would we then, Mike, maybe see Ololito jump in a little bit like we saw Manny Rashaw do because he gets the chance to watch it and sees exactly how France have been playing?
When I touched on it, I think it's less about how they've been playing, but more so a percentage play here. When you heard Renzo's interview, he said Manu Bashir has to be there. He's got the best percentages of winning in penalty kicks, just in case it got there. And I have no idea what that looks like between the three of these gentlemen in terms of Alito, Optali, and Ali Bali. But I don't think anything's off the table in terms of substitutions and moves on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Well, a couple of team huddles then going on around the arena here. And that, of course, is Finland. They take on Germany. But Spen, you are ready with Team Israel, who have been quality so far this competition.
Yes, I am here with the Israel team, and you get your sunglasses on. Talk to us about that.
It's the secret.
It's the secret sauce, is it?
Yeah.
Well, something was working for you guys. You had a really impressive group stage. Scored the most goals of anyone, 28 goals. You had the best goal difference, plus 20. That was obviously single-leg FIFA. How will your style change for the two-legged approach?
We are ready to every single format. If it's one best of one or best of two, we are ready, and we showed it in playoffs, and hopefully we'll show it now.
Do you think, considering you had such a strong group stage, the fact that you're playing Italy is quite a tough draw?
Yeah, they are good players, top players, experienced. It will be a good game and top level.
We're looking forward to it. Best of luck. We're going to head over to the Italy booth now. So if you're wondering, on the FIFA.gg rankings, Israel currently sitting 13th in the world against Italy, who's sitting 5th. So in terms of the rankings, they are higher. Obviously finished slightly lower in their group stage. How are you feeling about the Israel matchup?
I think it's the toughest fast we could have because they show that they are the best in the tournament, at least in group stage. They also won the playoffs in Europe, so they are really good, of course, also if we look at the stats. But we are confident. We know that if we play our game good, we can win, of course. We'll do our best.
The guys on the desk were saying that we think we might see a different Italy now it's two legs. Is that true?
Yeah, for sure. I think we perform better in best of two than in best of one. But, you know, I just said it, but we need to show it on pitch. So let's see.
If you win this, you'd have knocked out one of the most impressive teams in the group stage. Would that make you one of the favourites to win the whole thing?
Yeah, probably, yeah. You are right. But first we'll play, then we think if we are the favourites or not in the tournament.
So. One step at a time. I like it. Best of luck. Listen, we're sure to have a great game coming up here. Israel versus Italy. All the games are mouth-watering. Enjoy them.
It's not actually often you get to see that, do you? Italy really bigging up their opponents there, so they know exactly the task they have to undertake here against the side from Israel, who, like Ben said, has scored 28 goals so far in this competition. Well, we are nearly ready to go then with our second round of fixtures here in the round of 16. So welcome you back to the couch. We've had a bit of a switch around here. We've subbed in two members for these two here, Brandon Smith and Alex B. Join us now. Mike is still with us as well. Guys, obviously you didn't really get to talk about what we just saw in the first round of fixtures. So quickly, Saudi going through, Brazil going through, Argentina and the Netherlands. Everyone you thought should make it through pretty much went through unscathed there, Alex, would you say?
Yeah, I'll definitely say that. I think a team which performed very well in that tough game against Australia was Netherlands. I think when you look at tournament football, going through on penalties, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence that they know now they got that job done, they can focus in on that quarter-final. But overall, Argentina, they just look in so much control in their game as well.
Well, a new look Brazilian side who we saw lift the title last side. This new team, do they look as good as the champions of last year?
Some could say it might look even better if you look at the individuals in there and what's happened in the last 12 months. PH Zin's got better. Resende was more of a coach last year, but then Paulo Neto just breeds success, doesn't he? He's at the E-World Cup next week. That Brazilian team, for me, is the favourites to win.
Well, I can see the teams getting ready then. The matches are almost here. Guys, which is your pick of the bunch? I asked Mike and the boys a little bit earlier, but we have some great ones. I went Sweden, France. How about you two?
Sweden, France, for me, for definitely. My heart says Sweden, my brain says France. It's a tough game. It's a tough game to call.
Italy, Israel. I mean, look, you've got two teams there that have had very different group stages, haven't you? Italy straight through, Israel couldn't stop scoring goals.
Well, Mike, obviously we lost Anders a short while ago. Umrit's still in it. Do you see this German side going through? And Umrit, if he was to do that, if he was to go the whole way, he won a double World Championship last week in terms of he's already the world champion still until a couple of days, and then he's a 2v2 champion with his nation as well.
I've already talked about it. I've already moved them into the whatever the highest tier is of FIFA competitors or FIFA pros, and that would be like the guys like Tex or MS Dostery or Nicholas, who are really in this upper echelon of future FIFA Hall of Famers. They're going to join the likes of an August Rosemeyer, and I think this is big for Germany. And I also will say, depending what game will depend what you're looking for as a FIFA fan. I do think that Finland and Germany have goals. I expect for a lot of tactical back and forth between Sweden and France, and the same with Italy and Israel in those matchups, just because I think it's going to be a little more cagey going into some of those games. But the way Finland plays, you almost got to push forward.
Well, we've kicked off then, and Mike thought this one might be a little bit unpredictable in terms of that Finnish side. So, round of 16, here we go for a place in the quarter-finals for all these 8 teams is what's at stake.
Well, Finland against Germany will be our first featured matchup that we will keep a close eye on here. Germany kicking from right to left. They haven't had the best success in the E-Nations in past times. A group exit in FIFA 19. They were round of 16 as well last year, looking to improve that record. Should have actually had a really easy tap in there.
Wow. He wasn't ready for it. Goalkeeper went down. It's one of the few times as well. The goalkeepers have been so good today. Big error there. Was left hanging. Extra pass that was unnecessary.
Let's have a look at the replay again. I mean, Alex, is there a way that you can be super critical on that?
As we see the chance come through, a little bit of time and composure for Germany. You just think it's in those moments, right? The goalkeeper you maybe not expecting to go to the ground there, and obviously it's about those fine moments, those micro kind of things that happen where you've kind of got something pre-programmed into your mind, and then the goalkeeper says, no, I'm actually going to go to ground here. It looked bad when you look back on it, but in that moment, it's so difficult to know that that's going to happen.
The reality, he wasn't ready for that animation. And we haven't seen goalkeepers going down early like that either. So he already had that predetermined pass. Didn't expect it to happen. Just to build off of what Alex was saying.
All the games in the round of 16 have kicked off here. Italy against Israel is the only one we are waiting for. Let's jump over to Sweden against France. Remember, the 2019 E-Nations Cup winners looking to find their way through. It's safe to say, though, Mike, from Sweden, we have to see a better Sweden. They were great in day one, 9 points from 15, but they weren't so good yesterday.
And I don't know if it's just my expectation is for more, but I just don't think we've seen the best Sweden. Day one, of course, you got some results, but they weren't perfect. Day two, there was all sorts of blunders, issues. We have players not communicating the same way. We talked about Alito not feeling well, and I think that does play a little bit of a factor in terms of morale, energy within the organization, within the team. So I'm hoping, maybe from a biased viewpoint, that we see a better Sweden. But if France can also build on that, surely they still come into this as at least slight favorites.
And to go to your point there as well, you look at the Netherlands, and we heard about Manu Pachour saying, we had a game plan of if I'm needed, I'm waiting, I'm ready. That's a different conversation for Sweden. They're looking at their player in Alito and going, well, you're not feeling great, you know, you've got that cold. It's only really going to be a tactical change, I would imagine, if Sweden find themselves, 3-0 down here, which obviously they're not going to want that. So it does change things in the camp for sure, going into this game, knowing that third player maybe won't be called on, and it's on the two that are there of Optoli and Oli Bolly, but a fantastic duo, which when they do perform at their best, they're more than capable of taking down this very impressive front side.
We'll leave that game for a second. Peru against Morocco. Peru left it very late yesterday, didn't they? Equalising in the 80-plus minutes in the second leg against India to qualify through on goal difference. It's the furthest the Peruvians have ever gone in an E-Nations Cup. Morocco were grouped last year in Copenhagen. I mean, for me, they've been the surprise package in this tournament.
And for both these nations, this is actually where I would look into underrated or under the radar. They can really make a name for themselves pushing forward. Neither of these teams have had the same success at this level, and someone's got to push forward, be in the round of 8, and maybe be able to take that momentum. And again, to a certain degree, and I don't know if you see this, if you're representing Morocco or you're representing Peru, but you are playing with house money to a certain degree to the masses, where they maybe didn't expect you to even get out of the groups, and here you are, and especially with how Morocco played.
Speaking of Morocco, not a bad side on paper. Ayman representing Frankfurt, playing in the virtual Bundesliga. On the other side, you've got Mawan. Spoke to Mr. Dory. He said there's a difficulty of speaking French, English, and a little bit of Arabic in there. There has been a goal in a game when we Got it on the replay. We'll jump to it as soon as we can. I believe it's come from Sweden against France. I'll let you know what's happened in that as soon as we can. Here is the goal again on the replay. Which way has it gone? Sweden-France. It looks like it's fell the way of the French duo of Fuma and Leandro Peixoto, who open up their account just over 30 minutes into this game.
Lovely pick out, a couple driven passes, drop down. R9 does the business, does his job. Scary times for Sweden, just because France is so organized. They've done a really good job between the Peixotos, and even when you see Fuma in and out of action, of being able to limit mistakes and then take advantage, be clinical in those key locations. And we talk about France a lot, but they deserve that recognition. They just have such rich history when we're looking at FIFA Esports.
A chance to build, big save from the goalkeeper. Germany, you could argue, have been owed a good E-Nations Cup from their past track record. They've dabbled with the duo, but it seems like Umut and Levi Finn is an unchanged roster coming into knockout FIFA. They were exited in the round of 16 last year in the tournament. Heavy defeat against Italy in Copenhagen, but I mean, what they didn't have on their roster last year, Mike, was a world champion in Umut. Chance for Finland now. Maybe you could say they are the big underdogs in the round of 16. They won't want to see that one again on the replay.
You can already see Finland's game plan, which is something they've been executing exceptionally well throughout this tournament. Was that man at the back, top of the screen, Petr Cech, just running in towards the back stick. They're looking for those crosses. Jeppe, one of the coaches for Finland, was on Twitter saying, that is our game plan. It might not be pretty, but it's effective and it works. Can we find big Petr Cech in those sort of areas? Germany will be more than aware of that, and they'll be looking to put a stop to that as much as they possibly can.
Not sure if we can just quickly pull up the POV of Italy-Israel. I mean, I want to get your thoughts on this, gents. The game hasn't kicked off yet. There's a small technical difficulty, but you're ready to go. You're ready to play your round of 16 games. A lot of time there, isn't there, just to think and overthink.
There is, and it's a difficult one when you're going into it, because you've had your walkout, you've sat down, you've got yourself ready, you've had those conversations between one another, and then you're waiting. And you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're looking around and you're saying, what's going on? And you're seeing everyone else kicking off. It can be a difficult thing, but these players are used to it. They know these sort of things can happen. They'll be wanting to get themselves underway as quick as they possibly can. Back to the game between Sweden and France.
A couple of half-time results have just come in. Finland against Germany, still 0-0. This is the only live match that is underway. I can confirm as well. Italy against Israel has officially kicked off for the first leg there in the round of 16. France looking to have the last chance of the first half here. Sweden looking to make sure it doesn't fall to 2-0. France down that very dangerous area down the byline. They do just about get themselves out of that spot of bother. The only other half-time result, Peru 0, Morocco 0. Got to speak about the Peruvian side. Two very good players. You had Magic, who did make a FIFAe World Cup. Unfortunately, it was the year when the tournament was cancelled. But for DMS10, he's been getting his reps in. Libertadores, he was there in Buenos Aires earlier this year. And it's not, you know, a big surprise that they're in the round of 16. They've got top quality players from Peru. Chance to build. Last one of the half. Sweden driven past. Is it a big chance? One more pass. Sweden!
Oh, they'd love to have that back. I don't think you needed the extra pass. I think you already had the angle. They cut to the inside. It's more difficult for the goalkeeper as well to kind of do that 50-50, move him side to side and guesstimate what's going to happen. That's something that might sit with you as you go into the halftime report.
I think as well, it also goes back to the point we mentioned earlier on, where Germany had that chance where the goalkeeper went down. You'd beaten the defender almost too easily with R9, so maybe you're expecting just a bit more presence from that defender. You get that little shimmy and you're like, okay, I'm going to pre-program, I'm going to look for that pass off across. Yes, possibly had that time to trust your instincts and go with R9 instead. However, for Sweden, would have been perfect for them to score, but also it's confidence just to know we can create opportunities, we will score goals throughout this tournament.
Well, let's turn our attention to this game. It was the slow starter in the round of 16. Italy against Israel. Maybe some would argue an interesting starting duo for Italy. One thing that we knew about this nation is they constantly change, and they'll change in-game, they'll change in between legs. You've got three top quality Italian players there that all can just offer you different roles. It is Obron and Danny Pitbull to start this one.
When we came into this tournament, we were taking a look at Italy. I sat there, Brandon, and I thought, who starts for these two? Who is their main duo? And there was no surprise throughout that group stage. We saw them changing and time again. Danny Pitbull, two-time E-Serie A champion. Actually had a great time in E-Serie A as well. And Obron, we know the class and quality that he's provided throughout this FIFA 23 season.
Here comes Israel looking to open up their account in this one, off the woodwork, somehow just about clear, but very nearly it could have been the same story as day 1 and day 2, Israel scoring goals.
And the question is, can Italy tame that attack? Because Israel's been getting forward, they do it often, do it quickly, they're decisive, they're organized, they have all the proper intangibles to have a successful nation and to really go deep in this tournament.
They scored 28 goals in 10 games of FIFA. Even if you just round that back a little bit, they're still going to be averaging 1.4 goals. If you halve that, 1.4 goals per 90 minutes in the knockout stages. If you can keep that up on a 50% ratio to every team that may play against Israel, Italy have got that task right now. It is a mammoth of a challenge to stop that duo.
We jump back over to Sweden against France. Keep in mind all these games still in the first leg as it stands. Every game played over 2 legs, aggregate scoreline. If you're a FIFA Esports fan, you will be used to seeing how that one plays out. Scores on the doors in other games: Finland 0, Germany 0, Peru 0, Morocco 0, and as you just saw, Italy 0, Israel 0. Keep in mind that 4 teams are already waiting patiently in the quarter-final stages. Those 4 teams include Saudi Arabia, Argentina, and the defending Nations Cup champions in Brazil. Checking to Peru, Morocco. Just for a second, we hear there's been a goal in Sweden, France. It's the only game that's given us a goal or 2. Chance, Peru, able to find the cutback that they were looking for. Let's go and have a look at that goal now. Which way has it gone? It's gone the way of Sweden. And by God, how they've needed that. It's a long ball forward. Keeper comes off his line. Thank you very much, says Thierry Henry.
What a finish. Great vision there. And the difference that Henry has made, he's just had a complete resurgence, not only in FIFA or Ultimate Team, but at the competitive level. And we've seen him shift a little bit where he played a little bit up front, FIFA 17. You saw him in the midfield in FIFA 18, and then he went missing for the next 5 years. It just feels right to see him back in action.
Especially with the track record that Sweden have had last year. Top 4 they were, losing on a penalty shootout. Hands of Poland, it was a ridiculously tight game. Pause comes in. We'll jump across to Italy against Israel. Third of this first leg has already been played. Israel have a chance to find the first goal through. Italy able just to see out. Do you think we'll see a different Italy in this one, Alex? Because it's 2 legs of FIFA now. And for some teams, they just can't accustom themselves to this best of 1 in the group play.
Well, the thing is, these players have been playing this whole competitive season where 2 legs is pretty much what you are used to. So when you jump into a group stage format where it is just 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, there are players that they don't suit that as well. They do prefer that full 2-leg.
Big chance for Italy. They make it look easy. One run, Danny Pitbull. They may have kicked off late.
When we talk about decision making, even at home, you might not have seen that extra pass. Almost a double switch of the pitch, easy layoff. You're never going to miss from there. R9 taps at home. And I was just going to say, if they don't concede early, if they're able to keep this low scoring, leak out with some of these outlets, these counterattacks, you're now going to see Israel under pressure that they didn't necessarily feel at any point during the group stage.
And what a through ball it was. Spreading it across the pitch, as good as that. Italy find themselves to the good. Finland, Germany, though, I've been impressed by this Finnish team. And I think if your game plan going into this, Germany, you're trying to just hold them off and take your chances as and when they come. Work on those crosses. Right now it is with Finland with 10 minutes remaining.
Stay on this game for a split second. Kosu sort of being the captain, the driving force. They said in day 1 of the tournament he's the only player that really has lots of land experience, and he's been able to bring it through. Here's Germany looking for their breakthrough in this game. Ball roll back inside, chance into the box. Socrates tries to bundle his way through. Big save. Finland on the ropes.
Point blank rage there, getting a hand to it. See it fumbling a little bit in the box. Sometimes the step overs just cause a little bit of that havoc.
Back to this one, Sweden, France. 15 minutes left. Sweden suddenly with an ounce more confidence in the final third after equalising the tie. Stands as well, no changes made in game. Leandro Peixoto and Fuma in the hot seat. 2019 Nations Cup winners. Tolly Oli Bolly for a better day 3 of the Nations Cup. Certainly feels like since they've had that goal, Mike, they've just come a little bit more relaxed.
can see some more confidence in their play. And also you're seeing a lot of the switching of the pitches. Of course, scoring across early on. Oof, maybe a curse of the commentator with a mistake of the switch of the pitch, but you can see the structural and tactical adjustments that Sweden's made.
Sweden driving forward, it's Mbappe against Michael Ballack. His race shapeshifter item comes out as a fullback. Chance, pull it. Defended well. And finally we hear there's been a goal in Finland against Germany. We've been waiting a long time for it. We'll go to it as soon as we've got it. Long ball forward, defended well. Which way did the goal go? We said that Finland were on the ropes. Well, it's finally time that Germany have landed a knockout blow. When that ball goes into R9, it's always a guessing game. Left foot, right foot, doesn't matter. 1-0, Germany lead.
And nothing special there. Great entry ball. Maybe they were expecting or anticipating a skill move. Didn't happen. A quick hesitation, then you line it up, pick a corner. In this case, the top left, and they're able to add a little extra emphasis. And for Germany, this is huge if they're able to finish off the last 5-6 minutes and start the second leg with a lead.
We can quickly just check into Peru against Morocco. We've had a full-time result there in leg one. It's a 0-0 stalemate so far. Still a second leg to be played there. Last 3 minutes of Finland-Germany. We waited over 80 minutes for the breakthrough there. Morocco-Peru, Alex, just two teams that might be a little bit nervous.
Just finding their feet. Aggie mentioned it earlier on how when you come into these tournament days, Group 1, Day 1, Day 2, games kind of get into the rhythm. This is very different. This is knockout FIFA. You have 2 legs and you have to find that rhythm. Now some teams will get going straight away. Some will take that 1 leg just to find their feet. And for Morocco and Peru right now, them two just seem to be in that cagey affair.
Back to this one, just kicked off for the second half. Italy lead Israel by a goal to 0, looking for a second. And that was a bit of an audacious power shot, but I like it.
I'm wondering if they were maybe anticipating or guesstimating again goalkeeper early movement coming out for a cross, which can be seen. And if that was the case, the early power shot off a volley, even though it's unusual, again, unorthodox, maybe you catch the goalkeeper sleeping.
Full-time result coming in. Germany, they lead Finland by a goal to 0. Sweden-France is a 1-1 all square. Scoreline as it stands. Remember, second legs to follow. Luckily, Italy and Israel was actually a little bit delayed, so we shouldn't have to wait too long. Those second leg matches to kick off. Pauses cued by Israel. First time that they've really been in a position like this. Has Roy Feldman and Yuval Belly. Long ball towards the back post. Time to get it down. Just about defended well by Italy.
And Capdevia in action. Another player that really hasn't been in competitive rotation.
Israel driving. Twist, turn. Big save again.
Surely you're converting from there. Again, the goalkeepers have made all the difference.
Good chance in 2 minutes for Israel. Will they be kicking themselves?
Not just yet. First leg, keep mentioning it, it's just about growing with confidence. You know you've had those chances come through. You will get them time and time again. Italy, though, that first chance we saw, it was a huge, huge tackle. Mbappe brought it down. We do have to give credit to the defensive duo of Oberon and Danny Pitbull. Not to panic, just to stand tall. So I'm not going to give you that easy chance at goal. Israel looking to get that goal back, though.
The reality is the strategy is different. When you're playing 2 legs of FIFA, there's a lot of mental fatigue in these matchups. Who's going to make a mistake or who's going to be risk adverse to the point that they get some sort of competitive advantage?
Well, here's the chance that we saw on camera again. It was Henry that was able to pull away with the shot.
It has to be converting there. That wouldn't have happened in the group stage.
See for the side, they scored 20+ goals in the group stage. Still on the attack, not for that long though. Italy looks to change their approach in the knockouts here. Came 4th in their group. Just about made it through after what was not a good day 1. Italy driving forward still with the same duo as it stands, an unchanged duo. Danny Pitbull and Oberon. Why would you change it in the driving seat so far? Dembele, what can he do from this area? Defended well by Camavinga, who drops in to deal with the danger. Israel having to restart again. Did fall last year in the round of 16 in Copenhagen. Sort of feels like this has been their bogey round in past times. Looking to rewrite the script this time. Here we go. Chance to build forward. R9 and Thierry Henry both on the pitch, trying to make something happen in the final third. One more pass, he's not there, and it's defended well again by Italy.
Italy showing in the real-life world, they are very difficult to break down. And so is the case on that virtual pitch. Danny Pitbull and Oberon looking strong defensively. They're answering every question that's asked of them so far.
You have to be careful here if you're Israel. You do not want to push too many bodies forward. You don't want to rush the defensive pressure. Italy's a lot more structured. They don't necessarily have the same fluidity going forward, but they will find those opportunities, and defensively they've been solid. You look at the player movement, you can see the strategy that's been implemented. They're let them switch the pitch side to side, and they're trying to step in those key areas, and there is space for Italy, similar to the first goal, to work with for those counterattacks.
Well, we're waiting for this one to conclude before kick off all the second legs. Winner of this will play Saudi Arabia in the quarter-finals. Keep in mind, first time I've ever seen a $1 million prize pool in the Nations. You win your quarter-final, guaranteed $75,000, and a championship finals day. Into the pauses we shall go now, when substitutions will make their mark.
You can see for Italy that 5-4-1, they're saying to Israel, we're happy for you to have the ball in your own half. We're just putting numbers back and making it difficult for you to work down the channels, get in between the lines. Israel said, we're going to look for that German cross. We're going to try something. They need to find ways to break down essentially 11 men.
And it could come down to one of those moments where you get a friendly bounce. You get something fortunate. If you're looking at Israel right now and then making the most of it when it happens, whether it's whipping in a cross, it's one of those knockdowns, it's a second chance or a second bite of the cherry, as you love to say, Brandon. And then if you're Italy, you kind of have them where you want them. I'm sure coming into this, you wanted a lower scoring a matchup. You don't want to go head-to-head with them to try to see who's going to outscore who. Even though Oberon and Danny Pitbull can get forward, this is a better pace of the game. When I look at the tempo of the game, it's a little bit slower. And again, I don't think they're being thrown off by the fact that Israel has a lot of the possession. And they've had a lot of the build-up, especially considering that build-up is come from the back, or it's on the side of the pitch. You're not in those dangerous zones.
It's just as if Italy, yes, as you're right to say, Mike, have just said, look, it's a very different Italy going to be playing now. We're going to be structured, we're going to be organised, five at the back, try and break us down.
And pressure builds for Israel. They're used to getting goals. They haven't got that happen yet, or it hasn't happened yet. And again, it's kind of part of the strategy. And if you're sitting there, you're building up, you're throwing bodies forward, it starts working with you mentally a little bit, saying, we're not getting through. And then you have one misstep, one bad defensive bit of spacing, and you could be down 2-0 against Italy, who's defended so well.
Last 10 minutes. Italy looking for a second, a cheeky little chip. Israel feeling frustrated. Get to a point in the game when they'll be looking back on those two chances, thinking, what if? Again, Italy just will cry this one out, in all honesty, Alex. I think they'll just be happy, look, get us into the break with a 1-0 scoreline.
I really like what Italy are doing. When they lose that ball, they are putting that initial pressure on with one of their centre mids. If they beat past that midfielder, one of the centre backs is stepping up. That's the beautiful thing when you have that back five. You can almost be free to be a little bit more aggressive and have that stepping centre back, knowing you've got your two centre backs on that cover as well. It's just looking very confident for this Italy side.
To the last couple of in-game minutes now. Israel looking to create one more chance. Hakimi down this right-hand side, keeper's off his line. It's easy pickings for Courtois.
I don't love that. It was a little bit forced. They had time to work with. They could have resurfaced, put the ball in the middle of the pitch. Worst case, go back, recycle. Now you're giving Italy the last attack. And again, to build off of what Alex is saying, I'm not mad at what their approach here in terms of their defensive side, where they're stepping up a little bit freely, or even offensively, where you're looking for those early outlets, if not a little bit of possession play, just slowing down the game.
When you're playing against the team that has scored the most amount of goals in this tournament so far, you can't go in and say, yeah, let's go toe-to-toe with them. Let's try and frustrate them. Let's make them slow down. If we can get the ball out and it can be a throw-in, a set-piece, whatever, we don't mind. We take time on the clock.
Last chance of the game falls to Italy. Added time of 1 minute has been played. Will they find a second? No, they won't. And that will do us for the end of leg one in this one. It will be Italy. They had a very difficult group stage. They finished fourth in the group, but they do stop the goal-scoring machines, Israel, at the break at 1-0.
Lots of cagey affairs then we had, didn't we? 4 goals was the only amount of goals we had across all 4 matches there. 2 draws and then 2 games just separated by 1 goal as well. Let's have a look then at the France-Sweden goals. Both teams there did score a goal each. Mike, do you want to recap this one?
Sure, we've got Henry. We're going to have an extra pass here. Zips it in. You see Savic, which of course makes Alex smile. Ronaldo, a bit of a 360 turn, but he's able to finish there with the 5-star weak foot, still in the right place at the right time. And we started to question a little bit with Sweden just because we have a lot to ask. We haven't seen him play great over day 1 or day 2. Beautiful cross, Henry, the man, the target, the finish, 60th minute. And that shifted the momentum in this game. We started saying Sweden looked more likely to add to it. Either way, it ends 1-1, and it's anyone's game to be won or to be lost heading into the second leg.
Morocco, Peru then, no goals in that game whatsoever. Did you expect it to be such a close affair, that one, you two?
I mean, it's knockout FIFA and there's 2 legs. Maybe it causes the players to think a little bit more. But one thing I did see from the Morocco camp, they're making a change. Adam's coming in for a man. So I like the fact that Dory's still keen in the knockouts to say, look, everyone can play FIFA. Let's make a change to hoping for more, maybe in the final third in this second leg.
Well, Italy is slightly unexpected, but maybe not on the couch, actually. A lot of people thought Italy would come back firing on the third day here as knockouts approached.
Yeah, we mentioned how Italy, they said it's a different tournament for us. We are one of the strongest teams when we get into that knockout FIFA, and they're showing it right now. We were giving them so much credit for their performance in that first leg against Israel. That through ball, absolutely outrageous, but then that time and composure to pick out that man, the green time finish just to be sure as well. As we jump over to the Finland and Germany games in Germany, no hesitation, just take that touch, let's get it out of our feet, let's look for that finish. Sometimes players can be a little bit more, let's go for that reverse elastico, and maybe that's what the opponent expects. Germany just saying, we're going to fire that one through.
Are Germany going to find something else in this second leg, Mike Lavelle? Do you think if we're to see them look like world champions, are they going to just go up another gear?
I don't want to take anything away from Finland, but I would be surprised if Germany's not able to hold on to this lead or to make more from it and take advantage. We've been saying it, but they're kind of due to make a deep run in the E-Nations. And I like this team. I like what I see with Levi Finn. You got Umit, the previous world champion, 1v1, just came off a 2v2 result in E-Club. And then Dolan Mike coming off the bench. What a super sub to have. What an availability.
Israel, though, you've been backing them a lot. I have to talk to you about this. They haven't really found themselves in this situation so far this tournament. Are they now getting worried?
I definitely think they're feeling some of the pressure because they made a lot of chances in that game as well. It's not only that they lost 1-0, but the opportunities were made, but you didn't convert from there. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to Italy, actually. They took them out of the game. They changed the pace of the game. We keep talking about it. It's clearly part of their plan, part of their structure. They decided days ago, probably, if we play Israel, whatever the permutations that led to the matchup, we do not want to challenge them goal for goal, body for body. And you can see that that's what's happened. And then they've taken advantage of their opportunity. Beautiful through ball, as Alex was talking about. The extra pass as well. A lot of people don't have that in your locker. If you're watching at home, you think you have that extra pass. You don't. You probably don't. And it's a beautiful finish, and now it puts it where they actually are in the driving seat.
Well, maybe Alex can do that on the telestrator, and then you might have it in your locker, because Mike says you definitely don't at the moment. And let's talk about Israel a little bit more, because we said and they said they've got possibly the best 3 players of all time that Israel have ever seen in their squad. Are rotations about to happen now they're 1 goal down to the Italians?
It's a great point, and I think from what we saw in the first leg, they created 2 good chances, but they're not afraid to rotate again, because you're right, I think Roy Feldman would probably say there, and he'd be right to say we're the best Israeli and FIFA players in the last decade, and probably for years to come through. So a change wouldn't surprise me. If it is any change, it'll be Roy Feldman out, Yuval and Nisat to come, and they've been former teammates before. I generally think we could see that.
We talk about the team from Israel being on the back foot for the first time. The Italians, Alex, this is the first time we've actually seen them kind of leading a game and being on that front foot, so to speak.
This is why they love 2-leg FIFA. They can put themselves into that lead position, take that 1-0 lead, and just slow the game down and make it so difficult for the opponent. That is what their excellence is. And they said, if we can get through into that knockout stage, it doesn't matter where we finish in the groups. We know we can perform to our level and possibly be one of the favourites. 2-leg FIFA is very different to what we've seen so far. Italy are just looking to frustrate the opponents, be calm and composed in defence. And other than 1 or 2 chances, they have been relatively strong in that.
If this is how the format's going to continue, though, Mike, the Italians hate 1 leg of FIFA, but they excel in 2 legs. Are they going to start trying or having to try and improve on that? Because for them to maybe be on the cusp every time and maybe going out, we talk about them, are we going to even see them in day 3? Are they going to change things in years to come?
Personally, I don't like that we always bring up the 2 legs and the aggregate score lines and the group stage and the single elimination, because if it works, the competitors don't complain. They say, oh, I'm amazing in this. And if it doesn't work in their favor, then they use that as an excuse saying, well, I'm a better 2-legged player, or I'm better in a single game, or I'm better in this format. And I just think, or I'd rather have a Swiss, whatever it might be. And I just think it's been the go-to if it doesn't click for you, that this other form is actually what works better for me.
Do you think group stage should be 2 legs then in the future?
No, I like the groups as they are.
Okay, well, Mike's spoken, and the games are back in action as well. Can Finland turn this around, and can Israel turn this around and start scoring the goals that we've seen them being able to score in the group stages? In Morocco, Peru 0-0 after that first leg, Brandon.
Well, the question is there to be answered for Germany or Finland. Winner will play Brazil in the quarter-final stages of this year's E-Nations finals. All the games underway. We'll keep up to date for all the more. Germany may have just heard me. They've doubled their leads. Maybe they might be playing against Brazil, and Brazil should be a little bit fearful in the quarter-finals.
Oh, they should. You saw that slip, the turn, the finish, the confidence. Germany took their time to get that goal against Finland, but that is putting them in the driving seat to advance on through into the quarterfinals. Finland need to go back to how they were in the group stage. Find those chances, find those crosses, work your angles as and when you can if they want to try and compete with this Germany side.
Well, let's leave this one for a second. Let's go somewhere else if we can. Germany still lead 2-0. I'll give you the lowdown if a moment happens there. France, Sweden. As we know, it was the French side that took the lead. It's an unchanged roster. Still Fuma and Leandro Peixoto in the hot seat. So on the other side for Sweden, Optole and Oli Bolli, who played more of the games. Oli did feature for a period of time, but instead has taken that third player role. Where else can we jump to? Israel, Italy. Is there a change for Israel? There is a change. Robbie Feldman comes out. It is Nisat that comes in alongside Yuval Belli. It's a brave call, Alex, but it's one that we said could happen. Italy on the attack now, looking for their second goal in this game. What can they do from here? Ball finds its way to the edge of the box. It's defended well.
It's a call which I respect, because you have to give your players time to get into the pitch, get into the rhythm and feel the moment as well. You're giving your teammates 90 minutes to do that instead of bringing them on the 60th minute where you don't have much longer to pull that out the bag.
There was another team that made a change in the break. That was Morocco. They've had a big chance in their game. It was Adam that got subbed in for Ayman, so it's Marwan and Adam linking up. This is the chance in the goalless game. What a moment it was. The ball found its way to Mbappe, and I think it was R9 that had the final shot of goal. In hindsight, it could be 1-0 to Morocco, and in a split second nearly was 1-0 to Peru.
So many bodies around R9 there, just putting that pressure on, making it difficult for him to get that clean strike off. A big save though from the goalkeeper. Morocco may look back on that chance and think, what if? Could we have done something differently? Peru knocking on that door again.
Yeah, winner of this game plays in the Netherlands in the quarter-final stages of this year's E-Nations Cup. The Netherlands winning on that penalty shootout against the Australian side. Peru on the hunt for more after making history yesterday. First they've ever been in the E-Nations, getting to the knockout stages. Peru! Finally! Will find a breakthrough in this game.
I hope we get a replay on that, Brandon. The little agile dribbling, the shimmy to take that away from the defender, sending them. Oh, it was beautiful. Let's take a look at it. Time and composure out on the wing. Lovely feet from Mbappe. Intricate little turn, twists, making it difficult for the opponent. That pass off across, and then R9 using Kevin De Bruyne as bait, taking it to the top side of the goal, and he is always going to finish from there.
Well, the Italian job is officially underway in the round of 16. They've also had another goal in that game. It's an unchanged side of Danny Pibble and Obram. And it's all to do for Israel now. You can have a great group stage, but if you don't turn up in the knockouts, it means absolutely nothing.
Not even need for a green there, just the chip over the goalkeeper. And this is going to be a ginormous task for Israel. We saw how Italy was so good in that first leg defensively. They made it difficult, they made it hard. They struggled to create any massive, massive opportunities. Israel, big task on their hands.
Israel driving forward now. Yuval Belli and Nisat in the hot seat. This couldn't go any more perfectly for Italy, really. 2-0 lead. They can take the game slow. They can play it at their own pace. Sound timer slowly ticking away from Israel. Or not! Big goal! And that change they made proving to be the right one potentially. Back in the game with a lot of time left.
Came from a loss of possession from Italy, which will be looking back on that being very, very upset. Handing that ball over to Israel. You cannot do it. You simply cannot give them possession with that sort of ease. Israel take that chance, put themselves back into the game. Perfect time for them to score.
Italy on the hunt for a third. Couple of step overs. Ousmane Dembele will twist and turn. It's a time green finish. And Danny Pitbull, for the first time in this Nations, is off his feet. I think that shows the confidence that is now oozing out of this Italian roster. (3-1) Italy lead. Let's jump somewhere else where we can. He's still square between France and Sweden. That one's about to go into half-time. There was a golden chance. It will fall for a corner. France will have the last chance of this first half. Corner played short, finds its way to the edge of the box. This could be a big chance. Defended well by Sweden. We'll leave that one now. Half-time, still all square, 1-1 on aggregate. Finland, Germany's in a half-time also. That's 2-0 to Germany. Morocco, Peru. What's going on over there? If we can get to the game, there's 2 minutes left in this first half. Morocco just haven't been at the races, have they, in this round of 16 ties so far?
No, and it's something we've spoken about. Your day 1 and day 2 is very different when we come into day 3. I expect them to change a couple of things tactically, put some more pressure on the opponent as we come back in. It is going to be a chance for Italy on the stroke of half-time to look to try and extend that lead. The pass off across, goalkeeper movement, a big save for Israel.
Corner. This will be the last chance of the half, we can assure you on that. Italy lead 3-1, and that will do us a half-time there. All the matches in at half-time. Just to try and paint the picture for those at home. As it stands right now, it'll be the Netherlands against Peru. In a quarter-final, we'll be seeing Italy against Saudi Arabia, Argentina against France or Sweden, and Brazil against Germany. Some would argue that is the tie of the round. This is the goal that Peru scored that could be enough to send them into a quarter.
Yeah, it could be. This is Israel's pass off across, taking that chance with Mbappe. It looked like a comeback maybe there. However, Italy, a quick reply to put themselves 3-1 to the good on aggregate. The reverse elastico, the green time finish as well. A beautiful, beautiful finish. One thing you couldn't see there, as we see Sweden. Woo! Huge save.
Still looking for someone to take this game into their own hands. Sweden recycle that corner all the way across the other way up. Tolly and Ollie Bolly, top 4 they were last year in this very tournament. France still with an unchanged roster. Fuma, Leandro Peixoto. Side they've been, the achievements, the accolades they've had in the last few seasons. French League champion, European champion, especially Fuma. Decent run in the E-Club World Cup as well. Red landside wave at FC Lorient. Teammate in Stingray. Win the ball back nicely here. Marcus Rashford. It's a rare involvement in this team. De Bruyne, keep an eye on him with his long shots. He finds a way all the way across. Mbappe's in the box looking for a run. Where's that shot? Not to come in. There's been a goal, and a big goal in Germany against Finland. Is there a way back? in the tie for Finland? I think there could be, Alex.
There could be. We spoke about it time and time again. The cross coming through, the lay down as well. Henry is there to pounce and give themselves that fighting chance, Brandon.
Well, they fought their way through the group stage. Hit the Finnish side in Group B. Big chance for Germany, big save needed. And there was an even bigger chance in the Israel against Italy game. We said Israel have been chasing their way back in the tie. They need 2 goals, and they need this to go into the back of the net. The post comes to save the day for Italy.
Sometimes you look back, group stage, that goes in. The time when you need it most in knockout FIFA, the woodwork stands strong for Italy.
Italy so close to the final third of this game. And they can just look to add in a level of game management. Try and see this one out. Danny Pitbull and Obrok have looked so much better since knockout FIFA has arrived here. Still the ball somehow finds its way back to another Italian shirt. Much as Israel will fight for possession, eventually their time does come now. Thierry Henry, poor pass. It's moments like that they've just let them down.
That's brilliant from Italy. There was a chance to break there for Israel. You think they might be able to get down that line. They get their numbers back. They cover off on that middle pass as well. Israel had to go back and look to recycle a forced pass. And it just gives Italy another chance to take 3, 4, 5 minutes off the clock.
Big chance for Italy! Is that the goal that will send them into a quarter-final stage? An Israeli roster that was so good in the group. Everyone was talking about them scoring goals, being so good. But knockout FIFA is just a very different level. And it looks as if they've met their match in the Italian side.
Change of tempo, that first time pass just to penetrate through that defensive line. Israel didn't have to defend against that over the last 20 minutes or so. It's been slow, it's been patient from Italy. The change of pace caught them off guard and surely gives them a place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, let's put that one on the back burner for now because it's a 3-goal cushion for Italy. This game has got a lot more on the line. Sweden-France still 1-1. Sweden. Trying to ask a question of the goalkeeper there, but for France, they're able to match up the chance.
When we were last on this game, we saw Sweden looking so strong defensively. The constant player switches, the moving, the manipulation of where they want that defensive line and midfield to interact with each other. You can see why France are having a difficult time getting into any clear-cut opportunities.
Speaking of France, here's Klosterman. Proving his worth in these teams again. He was so good days ago in the club. R9. Twisting, turning, dancing in the box. Leandro Peixoto gets the biggest hug from his brother there. May have just done enough to send past Nation Cup winners into the final A. We'll see the goal again on the replay. Talk to me about this finish.
That was exactly what France needed. Just that little bit of confidence in their own ability to take the players on. Use those skill moves, use the angles, work the opportunity on yourself when you can. They do exactly that, and a fantastic finish as well, with big roars from across the games, Brandon.
Well, you can probably guess it's not come from this game. Let's go over and show you where it has come from. Peru were leading by a goal still. Did they double their lead or have they crumbled? We heard a roar. It's a roar from Morocco. After a group stage heartbreak last year, they look to stay in the tournament. 20 minutes left on the clock, and it's all square at 1-1.
It's a difficult one to green time as well, as Mbappe's just stretching ever so slightly to get to that ball. De Ligt not being strong enough in that tackle.
Just got a feeling in this one, Alex. Finland might have something in their locker. 2-1 down, looking for that all-important equaliser. Garincha tries to find its way through. Ball will still find its way back. Couple of step-overs. This is where Germany needs to be a lot better. Finland still, they're back in the tie. Do not write them off.
I love Kosu. Absolutely love the energy he brings to this esport. The shush is coming out. The press was on. The time is now for Finland.
He loves the cameras as well, doesn't he, Kosu?
Don't blame him. He backs it up.
are about to be deja vu for Germany. Always seem to just struggle in the Nations. The furthest they've ever been is the round of 16. France now looking to conclude the tie. Keeper's off his feet, 2 hands on it. Quick updates for you then as we look around the grounds. France against Sweden, 2-1, 81 minutes on the clock. Morocco, Peru, 72 minutes on the clock. That's 1-1. Italy look to be cruising past Israel, 4-1 they lead. And last but not least, Germany, Finland. That one is in a pause, 2-2. The Finnish duo have just equalised in that game. Lots to unfold here still. Sweden still very much in the tie here. What can they show us here? Last 5 minutes. Up Ollie Bolly, what have you got in your locker? The press is there, so many yellow shirts. Big win from Hullet, has to win it. He will on the rebound, only his fault. There's a French chance to break for France. To take more time out of the game. They're mature, they're clever, they don't need another goal, but they might find one. No, they won't. Take more minutes out the tie. Is what Coach Brian will be saying. Top 8 guarantee. They will go up against Argentina in a quarter-final worth $75,000. Added time to follow now, probably just a minute or two. Taking every second they want, Alex.
Smart, tactical from France. It's what you need to do in these moments. Just giving Sweden no sniff of that ball.
Surely game over, 8 seconds in game left. France top 8, let's get a full time here and let's leave the game. Top 8 guaranteed, France, Argentina is written in the bracket. I think for me, Germany, Finland is probably the game we go to. I know we're in the closing stages of this one. Italy look to be through. 4-1 winners. Is it going to be a 5-1 win against Israel? Not to be on this occasion. Israel, such a good group stage, but it will be a round of 16 exit again for the trio of Rowie Felber, Nuval Belli and Nisa. Italy doing what they need to do. We've got bigger news to bring you. Germany against Finland. Every single time we come to the Nations, we question this Germany side, and that is why 91 minutes on the clock, Finland have just sent home Germany out the tournament again. Round of 16. Out the tournament, Finland's top 8 in a FIFAe Nations Cup. Heartbreak for defending world champion of it, Levy Finn, Mike. They are out of the tournament. I don't know why. They just don't seem to place well in the E-Nations Cup.
What a moment for Finland. Kosu, Jerkos. You can see what it means to them there. We said they might not play pretty FIFA, pretty football. It does not matter. Knocking out Germany of Umit and Levy Finn. At times throughout this tournament, Brandon, they looked excellent.
Well, it was only days ago he was lifting the trophy in a 2v2 tournament. This time it will not be the case. There's been a moment in Peru against Morocco. As soon as we can, they're in a pause at the moment. We'll give you the latest of what happened in that game. It's Peru that have scored in the 89th minute. We did not see that as Finland just erupted against Germany. It looks as if Morocco will be crashing out the round of 16. Peru after a group stage exit last year, or if Morocco got something special here. What a save. Corner to be played. There are seconds left in the tie for Morocco to try and get an equaliser. Everybody's up there, including the goalkeeper. Corner played short. Have to get into that box now. Corner again. We've played the 2 minutes of added time. It's got to go now, you can't play back. Morocco looking for an equaliser. Finds Hullet! And finds an equaliser! Morocco stay alive in the FIFAe Nations Cup.
Wow, wow, wow. They had that huge chance in the 90th minute. They took their time, they're patient on the corners. Dory, the coach there, active in that booth, keeping confidence high, and they get rewarded for it. Extra time on the cards.
Set pieces. We say in 2v2 FIFA how important set pieces are, Alex. Look no further than that example.
I think as well, that chance that you just had, that's playing on your mind, knowing that you literally have these last attacks. The referee is about to blow the whistle. To have the confidence to just take that strike with Hullet, just huge.
Well, they're not out yet. Peru know more than anyone about late-minute goals and last-minute drama from their group stage they had yesterday, going through on goal difference. Here's the goalie on the replay. It's R9 to Mbappe, and it's Hullet that just peels off in a pocket of space. The goalie was in the box. Every single Moroccan shirt was in the box there trying to get a goal back.
If you're Peru, you're looking at that. There was two defenders there, looking ready for a block, but they just don't get on it. Hullet strikes the ball with power, with venom on that weak foot. And we have 30 minutes more of top quality FIFA action.
We have to remember that Morocco had a big change in between the two legs there. Adam's come in. It's a crazy story for Morocco, by the way. Catch up Mr. Dory about it. You've got Marwan and Ayman, two players that basically have moved country to play FIFA Esports. One lives in France, one lives in Germany. But then Adam, this third player, he plays FIFA in Morocco. He can't compete in the FGS. He's just playing any online cup he can, any online tournament he can. And the fact that he's at the same level of these guys and performing on this stage, Alex, it just shows how much of a graft he puts in.
It's true credit to them and a credit to the whole Moroccan camp as well. Dory mentioned on day one that there's language barriers there. They have to go through translators, get those messages across. The whole team putting in their shift to try and take this Morocco team as far as they can in this tournament, just like we saw in the World Cup 6 months ago.
What tournament that one was for Morocco. Real pitch or virtual. The feeling is still the same. Anyone behind this Moroccan side, Peru, will be kicking themselves. 89th minute in the game, they took a 2-1 lead. Could have been sitting there waiting to play the Netherlands in a quarter-final. That's not the case. Extra time needed. Camavinga. Don't want to see that one again. Step over. Puts out of play. Both these nations have already set the record in this tournament for them, both for group last year. Mr. Dory did say the words, last year was just a learning experience for us. This year it would be different. So far it has been. Ronaldinho, Peru. Down that dangerous area with a corner for their efforts. It was a corner. It kept Peru in the time. Mbappe does get pulled short, but just keep an eye on who's moving in and around the box. I think I can see a wild Erling Haaland on the pitch around the penalty area. Corner played short. Gigi Buffon, his shapeshifter. Wins a corner again. Keep an eye on Haaland still. Number 21, it looks to be just around that 6-yard box. Every time they change the kick take, looking to get milliseconds on their opponent for a flick or on a touch. Mbappe there just as a distraction on the edge of the box. Not used. Power shot maybe, edge of the box. No, Militao. Finds Ronaldinho. Look to twist and turn. Virgil van Dijk punches that one across. There's Haaland, there's Mbappe. He gets pushed to the ground. Nothing comes of that.
Peru just trying to find the moment there to get past that defensive strong line from Morocco. Cagey affair between both of these sides. A mistake now, and surely, that could be it.
Well, it should be half-time. Referee's played this last chance on. Camavinga panics to get it clear. It takes into half-time. 50 minutes away from penalties. We saw it in the match on the opposite side of the bracket between Australia and the Netherlands. Not happy, Marwan. Mr. Dory in there. So from what we were saying, it seems like Marwan can only speak French. Adam can speak a bit of English and Arabic. I don't know how they've managed to work this team. It's like some multiple translation going on.
Sometimes you just have players that just gel on that pitch together. Richard Butley said it a few days ago. FIFA is a love language in itself. And they found it work. However, we will say, they are looking animated right now. There's conversations between one another, not happy with their final chances. And I just wish at times we could just have a microphone there just to hear those conversations. These are the moments that these players train for week in, week out. They play in their tournaments, the FGS season, to be here. All come down to now. Those conversations are difficult.
Well, 15 minutes left to find that all-important match winner. Who's got the extra minerals to send themselves into a quarter-final tie against the Netherlands. There's a couple of late changes made into the extra time period, including Erling Haaland. What will he bring into this team, other than hopefully goals?
Got the ability to drive from the halfway line. If you can get the step over off with him, you can go left, you can go right. He's such a difficult force to stop in that tracks. Any first time over the tops that may come through, the ability to cross into him. He's just a different sort of outlet that Peru haven't had to deal with so far in this match.
Second now, I thought
Hartson.
Camavinga might have been off for the easiest chances at goals you'll see. Last 8 minutes. This year's FIFAe Nations Cup. It's the last round of 16 games to conclude. 16 will become 8. Peru. Haaland needs to get himself in the box, not on the edge of the box. It's happened a few times there. Trying to use a skill move, just can't find the right exit. Possession given away back to Morocco. Will this be their time now? Just to build into the final chance of the game. Wait until that added time does tick over. Remember, they scored in the 92nd minute from a corner to equalise the tie. They're in the half. Well, we're in the half of Peru. Everything must be perfect now. Camavinga finds Haaland. Back to R9 again. Haaland still. Could there be a moment for Haaland just to pull away? No, he can't. Peru, this is your chance.
Yeah, Morocco passed that baton over to Peru for that last attack of the game. Brave for Morocco to go for it. Peru with 1 minute left on the clock.
Are we in for penalties, people? Or is there one more chance for Morocco to get this ball forward? Mbappe, keep an eye on the run from R9, defended well by Militao. Penalties to decide a spot in this year's quarter-final stages. Up steps Morocco first, and then Mbappe, who misses from the spot. Peru, can they make it 1 from 1? It's Mbappe, this time in the white shirt of Peru, who misses as well.
Morocco living on the line there. Their chance to go 1 up in this penalty shootout. R9 steps up, calm as you like, top left. Peru, can you equal that? Ronaldinho, calm as you like.
We'll square 1-1. Into round 3 we shall go. Pullet steps up for Morocco. Misses. Big chance for Kevin De Bruyne to give Peru the all-important advantage from the spot. Who will score?
Advantage Peru. Morocco up now for their 4th penalty. Haaland goes left. Comfortable. Peru. Virgil van Dijk. Save Van der Sar.
We're all square again. Round 5 we go into. Tony Cruz from the spots. Misses. Peru, you score. You are in the quarter-final stages of this year's FIFAe Nations Cup. Up steps Erling Haaland from the spot. Saved again. Sudden death continues. Camavinga for Morocco. Can he score? Yes, he can. Peru have to score to stay in the tournament. Camavinga, this time for Peru, does score. We continue again.
Going all the way here in sudden death, and Nkunku for Morocco. Brilliant penalty.
Have to score, Peru. Pressure back to them. Christopher Nkunku for Peru. Which will he go? Does score.
Equaling each other out exceptionally well in this penalty shootout. We are down into defenders. Cafu for Morocco.
Back to you, Peru. Sudden death, need a goal. Militao from the spot from Peru. Misses! Morocco are in the quarter-finals of the FIFAe Nations Cup. They are history makers, maybe even history breakers, if they can continue this run. Top 8 guaranteed.
Wow, wow, wow. It looked as if Peru were on their way. 92nd minute. Morocco fight to that last whistle and all the way through into penalties. Taking inspiration out of their footways there.
Mr. Dory trying to tell everyone to calm down there, Rachel, but I don't think anyone is going to be able to stay calm after that.
Heartbreak, isn't it, for Peru? It's the worst way to go out, isn't it? They held their nerve for so long in that match against this team here, who was so good over the course of the group stages. Battled their way in the end, though, through to the round of 16, and then really did battle their way through that penalty shootout there. It's always so difficult as well, Aggie, as well, isn't it, when they go to sudden death there? It's who can hold their nerve, really.
Yeah, neither of them could. I guess it was a game of feeling, two very emotional teams, and what a game. I mean, we've just been watching, and not only that one, also the other ones. I mean, wow.
I mean, Peru have had quite a dramatic tournament as well. They obviously had to win that game over India to get through, but this was the winning moment for Morocco as they just saved that goal there from Peru. Absolutely. It just says it all, doesn't it?
I just feel like, compared to the other nation, the amount of support that Morocco have got in this tournament, because it just, as Mr. Dory was saying yesterday, football on the real pitch, on the virtual pitch, the love is still the same.
Yeah, it reminds me actually of the real pitch last year when Morocco went away to the semi-finals. You can hear it behind absolute scenes, Ben. You're with the Moroccan side.
There's some serious noise in here, I'll tell you. Guys, quick interview. Firstly, how are you feeling? You made it through.
Well, obviously it's a lot of emotions coming in. I see that one of my players. Can you all first go shake their hands, please? Amen. Go shake their hands, please. Go to them. We'll go later back. Yeah, of course, a lot of emotion. You can hear we have a lot of fans here. The whole community is behind us. My phone has been non-stop buzzing from all the messages. The community is amazing. And I just have to say, we had to go to the last seconds to actually score. And then on penalties, taking that final penalty to eventually win it, yeah, the best written story, I think.
It looked like going into extra time, you guys were maybe not arguing, but there were some quite tense words being shared. Can you tell us what you were saying going into extra time?
Ouais, il te demande qu'est-ce que tu as dit quand on a commencé les prolongations.
I said it's another game that starts now and we have to focus. We didn't do well in extra time too, but at the end we win, so alhamdulillah.
Did you know you're the only team in terms of everyone from your group went through? Every single team from Group B went through to the next round. It shows you it was a strong group that you were in.
Yeah, I think it was a very strong group and people underestimate us still, even now. People were underestimating Peru. We didn't. They adapted very well to our playing style. And I think with the switch that we made between Ayman and Adam after the first game, I think it paid off in the end.
There was 2 games in the last 16 that went to penalties, obviously your match and the Netherlands match, and you play Netherlands in the next round. What do you think of that match?
I think it will be a tough game, and inshallah we will win. We go for it. We go all for it.
Go for it. You've got your fans. They absolutely love that one. Enjoy the moment, and we'll see you in the next round. Congratulations, Morocco. Fantastic stuff. Right, is Finland is still up there. I want to go talk to Finland now. I thought they might have done a runner. Okay, made them wait for the penalty shootout, so I'll have a jog up the stairs. Guys, it's probably calmed down a bit more in here, but 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, when you secured that win against Germany, you guys were going crazy. Has it sunk in yet?
No. I subbed off before the last half, and these guys just... they're brothers, so they know each other well, and all of us have like similar play styles, so it's easy to hop in, and luckily Jerkos did the job.
I think it's fair to say that you've exceeded people's expectations of Finland. I'm not doing you any disservice. You're the smallest country in terms of population left in the tournament. I think you've got about 5 million people in Finland, but you're playing against countries with a lot more players to choose from. How does it feel to be doing such a great job for your country?
Obviously, it's been a dream of, I could say, all of us to represent Finland, whether it's in football or in FIFA, and it's obviously the biggest tournament for me personally that I can represent my country.
Now, you've just knocked out Germany, a very well-respected nation, a nation with Umut in the team, who is the reigning FIFA E-World Cup champion and won a 2v2 tournament last week in the E-Club World Cup. If that wasn't hard enough, you've now got to face Brazil, the reigning FIFA E-Nations champions. Can you get through that one as well?
Yes.
Simple as that. Listen, if they take on Brazil and beat them, that will be one of the stories of competitive FIFA as far as I'm concerned. They have a hard route, Finland, but so far, so good. They're very happy, as you can tell.
Well, very happy and very confident as well, Sven. Well, 2 sets of brothers as well into the final 8. France got through, didn't they? And they play another South American side in the side of Argentina, and then the 2 brothers from Finland take on, like Spencer just said, Brazil. How's that ever happened, Aggie? Have we ever had 2 pairs of brothers in the final 8 of a World Cup?
I don't think 2. As Mike was saying, there were the German twins back then, but it's way back and it was different times. So, I mean, it's quite remarkable. And I got to say credits to Finland. What a comeback. I mean, it was a matter of 45 virtual minutes. They made a sub and it paid off. So, yeah, huge for them.
Just shows us all, doesn't it? If you know your teammate really, really well, like these brothers do, you could go all the way. You just know how they play, don't you, compared to anybody else. When you go home, possibly if you're at an organisation and you're playing there and you're training there, you put the controller down. These two sets of brothers can go home and continue playing in the house where their brother lives, possibly at this age still.
That's what I was going to say. I'm sure they probably live together still, don't they? So constantly playing, constantly practicing, but that would be a world's first, seeing the Peixoto brothers against maybe the Finnish brothers.
Obviously got 2 really big opponents, haven't they? They're both those European teams, Brazil and Argentina. Are we going to see one of those European sides knock out the powerhouses of South America here, Aggie?
They'll come in, both of the European teams, as underdogs for those 2 matches, if you ask me. It's definitely possible. I mean, Finland has surprised everyone. France, Argentina should be a massive game as well. Hard to separate these 2, but I think I'll still go in South America's way so far. I think they look great, both of the teams, very solid, didn't concede a lot of chances. So, yeah, super interesting.
That Finnish side are really confident. They just said that to Spencer. And they should be, because they just knocked out Umut, the world champion from last week, and still the defending champion from last year as well. Alex, you have something to break down for us from that Finnish side, I believe.
Yeah, we've got multiple goals to bring you massive moments so far here in the round of 16. Looking forward to the quarterfinals. What we're going to talk to you about first of all is going to be Italy's performance against Israel. To jump into it, we are going to notice some confidence in their play style. When the ball comes out to the wing here, it's all about what can you do with Dembele. So many times we see the ball come back off a cross for you to work across that side of your screen. However, we're going to get this nice and slow as we can. Dembele takes a little bit of the shimmy, and then when you come into there, you can see straight away, Israel are thinking the ball is going to come across the R9. That's where Italy have got that little bit of techers about them to say, no, we can look for that reverse elastico and take on our defender right in front of us. It then becomes a 1v1 battle. There's no point in you going in towards where a defender is. Let's go to where the space is and trust Dembele on that left foot for the finish on the far side of the goal. Green time as well, just to have that extra composure and that extra sauce to ensure that you score that goal. Then, Italy, what did they do to basically ensure that they were going to be victorious? It was about the change of tempo. We mentioned it in the broadcast live. Italy, they were being slow at times, they were being patient, they were trying to frustrate Israel in the best way that they could. When this ball comes into the middle, you have beat the midfield and the defensive line. You've got into this area. Now it's about, you've got numbers in front of you, you've got runners. You can use those runners should you wish. And how do you want to use them best? Well, it's about being quick and being direct. Can we look for some first-time passes into either any of those players? You can do the maths yourself. It doesn't work very well for Israel. There's 2 centre-backs with numbers either side of them and players running against them. That little first-time pass from R9, again, the green time finish. Brilliant work from Italy. And we just mentioned how Finland have found themselves through into the next round. How did they do it? If you take a look at the top left of your screen, Germany, Finland 1-1, 2-1 on aggregate, there is 10 minutes remaining. Constant pressure can work a treat for you. If you apply that, you are going to see, as soon as you lose the ball, you close angles down, you close positions down. Every player will go and select a man to isolate and put pressure. They get touch tight onto the opponent. Immediately, Klosterman is under pressure. Now, Germany were thinking, we're going to play out from the back. We're going to work our way into the opponent's half. Finland applying that pressure, being a little bit more precise in their finishing throughout that game. And Wout Weghorst, we've not seen him from anyone else in this tournament. He's delivered for them to get them into that equal position. But the story wasn't done there. Finland, of the 18-yard box. Let's just rewind it. Let's just notice how quick, look at Hullet on the top side of that screen. How quickly do they select it? It's now. Well, Germany are too late to spot this. They get through, they pick Van Dijk, and then they pick their right wing back, but the run is already there from Hullet. You are not going to stop that man from just driving through and getting into those areas. It's an excellent goal from Finland. We've seen so many crosses from them. We've seen so many opportunities and goals scored for them. I'm absolutely loving the way that Finland play, and I'm sure you guys on the couch are as well, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much for breaking those two moments from the two teams down there for us. Alex, let's just have a quick chat continuing about Finland. Obviously, Finland knocked out a world champion. They're playing Brazil. Brazil also knocked out a world champion in the form of your friend, Anders. Who's more confident?
I think the way that Finland won gives them a massive boost, but I think Brazil knows what this is about. They've been at this stage before. They won this competition. So I think that should give them the edge in terms of confidence. They've been trying to be at this stage. Yeah, I'll say that they're a bit more confident.
Yeah, we couldn't get back-to-back champions last week. We may still get it this week because the Brazilian side are still in it. Well, let's just confirm then our final 8 in the quarter-finals. We're going to see them in action in a few moments' time. And the first one you'll get to see is the Netherlands taking on Morocco. And then in a short while, it'll be Saudi Arabia taking on Italy. That Italian side have really looked like a different team. Haven't outs. On the other side of the draw, we get to see Argentina take on France. And Brazil take on Finland. They both, didn't they, the Brazilian side and the Finnish side just from last week. Two big South American teams still in it. And then to well, quick word, guys, on Italy. Alex, you just broke that down, so I'll go to Brandon on this one. Italy 4-1 over Israel, who had scored 28 goals before that. How did they not manage to score 8 goals, or many goals, past that Italian side, Brandon?
I don't know. I think you just look at that team and you say, look, we didn't do well in the best-of-1 group stage. We couldn't find a way to play. We were conceding early. We weren't holding on to games. And maybe they just did lots of research coming into that one. I think for Israel, something just did not click today. But for Italy, look at the two individuals there. You've got an E-World Cup Grand Finalist this year. You've had E-World Cup Grand Finalists from past years. Serie A champion. Two really good experienced players. And I think they just came out on top in the end.
Yep. Let's talk about the first quarterfinal we'll see, Alex. Netherlands taking Morocco. Both struggled a little bit to get through. Both had to go extra time and penalties, like Spen said. Morocco, though, they're coming in fresh. They're coming firing. They haven't had much time to wait. Surely that kind of gives them a little bit of an advantage?
I think it does, and also as well, I think when we look at both of those teams, Netherlands, I would argue, are better on paper. I think the 3 players that Netherlands have are excellent FIFA players. But then when it's Morocco, I think it's just that family vibe that they've got. They never give up, they never give in. They believe in each one of each other. And when you have that, not saying that Netherlands don't as well, of course they do, but it's just something different about this Moroccan side right now. They're just going to the last whistle and winning football matches.
The Moroccans, they said, they feel like brothers here, and they're brothers in arms. A few moments ago, I hope they've had a few minutes to calm down as the heart rate gone back down to resting, because they're ready in the tunnel to take on the Netherlands in the first quarter-final.
It's time to welcome to the stage our first quarter-finalists, starting off with the Netherlands, who, of course, are going up against Morocco, fresh off of 2 back-to-back penalty wins for these two teams, actually. And very close in the FIFA.gg ranking, 17th Morocco in the world, Netherlands 19th, so not a lot to choose between them on paper. Welcome to the stage, guys. Quarter-final time is among us. Before we do our coin toss, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Have you had a chance to study your opposition, Morocco, ahead of this game?
We didn't watch the 90 minutes, but we watched the extra time, of course, because we had to wait here because our game should have started at 6. We both went to PKs, so it was tense for both of us, and I think it's going to be an equal match.
We've seen great use of substitutions in this tournament so far. Are we likely to see any use of substitutions in this game?
Sorry, what did you say?
Are we likely to see any changing of players and substitutions in this game?
No, Emre and Levy will start, but of course, when things don't go to plan, we have to make changes probably.
Okay, best of luck to you as I cross over to Morocco. You literally just finished your game. Have you calmed down since that penalty shootout? Are you ready to go again?
Yeah, we must calm down because it's a whole new game now, and there is a semi-final to reach, so we are ready now.
How do you feel about your chances going up against the Netherlands? You are ranked higher than them in the world, currently 17th against 19th. Does that make you the favourites?
No, does not make us the favourites because they are good players. We practice against them. I think it will be an equal game, and the best wins.
Okay, well, good luck to both teams. We've got head referee James here from FIFA who's going to do our coin toss to decide who will have kick-off in the second game. We've got blue side of the coin, we've got purple side of the coin today. And whatever side wins the coin gets the kick-off in the second game. Can you let us know which side is which?
Sure. Netherlands is blue, Morocco is purple.
Okay, take it away, James. So Netherlands is blue, Morocco is purple. It's gonna be blue. It's gonna be blue, which is the Netherlands, I believe. So Netherlands will have kick-off in the second match, and if it goes to extra time as well. You can make your way to your booths, guys. Best of luck. Go and get in position. Massive games only left now, and I'm going to hand over to our casters for this one.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Great to see the players out and ready for a huge quarter-final. Myself, Richard Buckley, and Mike LaBelle guiding you through our first quarter of the 4 that's going to be coming your way. If you are just joining us, Argentina, Brazil, Finland, France, Italy, Saudi Arabia, and the 2 quarterfinals are about to see go to battle Morocco and the Netherlands. Are you surprised by our top 8?
I think I'm surprised that almost all of the top 8 comes from 2 groups. We were talking about it before it came to us. We're saying, well, I guess Group A and B were definitely the best of the groups based on these next round of results. It's only Brazil that's left from Group C and D, and I would say coming into this, Brazil was definitely a favorite, but this matchup in particular, I don't know that either team looked fantastic in their game or very definite. They needed extra time. They needed penalty kicks. Netherlands came in as a favorite against Australia. You said that might be the upset. It was close in that. Peru, I actually think they kind of battled that game, and that's not to take anything away from Morocco. Morocco's been playing really well over the course of the last few days, but 90th minute goal from Morocco. Yep. You saw the emotion. You saw the pop-off. You saw what that looked like. And then even if you talk about penalty kicks, Peru had the chance to win. They weren't able to convert. So credit to Morocco showing that heart, having the battle back, having that endurance, having the passion, having the perseverance. They did the deed, and I'm wondering if they can carry that momentum in. But the point that I'm making is that neither team, I don't think we've seen the best of either Netherlands or Morocco up to this point.
It's not the first time that we've seen this from Morocco, because I'll take you back to the qualifiers. They won the Middle East and Africa qualifier, beating South Africa in the final match. The first leg was 6-0 to South Africa. Morocco won the second leg 7-0. Granted, there's a lot of permutations to do with connection and playing on who's host and whatnot, but still, you lose the first game 6-0, you fight back, you win the second game 7-0. This team does not lie down. Morocco are a great nation. They've got such support behind them. I know Coach Bassey's probably at home. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it out here. He will be supporting them every single step of the way. And they just always seem to find a way.
I mean, you look at the remaining 8 teams, I would say Morocco pops off the page, and same with Finland being maybe the 2 nations that you weren't sure if they would be able to get into this point, especially Finland. Just
Absolutely.
due to the matchups they had, the game that you just saw with Germany, it was wild. It was almost a collapse from Germany as well. You saw the constant pressure. You couldn't deal with it. We heard Alex talk about it. And not only did they make the comeback, but they got that late winner and closed out this game. And I look at this, if I'm Morocco, I'm happy that I'm playing back-to-back. I would not have preferred that break in between. You just came off the sticks. Everything's hot. Everything's warm. And your confidence has to be through the roof.
Well, let's turn the page and have a look at the Netherlands, because they also came through a penalty shootout, as Spence said on the stage. That was against Australia in the round of 16. They finished second in their respective group. That would be Group A on 19 points. 19 points in Group B tops you the group. So take of that what you will if we're looking at the groups. When you look at their sort of that team, 3 fantastic individuals. I like the addition of Manu Bashir sort of coming in, and whether it's in a penalty shootout, whether it's in extra time, they always seem to do the deed. But look, I mean, we'll just let you see these pictures at home. The Moroccan team having the huddle, and I'm sure there's going to be a bit of noise as well coming with this.
Well, in order to have the success, you have to have levels of commitment, of course, and for everyone at home, all these teams work towards this event all year long. So it's not as if they just showed up, they just got partnered, they just coordinated. They've been dedicating their entire year for these types of moments, and that's why you have the energy, the pop-offs, the type of immaculate vibes that have been on display. I saw chairs getting beat up, things were getting thrown around, interviews, smiles, drama, tears.
Sunglasses.
All the above, all the above. But I think we should touch on Netherlands. I call them the trifecta, but potentially the strongest if you're looking at 3 players individually, when I'm talking about the likes of Levy, the likes of Yilmaz, who already won ECL, Manu Bashir coming from that Team Hullet, that same collective, Renzo grouping, if you will. But in a 2v2, it's really only Levy that's had some of the results and being teamed up with Alito. We saw the E-Club before. We also saw the E-Club last year. We saw the EA Sports Cup, where they were the winners of that as well.
And they just seem to get over the line. They've not had a great history in this tournament. They lost in the round of 16 last year to Sweden, the Netherlands. And the 2019, they got grouped, believe it or not.
I would argue that they're similar to Germany in some ways with the E-Nations. They haven't had the breakthrough, but you look at individual players, individual successes, and even 2v2 successes with club teams. It's been there. There's been handshakes, hugs, trophies lifted, all the above.
Manu Bashir was the Eredivisie champion with Vitesse earlier on this season. Do you know who was hosting that event at the Eredivisie?
Dan Gaskin.
The man stood behind Morocco, Mr. Dory. He was watching it all unfold. Maybe he's got a little bit more knowledge than he like Son.
Yeah, well, these guys already played against each
Dutch
other.
team.
They train together sometimes. You know everybody in the competition. The who's who knows the who's who.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great game. Expect it to go long. Both teams coming off the back of penalty shootout wins. Neither looked super convincing in their respective games. Both were quite low scoring. They had spells but didn't sustain it over a long period of time. As here we are into the FIFAe Nations Cup quarter-final. Morocco kicking from left to right, all in red, green shorts, and from right to left will be the Netherlands in blue.
In a perfect world, I'd love an opening goal, early opening goal. Because what we have seen as a theme today is games that go late, often very cagey affairs. A lot of it's dictated via that first leg.
Yeah, the first leg, neither team necessarily plays to win it. They both play to lose. I think that's what we've seen for a number of the matches over the course of the knockouts thus far. Morocco, see the team that they're utilising here. A few players, including Sami Yeto out wide, Zidane, R9.
And I don't think that's fair. I don't think they're playing not to win or anything along those lines. It's just more passive. They're not as forceful. You're missing some of that final resolute. You're just not seeing players go for it the same way, knowing that they have that second leg.
But you have to be in the second leg. So maybe just in the back of the mind there is we'll just keep it a little bit tighter, because you can't win the tie in the first leg, but you can certainly lose it. As you see, pretty solid back five there for the Netherlands at the heart of it. You can't miss him, 6'8" in stature. Milinkovic-Savic. Thierry Henry coming in from the wide positions. Roussillon, another addition to these squads that has just shaped the teams in completely different avenue. That's great playing around the box. Reverse Elastico, good defending from Morocco. But it's positive signs for Netherlands. A mistake at the back there from Morocco, giving them possession away. It's going to fall nicely to Thierry Henry. What does he have in the locker? An elastico, creating the space.
It's good recovery defense. Henry, right place, right time. You see that elastico, the quick turn. We're always trying to lean on that left foot, which sounds weird saying this about Henry, but again, new item, new introduction, new capabilities, and he has been a game changer in the competitive scene.
He didn't start this particular game, Adam Hatake, however he did finish it in the last round. It's going to be Ayman and Marwan for Morocco trying to get the job done. For the Netherlands, we heard it on the stage, Emre Yilmaz, Champions League winner and one of the best players this entire season, getting the start alongside Levi David, Manu Shaw.
If you're viewing this from an accomplishment standpoint, it's very clear that Netherlands would be the favorite. They have the bigger names. Yes. They have more wins under the belt. A lot of that, I will say, is 1v1. There are some 2v2 successes, especially when you're looking at Levy and Alito. But
not with another Dutch. Yeah.
Correct. Correct. Even if you're looking at the Dutch league, same issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance here for Netherlands. They've been building up quite nicely in the opening 25 minutes, getting the ball into Kylian Mbappe. Whether it's Thierry Henry coming in from the back post, they are starting to just tick over. This is going to be a long, drawn-out affair. Make sure you strap in because you're up for another 45 minutes of top-quality FIFA Esports action. The winner of this game guarantees themselves $75,000 and a finals day here at the Nations Cup. In what could be, I mean, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say a nicer side of the draw as well. You're avoiding Brazil, you're avoiding France, and you're avoiding Argentina.
And potentially it would have been Germany as well.
Yeah.
Finland didn't have that upset against Germany.
If you win this game, you're looking probably...
You've got to be happy. You have to be happy with the draw.
Look ahead.
You have to be happy with the draw. I mean, you still have to go out and get those wins. You have to take a commanding role. You have to input your position. You can't necessarily look at it like that, but you can't be mad about how you got positioned.
Here is Mbappe. He's just off the back of that player lock, creating a little bit of space. Frenkie de Jong pinged into Mbappe. A couple of step overs. They are just ever so slightly starting to tick this Netherlands side.
And everything's been right. Missing maybe that final prolific play. You've seen a lot of the skill moves, but I think there needs to be a second skill, even after step overs. The way that Morocco defended, where they stepped off, you need that secondary skill move or third skill move just to bait them into an error.
And again, it's the Netherlands just pickpocketing, really, intercepting in the middle of the park. Just as I say that, they do it once again. Morocco, maybe a little bit of nerves just starting to creep in. It's also energy-wise, you've just come off the back of such a high. You now have to settle again. You can't come in with that level of sort of aggression and...
You can also tell us two stories here. You can say you're watching Netherlands, you say it's got to be coming. Surely they're going to have the goal-scoring opportunity, or they're going to convert. But on the reverse side, if you're Morocco, you're not down, it's 0-0, you start thinking to yourself, maybe it's my time. We haven't played that great, but we haven't given up anything. We've had a lot of bend, but don't break defense.
When you're playing poorly and you're still in the game, that's when you start to think, okay, we're in this.
My confidence is on the up and up. When I'm competing and I know that I'm not in my best flow, I'm not being fluid, I'm giving the ball away. I'm not having all the extra details and those particulars that we keep talking about. It's not clicking, but I'm not losing a game. I'm drawing even. I feel good about it. I just have to fix what's happening on the virtual pitch.
We'll look to be going into half-time at 0-0. How the Netherlands will once again knock on the door. Frenkie de Jong, he's been at the heart of everything. Greensheim Travella will sail out for a corner, and the referee will let the Netherlands take it. R9 into Ousmane Dembele, floating to the back stick. Wasn't convincing by any stretch of the imagination from Edwin van der Sar, but it just does enough.
But those could be those moments as well. Inserting some corruption, a little bit of that extra havoc in the box. Goalkeeper comes out, it's mispositioned. Maybe you get a header that you can resurface and recycle. You can knock it down, you can do something with it.
You just see the tale of two different nations right here. Mr. Doria, a lot more vocal, maybe more of a man manager. On the other side of it, with Renzo, he's got the tablet out, he's got the coaching device, and he's well and truly giving some instructions.
Well, if you're Morocco, you can't be happy with that. The only takeaway is at least you didn't concede. But you didn't have any chances. We didn't see breakthrough. You didn't put pressure on Netherlands on the defensive end, in the midfield. Definitely not via the attack.
It's just fascinating watching that Moroccan side.
They are animated. There's no denying it.
That's one thing they are for certain.
I think even if you're a neutral, you sort of want to see Morocco score just because you don't know what could happen. The chair never stood a chance.
No.
I think it was the first time that I've seen that. I hope that it's been clipped somewhere. I saw a punch. The chair legitimately took one to the head.
I don't know if you remember the East Asia qualifiers a couple of years ago when Jay punched the camera when he qualified. He gave the camera a right jab.
I'm not mad. I like some emotion. I like some passion in my FIFA players.
Back underway in the second half. You're watching the FIFAe Nations Cup quarter-finals. In the commentary position, Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle guiding you through every single kick as One Nation looks to set up a semi-final tie.
And I said it before we got started, in a perfect world, an early goal would have been ideal.
Netherlands just picking up where they left the first half. That pass ever so slightly on the wrong side of him. But if you are a Dutch FIFA fan right now, you must be thinking it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, their build-up and their counter-press both look not only decisive, but dangerous. They're getting the ball into the right locations. They're getting a lot of key interceptions in the middle of the pitch. Therefore, they're not being forced. They're not under pressure the same way.
They come forward once again, the Netherlands. This is a big chance. Mbappe with the step over. Goalkeeper movement. Exceptional to shift him to the near post and still nearly went in.
Just fantastic. And if you question maybe that hitting the post, because of the goalkeeper movement, it also shifts the animations, it shifts the aiming. It sometimes can shift how that offensive player approaches those finishes and the result of those finishes. To micromanage that was fantastic for Morocco after a couple of defensive errors.
Well, they've not really played well in the slightest. They're looking to just get something going here at Morocco. Renato Sanchez and Ruud Gullit linking up in the middle of the park. Here is Ronaldo Navarro, but he runs straight into Hernandez, and the Netherlands haven't really had to do too much defensively in this game. Morocco's not made them worry.
Netherlands would love to have that back. They had the break, the opportunity. Very early goalkeeper movement, didn't take advantage of it, didn't anticipate it. I think Morocco chose wrong. There was a big opportunity on a break there, a lot of space to work with. Went for a lob knockdown approach. Player wasn't into position yet. It also wasn't the right matchup. When we look at some of those knockdowns, those chip through balls, the lobbing the ball forward, even the deep throws, the long throws, you want to make sure you've got your 6'5", 6'6", in some cases with Savic, 6'8", player in that location. He's already identified it. You have the matchup, and it's not a 50-50 anymore. It's now an 80-20.
And it's not the chip that necessarily is OP or strong. It's the player that you're chipping to.
Correct.
You can't. You're not chipping it to Sami Eto'o at the back post. You want it to be, I mean, for Morocco, Gullit, Zidane, De Ligt if you put him forward from centre back.
Well, I talk about it time and time again. It's about not only identifying the matchup, but then being able to take advantage. And also the timing plays a factor as well. If you go too late or too early, you're no longer giving your player the best opportunity for the 50-50.
Take me through this chance, because it was the only opportunity the Netherlands have had.
R9,
clear
you see
cut.
The step over without changing direction from Mbappe is because he's anticipating that he was going to cut back. Early goalkeeper movement, fantastic goalkeeper movement. It's got to be said. A lot of compliments to Morocco there. Fantastic read. It comes off the post, but a reason that it also comes off the post is because the goalkeeper's standing there sitting on it. You almost need the post to help you out. You got to rattle something.
Rattle the post.
He did rattle the post. Indeed. I mean, surely...
Morocco with a chance here.
Oh, that's a risky slide tackle. We don't see the fake Rabona skill move either. It's very uncommon this year. Inside the box, stop, pop. It's almost a fancy way of kind of setting up a fake shot and a recycle, resurface, realignment.
For how... for how lackluster Morocco have been in the final third. It's still 0-0. And you take huge confidence from that. Paul Pogba looking for the cutback. De Ligt does well. Both sides have defended very well, that has to be said, and maybe why each side has struggled to convert thus far because of that stellar defensive work. But just a few options that Morocco have taken leave a lot to be desired. As R9 just runs straight into Milinkovic-Savic out the back of the step-overs, heading into the final 16, 17 minutes here.
Morocco might have played themselves into this a little bit too. You're now seeing a couple of these opportunities right on the edge of the box, one skill move away, one mistake, you put a little more pressure.
And Mbappe just scoops the ball out wide. Musiala, Tremella cross,
Goalkeeper's
already moved.
And anticipated.
Do you think it's as simple as the fact that we've not seen a lot of attacking play? The defences have just been very strong. The defensive play has certainly been, if you've got two attributes going up, I think the defending on both teams is probably 90-95, the attacking maybe 75.
Again, when I look at Morocco defensively, they've allowed the Netherlands into the right locations.
Morocco is slightly fortunate. Cafu was just driving all the way down the byline.
They've allowed Morocco into the right locations, or sorry, excuse me, they've allowed the Netherlands into the right locations, but they haven't broken down after that.
He's in. This could be the chance. The Netherlands are waiting for it. Mbappe, great save from Edwin van der Sar. The ball was perfectly weighted and couldn't
Got to score there. You have to convert. And just to reiterate again, you talked about, has this been really a defensive matchup? I don't think so. Morocco's had mistakes, plenty of them, but they've done enough. You know, watch it back. A lot of time to work with here. Beautiful through ball. Mbappe, again, great matchup. You got to convert there. It's not time green. Maybe not quite enough power. But if you're Netherlands, you're not getting a better chance. Maybe a little half touch. You got to read that situation better if you're the Netherlands. When I look at this game, we're probably dealing with 5, 6 good chances from the Netherlands. Maybe a couple half chances in there, but they're in the right locations, the right players, the right skill moves, and it comes down to the finishing or a misread with the goalkeeper.
Does it give them confidence that they're now creating better chances? It's not just maybe that was a lot of space.
They've been probing though, Rich. You start to question, when is it going to happen?
That is something we've seen a lot from Emre Yilmaz. The short corner, the power shot, green time at the near post. It was prolific with that animation during the Champions League, which was victorious at not too long ago. And that just shows when you've got players of that quality, anything can be pulled out at any given situation.
I've loved everything from the Netherlands outside of the finish. I mean, they've given you great versatility offensively as well.
Morocco in the final stages of this first leg of action. The ball pinged around the box. It's all one touch. It's nice and pretty, and unfortunately just runs straight into Ruud Gullit. They have struggled to penetrate that back five.
They caught the pattern there, the Netherlands. They should get the last attack now, but offensively, you look at some of the versatility, the switching of the pitches, the crosses, the through balls, the late releases, the chip through balls, the skill moves. Everything's been there. We even see the power shot, green time finish. The only critique is that they've chosen wrong when they finally got it into the box when it came down to the 1v1. Tell me I'm wrong.
I can't.
That's what I like to hear. But everything else from Netherlands, you walk away from this, the game plans work.
Could be a chance. Last chance of the game will fall to the Netherlands. Paul Pogba, power shot cancelled. The ref will allow the corner to be played. It's gone short. Here's R9. Do they go back to Ruud Gullit? Yes, they do. Vanja Milinkovic-Savic gets a foot in, and that will do it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the opening leg of FIFA. 90 minutes played, Morocco 0, the Netherlands 0. Got a little bit of time here, Mike. If you're the Moroccan side right now, you're probably quite happy, to be honest. You feel like you've not played that well, you've not conceded. Yes, you might have struggled to create clear-cut chances, but you're well and truly in this game.
My question, if you're a fan of Morocco, is in that camp, what are you going to change? What are you going to shift? Or do you just say, we're going to be better? I don't know if that's going to be enough to just say, I'm going to be better. I'd like to see some sort of tactical adjustment there. You got the 0-0. You must feel very fortunate. You've done a fantastic job. Whoever's moving the goalkeeper between them.
Oh, the goalkeeper must be fantastic.
Oh, just top drawer.
that good. I want to see it again. Let's have a look at the best moments from that first leg right now. This was the opening one. It came inside the second half, and it's all about just look at the goalkeeper here for Morocco. He shifts to the near post. That's all manual. Tips it onto the post,
And
Mike.
that's so much harder to do than you might think at first glance. Is a lot of risk and reward. Big through ball here, big switch. Mbappe, the right player all day. You might have got away with one more touch, maybe a little more power. It should have been timed green. But you ask yourself, how many chances are you going to make? This is a lovely read. The power shot, you see the goalkeeper cheating. He still gets back. Van der Sar still gets back.
And that was 2 back-to-back chances as well. The Mbappe one forced the corner. The Rupelich strike came straight from the corner.
And if you're the Netherlands, you might say, what do I have to do?
Yeah.
What do I have to do?
I think for the Netherlands as well, just seeing that chance, I've got to think it was Emre Yilmaz. They're starting to go to the bottom of the bag now. They're starting to pull things out like, okay, that's not worked. We can't score that way. Let's try the corner. Let's try the short corner and go for the power shot near post. How many more tricks do they have to try and break down this Moroccan side?
You ever seen one of those clips? A lot of times it happens on IG where it's like level 1, level 2, level 3. I feel as if we're seeing that with the build-up of their attacks. You have a lot of the simplicities and the intangibles. Level 1, that's done well. Cool. That did not unlock the goal-scoring opportunity. Now you're seeing some of the cancellations and the additional skills. Now you're seeing the long shots and some of these whipped-in crosses and the knockdowns. And nothing has penetrated. And again, you got to give credit to Morocco. They've stayed mentally strong. They've done what needs to be done with some of these key moments with the goalkeeper movement and last-ditch challenges. But also, if you're Morocco, we need more offense from them.
I was about to say, on the other side, you've got to think Morocco will start to put 3 and 4 passes together, start to move forward into the second leg, and hopefully for Morocco, if you're a Moroccan fan, you might be able to overthrow this Netherlands side. What that would do for you, Saudi Arabia versus Italy in the next game, that would play your semi-finalists. The winner of this game plays the winner of that game, and that is where you'll be moving into a top 4 position. See the conversations ongoing there.
And maybe the irony of this side of the bracket as well. I didn't think Italy looked that convincing in their group play, but I think they've looked the best thus far in bracket versus Israel, taking them out of the game. Again, converting those opportunities. You see them with a lot of tempo control, which is difficult to do, whether it's a 1v1 or a 2v2, in order to disrupt and coordinate collectively, synchronized. The Italians looked a little bit different today. I'm just going to throw that out there. Now, I actually think they might be the favorites coming into this, at least if we're basing form, solely off form.
As you see, Morocco just getting the code ready to send on over to the Netherlands. All the conversations are done, all the coaching has been concluded. It's down to those 2 players on the screen for Morocco, for Africa, to step up and be accounted for and potentially clutch up a top 4 position, a semi-final at the FIFAe Nations Cup. And look right, who's next to them? The Netherlands. 1 booth to the right, and it looks to me like there could be a change in offing. Emre Yilmaz takes a seat on the couch behind, next to Renzo. Manu Bashir is in for the second leg of action.
And what this also shows you is that Levy's the mainstay.
Yes.
It kind of confirms that Levy's the mainstay. And even though Yilmaz has had so much success this year, of course winning ECL, and just a player that I believe the community expects to be reaching multiple finals, holding multiple trophies.
Surprised
a lot
by
more
this?
success to go.
Are you surprised by this?
It's tricky. I want to say no, because I also know what Manu Bashir is capable of. I've seen him play a lot in the 1v1s and the 2v2s. We saw his mental strength in the previous matchup. I think that's such a hard position to come into. You got to be bold from Renzo as well to make that substitution. Manu Bashir comes on only for extra time and penalty kicks. And you also get the result. You block all the penalty kicks. I think you got to give some credit to the character and the communication within that team, and also as an individual for Manu Bashir.
Well, now we wait the second leg of action right around the corner. FIFAe Nations Cup.
We know firsthand, when you get to this point, a lot of it's not ability, it's about being able to handle the moments. Being able to adjust, being able to sit through the adversity, being able to battle back, showing some heart, having that perseverance, managing emotions.
You see there, Adam Hapake also involved for Morocco. Double change in offing. Going to let these player cams give you the last image that you might see of one of these two nations here at the FIFAe Nations Cup. Players lean forward. The game is underway. The second leg of action. 0-0 in the first leg. It's a one-leg shootout for a top 4 guaranteed placing. The Netherlands will be kicking from left to right. And all in white from right to left will be Morocco. Usman Dembele looking to penetrate, something they couldn't do in the first leg. The bounce just escapes Van der Sar, and we're going to get an early corner here for the Dutch. Frenkie de Jong, edge of the box. Does he have a Travella in the locker? Yes, he does, but it's green timed and it is blocked.
I think the goalkeeper would have had that even with some goalkeeper movement. If you saw it coming, they definitely saw it coming in terms of the setup. Those ball rolls allow you to re-angle. And that's exactly what they were looking to accomplish with Frenkie de Jong, who has started making it into a lot of rotations. Coming into this tournament, I didn't know how much we'd see him, and he's become become a regular focus and a surprise player, I think, for some.
Chance here for the Netherlands, has to go, and it does! Manu Bashir, secret weapon Manu.
What a sub to have. Oh, what a change to have. And we were together last year in Copenhagen, and when we saw a change, we saw an adjustment, we were like, wow, this is something out of the ordinary. I can't believe that it's happening. But this year, we've seen rotations on the fly, pivots on the fly, time and time again.
Morocco find themselves 1-0 down, but what a reply this would be from Sami Eto'o, Thibaut Courtois.
And I'd love to see that breakdown maybe from Alex. There's a three-piece of goalkeeper movement there, from scooting to backing up to then scooting back over again. And it basically defends or hedges the angles for you.
It also just puts that doubt in the opponent, like, oh, he's moved the keeper, I've got to take another touch, or I've got to now adjust my entire thought process. And when it's split-second decision-making, got that there in the end, it's hard to do. Like, you will just make mistakes, and that's where you see players shooting straight at the goalkeeper or even missing the target sometimes.
And what makes it so impressive is you're still defending, you're still chasing back, you're micromanaging skills. And that's why we don't see it done at the beginner, intermediate, often not even at the advanced level, not at this capability. It really gets into the competitive level pros that are able to maximize goalkeeper movement, from when to bring them out, what to anticipate. And then, like I said, that was a three-piece movement, adjustment, scoot and boot. There was a lot going on there.
Since that goal, Morocco just seems to have had a new lease of life put into them. They know what they have to do if they want to continue their run in this tournament. They found themselves trailing against Peru, and what did they do? Found an answer. Or went all the way to penalties with that 90th minute equaliser, which they got. And penalties is where they were successful. However, it is a completely different dragon to slay here.
We talk about rhythm, the speed of the game, the tempo control again. This is fast-paced.
Yeah.
It's nothing like the last leg.
Long switch of play, trying to pick out Sami Eto'o. Just gets the better of his marker, and once again, what the Netherlands do so well, just shadowing all the passes into the box, not allowing an easy pass with a driven pass or any sort of chipped ball into that. It's like you almost got the danger area from the top of the box to the bottom of the box. If you just protect that, you're going to keep a clean sheet.
You know what it looks like, Rich? It almost looks like the last leg was a warm-up game. I know we've seen substitutions and changes, but just not only the speed of play, but just the decisiveness, some of the skill moves, everything looks a little more direct. Both sides. Even the tackles and the steps, the double teams, the team pressure.
We're also playing against the clock now as well.
Yeah, but if you're a Netherlands supporter again, or if you're the Netherlands, you probably want to slow the game down. You already got your goal now. You could argue it's a little early.
In the water, but it may be a second or a third in the offing. Also, how much confidence you get, Manu Bashir and Levy, if you've made the sub and it instantly works. You're now thinking, okay, we've cracked it. We've cracked the code.
Well, it's a remarkable advantage as well to be able to have a player like Manu Bashir. We're talking world class here.
Morocco just rebounds all the way through to Thibaut Courtois. I mean, yeah, Manu Bashir, World Cup Grand Finalist. couple of times as well. Let's not forget that. He is just a sublime FIFA talent, and if he was born in, I would say, 90% of the other nations,
we take him in the US. If he wants to double up on a citizenship, we'll gladly recruit him.
Just seeing a few runners off the ball here for Morocco. It's Ruud Gullit, but possession overturned, and there could be a chance starting to take shape here. There's a Ronaldo Navarro run away. Now the space opens up for R9. Couple of step overs.
What a goal.
You run him away, you forget about him, bring him back into the game. Step overs, finish.
If you want to talk
2-0.
about elite level talent, Rich, from the passing to the taking of the space, speeding it up, slowing it down, then the step overs near post, beating the goalkeeper movement, all inclusive. We're heading to a resort, and it's somewhere in Netherlands.
Amsterdam is waiting.
I mean, if you're a fan of FIFA, and you are if you're tuning in, that has everything. That goal, it's a team goal. I think 7, 8 players maybe touched it if you're talking about the build-up from the back all the way to getting it out wide, then cutting inside. You had the counterattack initially, then you slow it down, then you speed it up. I'd love to watch it back even on our end. There's so much good material.
And them two right there, starting to cook something up special here on the main stage. Live in all its glory in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Netherlands leading 2-0 against a resilient Moroccan side. But in the second leg, just that sheer world-class quality is starting to poke through. What do Morocco have? No one has had an easy game against them. No one gets a freebie. And they will make this difficult, I can guarantee you, for the remaining 48 minutes. But that lead just could be too much of a mountain to turn out. As they come forward again here, the Netherlands. I do think it is like a great white shark. They just smelled it. They smelt the game could be taken over in this opening 45 minutes.
They've always looked more likely.
Short corner. Couple of step overs, just waiting. Finding the byline, it's Milinkovic-Savic at the back post.
That should have been number 3. Again, we talk about the matchups, knowing where the players are, isolating those matchups, and then the delivery, the timing, everything was right.
Play a look. It's an interesting corner. It's a straight off of Nkunku. He wins the ball back, and that'll do us for the opening 45 minutes. What a turnaround.
So impressed.
6 minutes of FIFA can do for you.
So impressed. Not only with the substitution, but just the mentality, the switch of the speed, and then again, it's the build-up play. It's still the defensive press that's still relevant. It's still present if you're looking at the Netherlands. And then being able to finish, being more clinical. I'd love to get a microphone in there to see what they're talking about. Morocco having a lot of debate. Let's revisit some of these key moments here. You got a big switch of the pitch. Netherlands looking for options. Beautiful entry pass, extra pass from R9 again. Big first touch, important first touch. It's not time green, but it doesn't matter. The goalkeeper's kind of in no man's land. You get that early finish.
And this was a chance here for Morocco. The goalkeeper movement, it was left-right.
That's what I'm saying. You're just casting doubt.
So look at R9 there. They ran him away, and then you almost forget about him. Then he re-enters the picture. Step overs just create that tiny bit of space. Green timed into the far corner.
I even look at passing out of the La Croqueta. There's just a lot of details there. Corner kick, we just saw this in the 45th.
I thought this were a guaranteed goal. Look, they've run
cancellation.
all the way to the back post, though.
You see this is manly done here. You're getting Savic, you're dragging him where you want him to be. Wasn't able to convert, and that's why we're seeing a different tactic with some of the crossing, also with some of the set pieces, especially when we're dealing with long throws and knockdowns and secondary
you can manually
setups.
Position them.
And it's very different, or to me, it's very different than a player lock. A player lock, you can't move the player that's on the ball while you're taking the second player. So this gives you synchronized movements that are completely individualistic.
Because a lot of the time as well, when you start to see Milinkovic-Savic being controlled to the back post, That's where their attention turns. You might be able to pull out a step over and hit a shot to the near post. And it just starts to create that second, third element of doubt when attacking. Morocco need to create some doubt in Netherlands' mind if they want to try and force this turnaround.
That would have been huge. That would have shifted the game. I don't think they needed that Elastico. They might have been surprised with Morocco to have a simple cut inside, and I just think it was late on the player switch from Netherlands.
The press seems to have certainly increased here for Morocco. And we've seen games turn around in shorter time. I mean, if we look back to the Club World Cup, there was a couple of miraculous turnarounds, mostly featuring team footways, that has to be said. With the pressing tactics, with that self-belief, anything is possible. Finesse, Ruud Gullit!
It had to be.
Set and match, a Dutch icon, a Dutch legend for the Netherlands in Riyadh.
And if you could pick a player, we've seen all these guys work with Team Gullit. We've witnessed, I didn't hug, but we saw Yilmaz give a hug to Ruud Gullit in person, ECL. We saw that in Istanbul, was a definite energy and a vibe. The most prevalent icon throughout the last few years of competitive FIFA, dominates, controls, just gallops through the midfield.
But he's also not known for that. I think it's a little bit of a surprise factor. You very rarely see Gullit given the finesse.
It depends on the game. Certain years of FIFA, I'll just, to give for argument's sake, let's date it back a few years. Let's talk FIFA 19. Everything's going in from outside the box.
Yeah.
I don't care who's shooting, midfielder, winger, striker, maybe a fullback can get involved. But generally speaking, you're right. If you want your midfielders to be involved in the attack, they have to push through. You have to trigger those runs. We've seen this year in particular, a lot of those knockdowns, a lot of the deep through balls, or even the delayed through balls where the midfielder would latch on.
We just see here the tactics being changed around for Morocco. They know what they have to do. It's very simple. 3 goals to force extra time, 4 goals to potentially find a winner. It's going to be no surprise to Netherlands what the last 37 minutes of FIFA is going to entail.
It's going to be a constant press, which means everything's going to be open in behind, and Morocco ideally needs a goal now.
To the back post. No real confusion on that one.
Oh, what an outlet.
Been very impressed by the Netherlands.
This looks good. This looks right. Even the first leg, we might have been critical in some ways, but it really just came down to finishing. Everything else was right.
Dink to the back post. Chance for Thierry Henry. Cuts it across. Maybe slightly overplayed. Will that come back to haunt them? We'll have to find out.
I was anticipating maybe a heel-to-heel ball roll. That new skill would allow him to change direction there instead of going for the pass. Almost fakes the pass.
Stabbed out wide. Paul Pogba. Mbappe. Not quite on this occasion. I just think they've lacked a little bit of flow in the final third. Morocco. That's a beautiful through ball.
Oh, the
touch.
The touch is no
poor.
good.
But what's that? 2 golden opportunities in the last 4 minutes. They will keep coming thick and fast for the Netherlands to tie this game up. Morocco have to score, and they have to score in the next few attacks. R9, green time, right into Militao's path. With only sort of 2 or 3 minutes remaining here for this second leg of action. Will it be the last couple of minutes we see from Morocco's Nations Cup? The Netherlands are feeling themselves right now. What a substitution, it has to be said. Completely changed the tie, completely changed the entire complexion of this game.
And it brings up an important question. And maybe Spencer will ask that question. Tomorrow.
Do you start?
Do you start Manu Bashir? Why wait for it?
I'm sure that'll be the question a lot of people are asking. Hopefully he gets an answer so Italy or Saudi Arabia can start to prepare for a different duo.
It was night and day difference with the offensive approach. I mean, they look good last leg. I don't want to.
They had chances to lead 1-2-0.
Yeah, there's something different about this combination. The way they go forward. Just adding some insult to injury. They got everything.
And they can't change anything either. No amazing pauses.
They should have 5 goals. The tricks, the flicks, skills, paying all the bills. They've got everything you could ask for here. There's a lot of storytelling. I'm just so impressed with this pairing. And maybe just the ability to be that flexible. You've got a world champion that you benched for another potential world champion.
Just completely pivot, 360, have the Netherlands, and they pivoted into a semi-final. Fist bumps all round. Levi David, Manu Bashor, Renzo, Emre Yilmaz. The quartet that seems to do no wrong. They make the late changes, they change things up. What we might seem controversially, you bring Manu in for an extra time penalty shootout situation, it works. You swap out Emre Yilmaz, Champions League winner for an entire second leg, it works. He can do no wrong at the moment. As Morocco, with 15 minutes left to play, it just looks to be too little too late.
We've talked about Olito and what he's done, of course, with NIP and TG, with Levy. We've talked about him in the E-Prem with Stokes this year. We've talked about him with Sweden. If Levy's able to get a result here, I think he starts joining that conversation again of some of the better or some of the best 2v2 pairings and partnerships.
Also, I think he probably joins that conversation overall. If Umut is joining the conversation for, I mean, it's just magic right now. Umut's joining the conversation for the
They're just cooking.
The debate.
They're devouring their opposition.
People forget what Levy did online. He won 2 events back to back.
But you have to, it's tough for me to give the same credit. Online is online, in person is where the business gets done. I don't know that he moves into that same category with the Nicholas, the Dossary, the Tex.
But he's not far off it.
Even if you want to throw it back with the Ramos or the Bruce Granick, you need that major 1v1 title. Let's see how this finishes up. Adding a world championship with E-Nations to your roster. Or to your trophy room, that's important.
Especially when you are arguably the most important player of that. I don't want to say that. Well, no, it surprised me. I thought Emre Yilmaz would be the person that this team was built.
It's not. It's
around,
definitely not.
Levy.
And I think partially is to the success that he's had with Olito. Remember, they won the Esports Cup. We were there.
Yeah.
So now you would have 2 titles, world titles, global titles under your belt in theory here. One with club, one with nation, and you have 2 E-Club top 4 finishes in back-to-back years.
Very impressive stuff.
You're right. I think we're talking about what's needed for Levy is just a massive 1v1 result, and he's starting to jump up. If all these hypotheticals come together, I guess it's only a couple hypotheticals.
Well, this has been a second leg to remember for the Netherlands right now. 5-0 in the second leg. Morocco, unfortunately, blown away by the Dutch.
Still, a lot of credit to Morocco.
Morocco have been fantastic during this tournament. They've brought energy, they've brought great results. They topped their group. They won on a penalty shootout victory. They should be very, very proud of what they have achieved throughout this tournament. Just look at the improvements they have made. Last year, they got knocked out in the groups. This year, they have made a quarter-final with the best 24 FIFA nations on the planet. They have a lot to be proud of. They've done their nation proud, have Morocco. But unfortunately, their E-Nations Cup does come to a close and a new chapter opens for the Netherlands.
And coming into this competition, if you asked people that are involved in the FIFA scene, if you asked the casuals, the intermediates, the advanced, all inclusive, I don't think people would have had Morocco as a top 8 nation. So this is a big movement for them from a national team perspective.
Well, there you have it. 1 quarter-final out of 4 has concluded. The Netherlands will be your top 4 finalists. Let's head back on over to Rachel, Brandon and Aga to give us their thoughts on that first quarter.
Thanks, guys. Well, you can see Spencer getting in amongst it, so I'm sure we just have a couple of moments to have a quick recap of that then. Well, I'm going to say we were talking about that some teams love that we get to the knockouts and we have 2 legs. I'm going to say the Netherlands love 1 leg of FIFA there. They basically felt like 2 different legs of FIFA, Brandon, didn't it there?
Yeah, absolutely. What a cagey first leg of FIFA that one was, and then bang, 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 we'll have 5 goals. And I mean, look, that's just Netherlands popping. We've said for quite some time they are due a goodie nations. The quality that they've got, this is the best team they've probably had on paper. No offence to past rosters. They were grouped back in FIFA 19. Wasn't the best year last year. This is their chance to go and win some silverware.
Why do you think they played so cagey in that first half? I know they had Yilmaz and they swapped him out for Manu Bashore, but is that just kind of getting a feel for how Morocco are playing there?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I mean, the Netherlands has so many strings to play on. It's really impressive, and I think they ask some questions in the first leg and they get some answers, and then they come over to the second leg and gets 5, which was maybe a surprise as well. You got to say that, because Morocco played really well until they came behind with 2 or 3. Then they just have to put every man forward, and then the result got a bit more extreme than it probably could have been. But I mean, impressive performance again.
We can speculate, can't we, all day long here about how they did it, but Sven is down there now with the boys in orange to ask that question. I mean, Manu Bashore there, he is just their absolute superstar sub, isn't he, Sven? I want to know how he does it.
Yeah, we're going to try and find out. Obviously, one of the biggest statement performances of the tournament so far, 5-0 against Morocco. I noticed, Manu, a couple of occasions when the goals went in, Levy was sort of pointing towards you. At the end, Renzo was pointing towards you. Like, big moments from the whole team, but it was 0-0 after one leg. You come in 5-0. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I think in the scoreline, yes, but I think in the whole game as a whole, I think Levy and Emre played amazing. They pressed Morocco into their own half. They didn't allow any chances. It was just the final touch was missing, and I think after the 1-0 it gave Levy a lot of confidence as well to keep on going. And if we defend well, which we did both games, we would score a lot of more goals, and we did. So we are very happy to be in the semi-finals, and hopefully tomorrow we can do the same again.
Is it part of the strategy? Because obviously you've got such a great team, 3 amazing players. Almost start off with one pairing, see how the game goes, knowing that whoever comes in can make a big difference.
Yeah, so obviously Emre and me played E-Club together this year. We didn't qualify, unfortunately, but we still are used to each other. We are more of the attacking duo, and Levy adds that more of a stability to our team. So yeah, that's what we both bring, and when Emre isn't really at it or misses a few chances, I can replace him, and the other way around. When I start tomorrow and I play not to my best, Emre will come in and we'll do the bits.
It works well indeed. 5-0, Levy. That's the performance that's going to get a lot of attention. Do you think it makes you the favourites now?
I won't say it makes us the favourites. I think all the countries in are really good. To be honest, on the forehand, I would say Israel was probably the favorite of the tournament. Yeah, but we all 3 playing amazing this tournament. We have Saudi versus Italy, where we're waiting on and see what our opponent's going to be for the semis. Obviously, I've been here last week with Ola, semi-final as well, and now I obviously want more than that.
Have you got a preference of who you'd play in the semis, Saudi or Italy?
That's a tough question. We beat Saudi twice in the group, but that doesn't make that you will beat them again. And Italy, that was our main practice partner, to be honest, for this tournament. So it's going to be a tough game either way.
Yeah, for sure. Well done again. A massive performance from the Netherlands, who go through. Also, $75,000, of course, guaranteed. Unfortunately, it does mean that Morocco leave the tournament at this stage. What a performance it's been, though. You've got to be proud of the tournament in general.
I think we have to be. We said it before. The Netherlands is a very strong team. The first game went to a 50-50 in the start, but they had a few more chances to end the game, but they missed them. We defended pretty well. And then the second game, of course, we made a substitution. They made it. We saw immediately the run with Hullet. They tried to really put more pressure on. When you score the first or the second, the score for me doesn't matter. I'm not looking at the score. We try to come back on the score because we can play in the back and lose 2-0 and then be like, oh, it was only 2-0, but we go full out and we try to score. We try to come back on them. They have a very strong team. They're my friends, so yeah, we supporting them too to go even further. But for us now, it's a hard time as you lose. But yeah, learning pattern. We didn't go out of the group last year. Now we went out of the group. We won a round, so we can only be proud and look forward. Baby steps.
I think anyone watching would know the scoreline is not everything. It was 0-0 after one leg. That shows that you were more than competitive in there. Finally, have you got a message to the people of Morocco watching and supporting?
Thank you all very much for the support. Shukran bzaf. Thank you very much. Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Because Moroccans speak every single language, so we have to do it in all languages. Danke dir. Yeah, just stay working. Even if Morocco isn't eligible, we have to keep fighting. We have to keep going, because one day they will, and then you'll be on a stage like this one. And yeah, keep fighting, guys. Everybody, thanks for all the support.
Fantastic stuff. Well done, Morocco. Did so well in the group stage. Unlucky to go out here against a very strong Netherlands side. Back to you guys.
Also gracious in defeat as well, weren't they there? Mr. Dory just saying thank you in a whole lot of different languages. Unfortunately, I can't do that, so I won't dwell on that too much. So a quick word, though, on what we were hearing from the Netherlands camp there. Levy's obviously this big coach as well, because in the previous game, I think he was the person that actually subbed out the players, he said. He said it was his call to do so. Controversial. Shall they start slightly differently in the semi-finals? Because do they become too predictable in terms of who they partner up? And the Saudi and Italy team will have watched that, of course, whoever goes through to play them, and just starts to figure them out a bit?
I think regardless of which lineup they play with tomorrow, they're going to be deadly. It's three amazing players, and I think that Renzo, he will make the call, whatever is what suits them the best.
Well, whichever way they choose, I'm sure they'll be formidable nonetheless. Well, let's go over to Alex and the FIFA analyst. He's going to analyse the Netherlands there. Just how they got 5 goals, Alex, in that second leg.
Yeah, we're going to talk to you about how the Netherlands were so dominant in that second leg, but also a chance that Morocco had, which, should they have scored it, it would have been a very different story, I'm sure of that. Let's jump into that chance that we are talking about. Morocco, they worked the ball ever so well, and there was a little bit of a defensive error from the centre-back. Eto'o gets into this position, and you're thinking, this is a really, really interesting scenario. Eto'o possibly could look to take the finesse into that corner, but Courtois, he's a difficult keeper to try and beat. You can already see how the centre-back is getting ready to close that angle. You've got 2 players that are just making it difficult. Almost Morocco, they choose to go for that ball just to take it through, and then they decide to go for that near post finish and look for the green time shot, which, because of that decision, yes, Courtois is there on that side of the goal. It's going to be an easier save for him, but again, that defender is just there to apply that pressure on Eto'o and come across. It's a really difficult scenario to get that one into the back of the net. As we said, if you pay attention, this man here, Militao, just steps up, giving that space in behind. So it was a well-worked opportunity. I've watched it back multiple times. I think it's a really difficult chance for Morocco, whether they go for the shot now or whether they work it the way they did. It's so difficult to beat those 2 defenders when they are applying that pressure. Should that have gone in, though, it may have been a different story. Moving over to Netherlands with their 3rd goal in the tie, which really was vital for them. What do? A few in the area. What does it do? Well, it brings over players to come and put some pressure, and it gives you freedom for your centre mid in Hullet to have that space just on the edge of the box. Mbappe, unless you manually select him, he is not going to get goal side and put that pressure on. So what does that mean? Well, when you can see so many players inside the 18-yard box, it gives you all the freedom on the edge to look for that finesse. Hullet, there's no hesitation. It's a touch, and then it is, let me get this out of my feet and let's see if we can put that into that corner. Now, it's looped, it stays in the air for a long time, and Van der Sar is just not quite equal to it. Rewind it one more time for us. Look at the time, the patience, and just the ability for them to work it in on that edge. And that is one of the reasons why Netherlands are so deadly at the minute, because they're giving themselves so many different scenarios to score. Whether it's on the edge of the box, inside the box, we know the quality that they have with the skill moves, and they're also providing it from the long-range distance as well. Either way, a great, fantastic quarter-final. I'm looking forward to seeing them in the semis tomorrow, Rachel.
Yeah, I'm sure the 3 of us are as well. Our first team then, the Netherlands, into the semi-finals tomorrow. Who will they face? So it's out of Saudi Arabia and Italy, and we heard what Levy was saying there. Italy have been their practice partner. He doesn't really, well, he sat on the fence, didn't he, about who he said he wanted to face next. Let's have a quick word then, boys, here about Saudi, Italy. 3rd and 4th, respectively, in their different groups. The Italians, we kind of said, were struggling a bit. A new team today, 4 goals over that Israel side. Are Saudi worried?
Well, one thing that we saw from Saudi today that we haven't seen at all is they actually made a sub. Abumaka came out and Goatmo came in, which I didn't expect to see, especially for an unchanged roster that played every single group game with Abumaka and MS Dasari. But it went and worked for them. I think one thing that we know about this game, these two nations have never played before. So we've not got any real past history to track back on. We mentioned before that home advantage, MS Dasari, they're the host nation here, they got the invite, they weren't here last year. The year before that, they were grouped in FIFA 19. There's a lot of pressure on those guys, more than Italy.
Can we also read in, Aggie, that we're knocking out a couple of world champions, aren't we? Anders, we knocked out. Tuga, we knocked out. Andoni, we knocked out Umit. Are we going to knock out a former world champion, MS Dostary?
It's definitely going to be tight. I mean, it's one of these games in the quarterfinals which I think is the most even. It's going to come down to the margins and whoever hits the game best.
Well, it's a resurgent Italy taking on Saudi Arabia, the home side. They're ready for their quarterfinal. Let's welcome the teams.
First up, of course, is the hosts, Saudi Arabia, joining me on the stage here. And just behind them, of course, is ranked 5th in the world, Italy, after a, some would say, surprising victory against the in-form Israel in the last round. Welcome to the stage, gents. Saudi Arabia here in the green, Italy in the blue strips. We've got a small matter of a coin toss to do shortly, but before that, quick chat with our players. MS Dostary, great to have you here. I'm sure and I know that it's a pleasure and a privilege for you to be playing here on your home turf. My question is it something that adds more pressure or something that makes it more enjoyable for you?
Can I say mix of both? It is, obviously, it's much pressure whenever we walk here across the boulevard. Me and the boys just felt saying, don't let the trophy goes out from home. But the joy is I'm still staying at home, sleeping at home, come here, knowing the weather well. So it's kind of mix of both.
Wearing a hoodie underneath tells me you know the weather well, because I couldn't handle that right now. Going up against Italy here, they were very impressive in their victory against Israel in the last round. What do you expect from them?
Well, we know them as individual players more than co-players, and they are all a very good players. So nothing but respect, and I wish just the best nation who wins this game wins the whole thing.
Fantastic stuff. So, Italy, we spoke before the last game, and we said, look, if you beat Israel, people are probably going to look at you as one of the favourites here because they were on such good form, but you were the dominant team in that one.
You said that. Argentina, France are still in the tournament, so we don't want to be the favourites. We just want to play our game and do our best to win every match.
Going up against the home nation here in Saudi Arabia, well, how does that make it for you as the opposition?
Of course, it's really hard. Like we played Denmark last year, hosting the tournament, and it was incredible, of course, because they will put more passion than the others, no? Because they want to get people proud of them. So it will be a hard match for sure. They are really good, so we will see.
Fantastic stuff. Right, I've got head referee James here. He's going to do the coin toss. We've got a blue side, we've got a purple side. Can you let us know which side is which country?
Blue side is Saudi Arabia, purple is Italy.
Fantastic. Right, take it away, please, James. That's blue, which means Saudi Arabia will be the home side in the second leg. And yes, you'll be the home side in the first leg, Italy. So if you'd like to make it through to your booths there, go and get comfortable for a massive quarter-final, $75,000 game here between Saudi Arabia and Italy. Looking forward to this one. Over to you, gents.
Thank you very much, Spencer. Yes, what a game this one plans to be. The host nation that missed out on last year's FIFAe Nations Cup, back with a big chance, Rich, to go an extra step forward and to be in tomorrow's final day.
Massive opportunity for Saudi Arabia. I think you look at this game, it's tough. It's pretty much a 50-50 game. Italy have been building into this tournament. Last year, exact same position. They finished 4th in the group. They finished 4th in the group this year. They finished 4th in the group last year. 13 points last year. 13 points this year. Where did they finish? Semi-finalists, losing 5-4 to Brazil. They're the ultimate team when we go, as if they get out of the groups, they're a different side. That is the Italian national team. If they can get out of the groups and get into 2 legs of FIFA, they evolve into a much, much better team.
Well, obviously you had the chance to keep an eye on that round of 16 leg. What did you make of the change? Because Abumaka came out of the team and Goatmo came in. Just fancy trying something different? I mean, it worked.
Yeah, I don't read too much into it. I think it's for this Saudi Arabian team. There's a lot more going on. Like, so much pressure representing your own country. There's also, I mean, they didn't have to qualify in order to get here because they were the home nation. There's that pressure of everyone expecting this for you as well. And I mean, especially for Dosseri, don't know how many more tournaments are left, do you know what I mean? This is a massive one. This is a tournament that you want to win, that you're urging yourself to win. You put yourself in you eliminate all conversation if you go on and captain Saudi Arabia to lift the FIFAe Nations Cup. This is going to be a fabulous, fabulous match against Italy. In my eyes, I think it's going to be quite a slow burn. I think it's going to be maybe a draw, maybe a score draw in the first leg. As we get into the second leg, one team will pull out in front. I was shocked, really. You were watching the round of 16 game with Italy against Israel. I didn't see that game going the way it did.
Oh, they did a great job, didn't they, Italy, and just putting on their own style of play, making it so difficult for Israel to find a way through. They came out, as we said, winners in the end. What was it, 4-1? Como comes in the team again for MS Desari. But back to your point about Desari, look, didn't make any World Cup grand final this year. Was in that, obviously, qualification game. Unfortunately, that didn't go to plan. This was the next best thing for him. It was a moment in history, this tournament being in Saudi Arabia. He had to be involved in as many as he could. So this really is his next big thing and his best chance. On the side of Italy, Danny Pitbull and Obron, it was an unchanged roster. They came in to the round of 16. They looked superb, did not look out of place at all. And the great thing about Italy, there's no egos. There's a family vibe in that camp as well. Katia, just as good of a player to come in when things do get tough, if they are needing to make that important sub.
I think family vibe, but also there's a level of competitiveness between the three of them as well. They all know that they're more than capable to put on the jersey and be the leading player, be the one that's guiding this nation through. I mean, Obron is a fabulous FIFA player. He made all 3 FIFA majors. You can't understate the impact that he has. However, he's been subbed out. Danny Pitbull's been subbed out. Kachia's been in and out of the team. I think when you talk about the family vibe, it's certainly it's Hollywood as sort of the coach, but it's very much a community conversation that's going on of, okay, I think you come out of this game. They also, I wouldn't be surprised if we see substitutions mid-game. They've been very, very frequent with the rotation of this team.
If you look at the history of Italian FIFA players, you've had in past times, from the Fabio Danuzos to Dagnolf in past times. I feel like in the last, 3 or 4 years, we've had all 3 of them come through. Kachi had a good run in the E-Champions League a few years ago. Danny Pitbull has been an E-World Cup grand finalist. Obron top 4 last year. He still feels like he's the leading name in that pack, but there's just so much talent in Italy.
I mean, yeah, Montaxa as well. For a long time, it was one sole Italian player, Principe, all the way back in FIFA 17. You look at Fabio Danuzzo. Now there is so much Italian FIFA talent that there's just players, 5 or 6, 7 or 8, that could have been representing this Italian national team.
Well, they're underway in this one. So that's to go for Mbappe. Might fall back kindly for R9. He's still bouncing around the ball between De Jong and Jude Bellingham before the possession does change hands.
There's a lot of space in behind.
Saudi Arabia's first chance in a goal towards that post. Mbappe with all the time in the world. They'll take that one all day long. I'm not sure what happened there. It was a capitulation at the back. It was a great manual run at the back post. Mbappe with all the time in the world. MS Desari and Gomo lead by 1-0. Saudi Arabia on top.
I mean, first things first, where was the space in behind? That Italian defence went walkies. No one tracking the runners. Saudi Arabia had the entire length of the pitch to run into.
Oh, it might not last too long. Mbappe off the post. Was that the difference of the shot being timed?
I think it's a save. I think he has tipped it onto the post, the goalkeeper. Remarkable, remarkable save. 11 minutes in. What a game we are watching right here. We said it might be a bit of a cagey start. Absolutely not.
Italy, such a well-drilled outfit. You can often tell when they go 1 goal to the good and a 5 back. what sort of game you're in for. The fact that Saudi Arabia have been able to get the first goal in this one certainly shakes it up a little bit more. Omri finds the overlapping run of Paul Pogba. What influence he has been in 2v2 FIFA.
The Saudi Arabian duo that we're seeing right now just have a lot more reps between them as well. It's been a lot of the time the duo, not necessarily in this tournament, but previous tournaments, previous qualifying campaigns. So I think maybe as we get into the knockout stages here, that experience of playing together.
Very aggressive start from the home nation. A ridiculous press. Remember, winner of this one will play the Netherlands in the semi-finals of the Nations Cup. Here's Klosterman now. Wins a corner for Saudi Arabia. What can we see from this one? Thierry Henry in the box. Maybe a short corner, it could just be a distraction. No, this time it's played short. João Felix finds the ball all the way to Marquinhos. Saha able to bring more players into the attack. Every single Italian player back behind the ball, making it so hard to break through the lines.
You just see the way that Saudi Arabia are playing as well in this opening 25 minutes. A lot of intent, the driven passes, players going forward on runs. They're really, really offensive in this opening period.
Such a high line from Italy. Is there a way? Saudi love to switch the ball from right to left, finds Paul Pogba. Acres of space again. Can they find between the lines?
I love that dribbling.
Has to be the side, isn't it? Pele, little reversal has to go, looks to pop that onto the right foot, still is alive. Mr. Sari looks to be the blue icon in this game. So many small little manipulations to whoever's got the ball on the left-hand side, whether it be Henry or Pogba. And a big tackle again. Look fair to me, referee called that one back for a free kick.
We've got two numbers over on the far-hand side of the pitch, and you saw the manual move from Desari. He recognised it, pulled the players over, and there was no switch of play, even an option. Possession turns over, and it's just those small details. Saudi Arabia seem to be getting all of them correct so far.
Easy pickings for Courtois. As we said, for Italy, was not the most prettiest of group stages yesterday. Made it difficult for themselves, but as you right to say, Rich, it was the same story last year for them in the groups. One ball forward, here's Wilfried Zaha, Desari, back to Goatmo, finds Pele, dancing, back to Henry, outside the boot, keeper just about gets a hand on it.
Fabulous goalkeeper movement. They predicted the strike at the near post and moved Courtois all the way to the near post. It's a game of 50-50, and you guessed right this time.
Corner wasted. This could be a chance on the break. No, it can't be. Costa recovers well. Just saw Jude Bellingham there and a handful of players trying to make a run.
If you're a Saudi Arabian FIFA fan right now supporting this team, you are over the moon with what you've seen in this opening 45 minutes. Attacking play looks crisp and clean. Defensively, Italy had that one chance, but weren't able to make anything really of it. That's going to be a slide tackle that will take us out for half-time.
So far, so good for the home nation.
Just see words there between Danny Pitbull and Obram. Can't pick up mimed Italian, but whatever it is, it looks very passionate. Mindset, calm down. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first half. We said about how much of a crazy start this was in this game. It was Italy had the first chance, then minutes later, they just came forward, Rich, and they found so much space in the back post.
Yeah, the first pass was the one that opened up the entire attack. Henry had so much room. It played itself right there. Mbappe at the back post. Always going to be an easy chance. Italy did answer back with a couple of their own chances. That one, Donnarumma, I think he just got a fingertip on it on the way through. Off of the post. 7 minutes to go before the halfway break. Wilfried Zaha in behind. Good bit of play here to Henry, but the save at the near post from Thibaut Courtois was equal to the strike.
In another world, it could have been 2-0 for Saudi Arabia there. Great save from Courtois, as you were right to say. Back on the way now. Second half of this first leg. Unconventional through ball, finds Mbappe, it's Desari. Saudi Arabia still, time red finish from Bellingham, possession still falls back the way of Saudi Arabia. One thing they have done, which Italy will not like, they have controlled the game.
They've also just, every single time they go forward, they're not controlling the game in an aspect of knocking the ball around the back or trying to just keep possession. They're controlling the game in the middle of the park. They're winning the ball off them in these sort of areas. They're not allowing Italy to attack, and they're just maintaining attacks. They're maintaining pressure whenever they go forward. There's no real easy get out for Italy. This is the first time of play in the game where they've had 4, 5, 6 passes strung together.
Italy looking for a way back. Ronaldo finds the one-more pass. Big save from Donnarumma. It's the Italian shot stopper that will keep the Italian nation out. Corner played short, finds its way all the way to the edge of the box for Bellingham. Does get pickpocketed in the end with a deflection. That
Free
goes
kick.
back for a free kick, thankfully. Otherwise, that would have been a bit of a horror show at the back.
He always knew what he was doing. He was pressing the back 2 buttons, didn't want the advantage, and the referee just a little bit late to blow up for the foul.
Keep in mind after this one, Argentina will take on France, and Brazil against Finland. 2 more incredible quarterfinals coming up today. Is he onside? It's Desari. Then Mbappe wins a corner. Keep an eye on the front post. There might be a distraction, or there could be a flick on. Just see Henry peel off to the edge of the box. He won't be used on this time of asking. Bellingham will be instead. Back to Buffon, the ball players who will step over his way into the box. Yeah, believe it or not, that is Gigi Buffon, but that's a shapeshifter which suddenly becomes a lot more usable.
I would be surprised if there wasn't a change. If this leg of FIFA stays as it is, and Italy were to lose 1-0, I also don't think the performance has been to the level that they require in order to turn this game around.
Mbappe, there's the step overs, nearly a gift. And I think, if I'm being honest, Rich, I see the change more. Danny Pitbull out, Katja in. From talks early yesterday and the day before, the more attacking duo they said on paper is Katja and Obram. Or, you would be right to argue, there's been more games played between Katja and Danny Pitbull. João Felix still, Sebastian Desari trying to bundle his way past the handful of Italian shirts there.
It's a bit of a wild card, Saudi Arabia, in this tournament. I think they come in with great expectations and a lot of potential, but we just didn't know what to expect from them. This is a really, really good 73 minutes of FIFA I've seen in terms of the whole package. Defensively, offensively, in possession, causing errors from Italy as well. They've been really, really solid. And this maybe just starts to raise a few eyebrows across the rest of the competition as well. We're taking on Netherlands in the semi-final, the winner of this game. We all know if Dossary gets into finals, most of the time he ends up walking away with a title.
Yeah, he has got quite the record, Mr. Sari. When it comes to grand finals, is he on sides?
No.
He's for Dembele, slightly too keen. Pause comes in now for Italy.
You see the two formations matching up perfectly against each other. Yes, you are seeing Hugo Lloris as a centre midfielder. That is a substitution that has just been made. Rafael Leao looks to also enter the fray.
Well, the one thing that, as you said, rightly so, about Dossary and Gomo, they were 2v2 teammates, playing the EA Sports Cup. Wasn't the tournament to remember, of course, for those guys. But still, there's a lot of reps that they've had. There was question marks over Saudi Arabia coming into this one. Will they be able to adapt to the play style of many other nations? They've answered all those questions.
Well, it was also the case when we saw Dossary at the playoffs. What do we expect? He flew over there, 8 days early, was getting reps in Europe and nearly qualified for the World Cup, losing on a penalty shootout.
Italy desperate for a way back in the tie. There's R9 back to goal. Skill move on, 2 times in green. Italy are back in the tie.
That's fabulous. The way that he shimmied in between those 3 players right there. Lovely, lovely piece of skill from Italy to get back in this game. Just what you need, just what you require. When you find yourself a little bit deflated, you find yourself pulling in a subpar, mediocre performance. It can be one moment of brilliance to completely turn a game on its head.
Well, that's what 2v2 FIFA is all about, isn't it? There's moments, individual moments in the game where you just have to grab the moment or the match and just show us something special. Incredible piece of trickery. From who I'm going to guess that is Danny Pitbull. Who had the red cursor above his head. And in time of 1 minute, Italy about to snatch a 2-1 lead here. No, they're not. That's a poor pass. Buffon just does enough. Halfway in the game, Saudi Arabia 1, Italy 1.
We're just having a look at these pictures here. Looks to be a conversation. I think we might be seeing a substitution just starting to be discussed here from Italy. I thought Hollywood were coming in to tap Danny Pitbull on the shoulder and say it's game over, but he's the one who is instigating all these conversations right now. They're tied 1-1 after the first leg of FIFA. Let's have a look at the best moments from it. This was a great save, and Italy just started to turn the screw. Look at this piece of skill here. Oh, it's the moral heel to heel. Just sent 3 players packing. And that is Italy's way back into this game. It's a lot more animated on the Italian side, you've got to be said.
You know, Alex was joking about, but I'd love to have a microphone. I mean, I wouldn't be able to understand anything, so I don't know why I want a microphone in there anyway. But that goal doesn't go in. Maybe we start the conversation of potentially Obron getting subbed out for Caccia, but that goal goes in. A lot of passionate talk there between the two players that know each other so well.
Yeah, on the other side of it, Gottmo and Dossary look pretty calm and cool, to be honest. They look pretty comfortable in this game. 1-1, they'll be happy with the performance. It was a just a singular moment that got Italy back in it. There wasn't any real periods of play where Italy looked super impressive. I would say probably 80% of the game, Saudi Arabia were the dominant team in it. Unfortunately, what they couldn't do is in those periods of domination, in those periods of good play, get a second or third goal to start to pull away and start to put extra pressure on Italy. Whenever the game's at 1-0, it is well and truly still up for grabs.
You might just be able to see someone in that Italian move, just between the two players there. Suited and booted, it's Giovanni from the Italian Federation, works within the marketing team. He was here in Copenhagen last year. He just loves it. Apparently last year he just loved the passion from this Italian side, was enough to get him out to Riyadh this time around. I'm sure he was a little bit nervy in the group stages when he wasn't sure if they were going to get through. No changes though for Italy. Catch up. Remain on the sidelines. Looks like game pin has been submitted and we are ready. Near enough to go again. Saudi Arabia against Italy. Winner plays the Netherlands in this year's FIFAe Nations Cup semi-final. Number 1, that will take place tomorrow, remember. A match worth $150,000 as we jump back into the game now. It was Saudi Arabia that had the first laugh in the game. 6 minutes into the first leg, Italy came back flying 84 minutes in with a moment of magic.
The big question for me, Italy obviously ended that game with a nice flurry, getting the goal. How do they now start? They started very poorly against Saudi Arabia for the first 30, 45 minutes in the first leg. Can they start to build on that goal? Can they start to build some momentum and confidence in themselves that this game is there? Or will Saudi Arabia wrangle this game away from them once again?
Mbappe finds I9. Italy looking to start on the right foot this time. Step overs. MS Tassari stands well with Marquinhos.
They left it late in the round of 16. Did Saudi Arabia.
Big chance, shapeshift to Pele. Defended well by Militao.
An 81st minute winner in that respective game. Italy, in the end, went through pretty comfortably. In quite a surprising fashion, given how of a great performance their opponents put up earlier in the tournament, in the group stages.
Mbappe back to R9, Mbappe again. Bellingham, one more pass. No, he just didn't flick on.
Didn't lock on.
Well, they have to switch on because they've got to do the counter-attack now. How on earth did Ousmane Dembele not lock on to that ball? We could be looking at a 2-1 scoreline. Saudi Arabia straight down the other end. Not for so long. Big tackles around the box.
We're so annoyed. It's a guaranteed goal. It's just not locked on to Ousmane Dembele at the back post.
Frantic first 20 minutes. But a lot better from Italy. Saying that, they lose possession. Chance for Saudi Arabia to find their feet. Keep an eye on the runs that are being made as well. Just see the player switching them. See Pele there on the back line of defence. That's a very clever pass. Just
like a 4-4, given how offensive both teams have started this second leg. Flying forward, pushing numbers into the final third, and really, I think both nations know how important this next goal is in this tie. Just to try, really, really try, and have a degree of control over this match.
We saw that in the the Israeli game before this. How much Italy wanted to control, ball in the air, and Mbappe will lose that battle. Now to Klosterman, who's been so reliable. He was in the sort of the open pool of players that you could draft into your teams. He's featured across so many of them, not just in this tournament, last week's Club World Cup. Someone who hasn't featured in everyone's team is Frankie de Jong, but he doesn't look out of place alongside Bellingham.
Yeah, me and Mike were speaking about him last game. A great foot item. He could do that job if you did miss a couple of midfielders in the draft process. He just supplies everything that you really need from a box-to-box centre mid.
Here's a chance. Again, speaking of the player, also deserves the applause he's getting. Here's Klosterman. Massive ball forward, it's a running race, keeper's off his line, be careful, out comes with the head of QATAR. I mean, that was brave.
Risky. I think he had to do it though as well, because he's bringing that down, the attacking player.
End to end, first half.
Just showing another tool that Saudi Arabia have in the locker as well. That, I mean, very hopeful over the top through ball. He's found Henry on the way through.
Saudi Arabia looks a bit into the last chance of the half. We'll look to go the other way. They'll take all the time they need. Socrates shapeshifter comes in as a perfect extra defensive option. And you'll just see how these wing-backs now suddenly spread the play. What a ball that is. Frankie de Jong, this is your moment for Italy! What a pass, they did it before, and they'll do it again when it really does matter. Just the wherewithal to pull that out.
That pass is... it's a championship winning pass, that's what it is. Cutting the defence open with one singular pass. It's Frankie de Jong on the stroke of half-time. The goal scorer, absolutely ridiculous pass. We'll have to see it back, because just the way that he didn't look on, like not necessarily onside, but the pass just didn't even come into vision. And it's played with great pace, great precision.
Obviously on the side of Saudi Arabia now, it's starting to get a little bit difficult for Mr. Sara and Gomez, but on the other side for Italy, I love these conversations that these guys are having. So passionate, just talking through every moment of the game. How to approach this second half now. We cannot forget they were 1-0 down after 6 minutes, struggled to get back in the game. The one thing you don't want to do against Italy is let them control it with a 5-back. Control possession, watch that clock tick down. But you're absolutely right, I'm sure Alex or Mike will be happy to break down that goal they just scored. Very similar to that round of 16 through ball they found, Rich.
Look at this chats. You think they're losing? See Hollywood as well getting in there. Catcher not needed to be used, and that just paints the picture of how close these two teams are. Meters away from each other. Only one will go through.
Well, are we going to be saying goodbye
to the hosts?
To the hometown heroes. That was the goal. So lift the trophy here in Saudi Arabia. One time to score it just before half-time. Italy now in the driving seat. Looking for another.
It's real tight. The heel-to-heel was very, very close to being perfect there.
See Pele try and continue that run. 2 Italian defenders chasing him. Well, he's one of the few players that we've seen in the last 5 years or so, Mr. Sarri, when he's put under the microscope on a big stage with all the lights on him. Back against the wall, always seems to pull away through individually in a team environment. Can he do it here? Mbappe finds Henry. There is the elastico, but it went straight into the defender.
Just starting to see this game become a little bit more stretched.
Dembele, big save, Donnarumma, who will keep being that arch nemesis for Italian fans. Just about keeps it and gets down that dangerous byline area. Hakimi back inside Bellingham. Doesn't mean too much. Paul Pogba back to goal and trickles in. It's a gift for Italy. And it's a horrible, horrible mistake from Saudi Arabia.
Doesn't always have to be pretty for Italy as they find themselves 3-1 up.
Just the back to goal there, both Danny Pitbull and Obram just pressing the defender. The animations did not go their way by any means. Bardine did anything he could just to get a touch on that one to make it trickle into the back of the net. The amount of times I think I've seen Danny Pitbull.
Catches coming in, is it?
He's just
on the
coming,
back of the seat.
just coming for a lean over. Basically saying, well done, lads. I know you're 1-0 down, but you're 3-1 up. Keep it going.
If you need someone, I'm here. I can come in. I would find it very hard to constantly be talking to someone behind me every single pause. Like, just leave me alone. Just let me play.
You just see there, Obron, headphones on. He's enjoying a bit of game sound or music. With Danny Pitbull in his right ear. Well, it suddenly becomes a lot bigger of a task for Saudi Arabia. It was a top 4 finish for Italy last year before his heartbreak against Brazil that went on to win the tournament. Saudi Arabia, are you back in the tie now? Henry just needed an option. He hoped that Pele would peel away. What's the ball that is? Here's Mbappe, big chance. Bellissimo, bellissimo FIFA from Italy. I can't even speak.
Again, it's a picture-perfect through ball. The space opened up. And as soon as you go one-on-one, it's then, do you have a little bit of composure? Of course they do. Ball roll, finish, 3-goal advantage.
We have to talk about these through balls, Rich. These ridiculous crafted time through balls that Italy have in their locker.
That one was a little bit more predictable because there was just so much space in behind. Saudi Arabia need to show us something right now. Otherwise, the host nation will be saying goodbye to.
Well, it looks that way, because look at the floodgates open. It's the long through balls again from Italy. Ousmane Dembele fakes a power shot. Of course, he's not been shooting from that far out. It's a 3-goal cushion. They don't need to score again. And they'll do everything they can to reduce this pause coming in from Saudi Arabia. More minutes out of the game.
Oh, that's a little bit risky.
Henry, this is big Pele Henry and Mbappe driving forward. There's Henry, and there's Courtois.
They've been good with bringing the keeper out as well. Pretty quick on the triangle to pull him out. Remember in the first leg when he came out and headed it away.
What do you think's changed for Italy, Rich, in 24 hours? Is it just 2 legs of FIFA? They just
feel more
suits them
comfortable. A lot more comfortable in 2 legs. And it's not a surprise, it happened exactly 12 months ago at the Nations Cup in Copenhagen. They finished 4th in the group on 13 points, exactly the same as this year. And then they went and started to play great FIFA in the latter rounds. Unfortunately falling for Italy to Brazil, 5-4, who went on to win it.
One ball forward, we'll try and find Henry, has to go, massive save, and Courtois doing that. Maybe it's just not your day.
You mentioned that pause. It's not come in yet. 10 minutes ago.
Mbappe. Socrates in the way. Italy happy to keep this ball in possession. If there's going to be a pause, let it be us scoring another goal.
Might not get one at all. It's also just the less time remaining, the pause means less and less, because you've just not got enough time to make a change, and that change to be impactful.
Well, I'm sure when MS Nassari saw that Saudi will be playing host to this year's FIFA finals, it was a dream to try and go the full way, to bring back some national pride with the Nations Cup trophy, but they've met their match. The Italian side that were terrible in the groups, but group stages are one thing. Knockout FIFA is a completely different story. It will be back-to-back semi-finals for Italy. Tomorrow, they will take on the Netherlands, the Dutch trio. Manu Bashir, Levi David and Emre Yilmaz stand in their way.
And it's two nations that have just got such rich history when it comes to FIFA esports as well. When you look at the players, when you look at the domestic leagues, the talent on show, that could be game of the tournament. What a second leg performance from Italy.
All-time result, Italy are semi-finalists here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, sending home Saudi Arabia. I mean, it won't be a long drive, but commiserations to MS Nassari and Gomo. Got to appreciate these moments when you get to see MS Nassari on the big stage, because you never know how many more times we may see it on a world stage like this. Commiserations to the three of them. Gomo, I mean, Abu Makar, it's been a breath of fresh air for him, seeing how good he is. He has to go again in 2 days in the FIFA World Cup.
They were outstanding the entire first leg, and as soon as Italy scored, Italy just levelled up. Saudi Arabia was so good that first leg until Italy scored. And as soon as Italy scored, a switch came, and from then on out, they just couldn't quite get close.
Well, if you missed the game, here's what happened across all the match in total. As Italy, as we said, that took the result in Saudi Arabia. But you're right, Rich. A really difficult group they were in. They found their way through it. They were happy to continuously change. That is the ball of all balls. Frankie de Jong with a German-esque cross run, but the ball to find him.
He just went and went and went. 10 minutes after the break, Italy continued creating chances. Mbappe shrugging off his man. Just waited for the space to open up in the middle of the park. Very, very, very scrappy. But they do not care one bit. And in the final 3 minutes, again, you just see the bottom of the pitch. Mbappe through on goal. Goalkeeper in no man's land. And Italy go through.
Yeah, they do go through indeed. Commiserations to Saudi Arabia, Mr. Sari, Gomo and Abu Makar. Italy are through, and Spencer's with them right now.
Yes, I'm here with the Italians, a very happy Italian camp, I have to say. It's a really good performance there, and a 4-1 victory. Talk to me about the game.
It was a difficult game, especially in the first leg. They are so good. I mean, they are docile, so it's a good nation now. And in the second leg, we changed something, and that worked. So I'm so happy.
You're through to the semi-finals, the same stage that you got to last year. Different opposition this time, the Netherlands. I believe you know them quite well.
Yeah, the Netherlands are so good, but we are here to go forward than last year. I'm confident. I don't want to say nothing. We are confident. I say that when we were third in the group, and I say that another time. We are confident. We are ready.
Yeah, the Italians have really gone up a gear since it's moved into 2-leg FIFA. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy your moment. We'll see you tomorrow. of course, it does mean that Saudi Arabia will be leaving the tournament, unfortunately. I'm going to come and have a quick chat with MS Dossary if I can. I'll go around this way. I'm sure you're not feeling great, but ultimately, how did that game go for you?
I think we started the first game very well. We deserved to lead, in my opinion, the first game. Second game, when it was 1-1, the goal wasn't perfect that we conceded, and that was nearly the game is over since it's 2v2. It was hard, very hard to come back on 2v2 with 45 minutes left.
I know there were some changes with the players that you were using. Was there any particular reasons for that?
I mean, whoever we feel is ready, then he just jump in and be the man. But it doesn't work.
Have you got a message for the people watching, obviously, that have been supporting you this far?
I want to thank everyone. Unfortunately, didn't end up with the way that we want to, but we want to thank everyone. We wish that we've made it through for the whole thing and won the whole thing, but not our day, unfortunately.
Well, commiserations, a really strong performance still from Saudi Arabia, and with some fantastic players that will definitely be back in action. Back to you guys, we've got some more quarterfinals to get done.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Well, I feared that was going to be the case, didn't I? I said, are we going to lose another former world champion, and MS Dossary falls as well at the quarter-final stage. But, Mike, Alex, I want to just talk about Italy and the fact that they just managed to navigate their way through championships, don't they? The second time being a semi-finalist here.
And they mentioned it, that that's not enough for them. They want to do better than they did last year. And I've been so impressed because, again, in the group stage, there's a lot of question marks. You're watching some of the rotations, some of the mistakes, some of the errors. Some games are low scoring, some games are high scoring. It just tells me that there's multiple things going wrong, or there's maybe some misoccurrings. But throughout now going through the bracket stage, they've been really impressive. They were going into the Israel game, not favorites in that. They had these threaded through balls, the same thing that we saw in that matchup as well against Saudi. And they're able to capitalize. And then defensively, belief-wise, emotional, you see the big team back there. You're not going to want to run into Italy, and they see themselves in a Final Four, and I believe in that confidence. I felt that coming off the mic.
Yeah, you saw that through ball, didn't you, with that second goal there. But Alex, I wanted just to kind of pick up on what Mike was saying about they still want more, they want to go to the final, and you could possibly see that they want more during the game. Danny Pitbull is constantly screaming and shouting against Oberon. If you're Oberon, are you not slightly agitated by this? So we can see this actually here. This isn't actually in-game, but he's constantly asking for more information, asking for more from his team and his teammate.
And that's his persona to a T. We've seen him multiple times. There's a reason why he has won the E-Serie A twice. When they scored one goal, I glanced through when I was in the green room looking at it, and I was like, did Italy just score? Because Danny Pitbull was there at Oberon going, I'm not happy. He was obviously, getting some communication across. And yes, they've made back-to-back semi-finals. And one of the reasons for that is Danny Pitbull. He drives that team on. They have that so much positiveness with each other that even when they're winning, even when they're doing well, it's still, look, we could have defended this better. We could have done this better. When you have that kind of mentality, it puts you in a very, very good position going into each game. That even when you're winning, we could have done this better. We could have done that better. It's a big thing for this Italy side.
He's just so passionate, isn't he? And Oberon there has to almost have a bit of tunnel vision like we do when we're on here, when people are talking in our ears and going, I can still focus on my game when Danny Pitbull is calling me out.
Well, if that's your partner, you got to have thick skin as well. It's not as if these guys haven't been working together. And I think it's good to have a mix of accountability, being able to handle different types of emotions. And then I look at Danny Pitbull and I just see intensity. I'm not mad at that. I need that competitive spirit in my life.
Gives you energy as well.
Also, he's the nicest guy.
He is the nicest guy.
He'll hug you off camera, and then he might yell at you on camera. But either way, he's being himself.
Yeah, he is a lovely guy. Danny Pitbull we're talking about, of course. Well, Italy are our second semi-finalists, and they do now know who they face. They face the Netherlands, don't they, who got through a little bit earlier after beating Morocco. So Morocco and Saudi Arabia are out of the competition. But we are ready then for our third quarter-final. We have the French side, their former champions back in 2019. They are taking on Argentina. We're ready, are you?
Here they come towards the stage then. France leading the way with Argentina not far behind. It's a repeat of the Qatar 2022 World Cup final, of course, where Argentina narrowly came out on top. Two massive teams. in the FIFA global rankings. 8th, France versus 3rd, Argentina, 2 teams in the top 8. It makes it the most high-ranking affair, we could say, of the quarterfinals. I'm going to start by talking to the guys from France here. Is this a chance for some revenge after the World Cup final of last year?
Yeah, for sure. We think about the World Cup final, and we want a revenge today.
Have you seen much of the Argentina gameplay so far? They were obviously very good in their group. They won their group. Is that something you've planned for?
Yeah, and we practice a lot with us, so we know how they play, and we know that they are really, really good. So it's going to be a really hard game.
Best of luck to France. I'll cross over here to talk to Nicholas from Argentina. No goals conceded so far in your first knockout game. Is that going to be the secret of your success against France?
I don't know, I don't think so. Like, we just try to play our game, and also they are so good in the offensive side, so it's like offense against defense. But yeah, I think it will be a tough match.
Have you dared to look ahead? If you were to beat France, you could potentially set up a mouth-watering South American derby against your rivals, Brazil.
We don't think about it. I mean, it's like one step at a time, so I think that's it.
Okay, well, best of luck, guys. We've got to do a quick coin toss. We have head referee James here. We have a blue side and a purple side of the coin. Which country is which side?
Blue side is Argentina, purple side is France.
Okay, take it away, please, James. That is blue, which is Argentina, which means that Argentina will kick off and have the home advantage in the second leg. You guys will be home in the first leg. You may make your way to your booths now, guys. Best of luck. Go and get set up for a mouth-watering Argentina versus France quarter-final. I'm going to head over to the guys in the studio as we prepare for this matchup.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, this feels like a final, doesn't it? And Alex, I'll come to you. If you're looking at that French side, are you putting Fuma in? Are you going all out attack against Argentina? How would you field the French squad here?
I think Fuma has to start. He started in that last game, which we saw as well. And knowing how good Argentina are defensively, I think you have to go with that attacking outlet. You could go on the more defensive side of things and say, yeah, we'll try and match that and maybe get a goal from set piece or anything they want to do. But Fuma offers so much that I'd start with that. I'd be strong, I'd be confident, and I'd take the game to Argentina.
Yeah, it's just trying to work out, isn't it, your opponent at this stage. A couple of the quarterfinals and round of 16s have been quite cagey affairs. Are we also looking at the fact that Spen was going back to the World Cup final at Christmas, extra time and penalties? Can you see it happening here, boys?
I can definitely see this game having extra time. I hope not any more penalties. They stress me out watching them. But to build off what Alex had to say as well, you're not going to beat Argentina playing like Argentina. You've got the likes of Matthias and Nicholas, who are two of the best at doing that style, and now they're on a duo on a team. You've got to shift something, shake it up a little bit. So I also expect to see Fuma in action and hopefully disruptive in the final third.
Not only a rematch of the World Cup, a rematch of the FIFAe Nations Cup 2019. The inaugural winners, France, beat Argentina 3-2 in the final. And out of the players on the stage, who's the only player who was there?
Brian.
Nicholas.
Well, Brian was
players.
there. Yeah, like
players.
No, I'm just saying.
Player.
I was still right in this.
Your coach? No, players.
Bring it back, guys. It's third taking on 8th. It's Argentina taking on France. Casters, we've got to settle it over there with you guys. We're talking about players, right? It's about the players now.
Yeah, you can't trust Mike. He's not going to listen to the actual assignment. You know, that's not what Mike does. One man that does listen to the assignment is Aga. I'm going to give you a difficult one right now, Aga. I'm going to ask you to predict who you think is going to win this game, because it could go either way, right? Argentina versus France.
Yeah, I mean, when we had to do our predictions in the beginning, before the started, I actually had Argentina as winner, so I have to stick with them. And it's a really tight match between two very well-organized teams. They play with a lot of structure. It's going to be really, really intense, and I don't see it pan out as a game with a lot of chances. I think it's going to be a very tactical one.
Obviously, France have won this tournament before. Argentina, not yet. Only a handful of teams have. How big would this be for Nicholas to win this one and add it to his trophy cabinet, which is pretty packed already?
I think it would be massive for him to win something with Argentina. And I actually spoke with him at the bus, and he told me he was in Argentina at the big place in Buenos Aires when Argentina won the Football World Cup. So they were very passionate. He actually told me that you might call me the Iceman, but I was celebrating like never before when we won that World Cup. So I think it means something extra for them, and I think football in Argentina is massive, so he definitely wants to do something with his home country.
Yeah, there was some incredible scenes, wasn't there? Particularly that drone footage that showed all the people congregating. Of course, there's so many different storylines here. You've got Matías Bonanno as well, fantastic player alongside Nicolas. And then the brothers, the Peixoto brothers on the France team. It's such an amazing idea that two brothers can represent their country. You know, we see it in international football all the time. There's 11 players on the pitch. This is when there's only 2 spots. And there's actually another pair of brothers still left in the tournament. We're going to see next game, of course, with Finland. So if France were to win this and Finland were to win the next one, we could see a semi-final brother v brother matchup. But of course, the one man in the France team that's not related to the Peixotos is Fuma, who has been really impressive, not just in this tournament, but last tournament as well.
Yeah, he's a player that has a high... he's highly rated by the entire community, and he's one of the big players. And we also saw him at the E-Club World Cup, where he finished top 5 to 8, as far as I remember, where they were so close getting to that semi-final. Now he's in this position again. He don't want to have that déjà vu, and it's really going to be a interesting matchup here, because both teams, both players are pretty similar in the way they see FIFA. It's with patience, it's with flair, just working their way up to that last edge off the field and try to do some quick passes or that extraordinary play that can give you that goal. So really interested to see who will take control of the possession, because I think that will be a key point in the match.
Well, we are underway here in our third quarter-final. France versus Argentina, a repeat of the 2022 Qatar World Cup final. But this one, a couple more rounds still to go for whoever's going to win this if they want to lift the trophy tomorrow. It's France with the ball, of course, in the blue, or red, white and blue, I should say, and Argentina in their famous blue and white stripes. There's an early strike on the left foot, and I thought it might just nestle, but it's wide of Van der Sar's post.
Yeah, and we have seen Argentina has been really solid defensive-wise, so in order for France just to get that chance, get that shot in early, maybe give them some sort of belief. Even though I'm sure they have the confidence, but just to get the feeling early game that we can definitely create those chances that we need in order to win this match. It's important.
Yeah, it'd be great for France to get that opening goal, just to show that, you know, Argentina can be beaten. Ultimately, they lost the first game in the group stage. It was due to 2 penalties, actually. Only one was converted. It was a 1-0 defeat. But from that moment, they haven't lost a game. And it's almost like something was awoken in that matchup. I actually remember seeing Nicolas particularly was super angry after that, the nature of their loss. You know, we didn't end up interviewing him till later on because he wanted some time just to decompress. But that time seems to have turned the whole Argentina side into just a very dangerous prospect for anyone that comes across them. And if France can get the first goal here, I think it will just settle them into the game, because no one's came close really to beating Argentina since then.
I think that one of the strengths about Argentina is that if they get in front...
Here's Mbappe in the box. Can he find a pass? There it is! And it's just that simple! We talked about no one being able to break down Argentina. Well, of course, Kylian Mbappe knows a thing or two about that. Just got to watch the World Cup final for proof. And he's done it again there, setting up Marcus Rashford in the box. 1-0 France.
This is a very nice goal here. Just doing some step overs down the wing and just looking for that driven pass into the box for the tap in. It's great timing there from France. And
Argentina looking a bit shaky here, giving the ball away multiple times in his opening 15 minutes. And they can't afford to concede again here, because at this point in the competition, there's no slouches. France are more than good enough to hold on to a lead if they can get it, particularly if they can double it. As Henry bursts into the box looking for a repeat from the opposite side of that opening goal, but this one defended, Aga.
Yeah, they're definitely not looking like themselves, Argentina. And I was about to say just before France scored that when playing against Argentina, it's extremely vital that you take the lead, because if they get the lead, they're so good at just holding out.
Chance here on the head! It's another one there for Ronaldo. Argentina don't seem able to get into the French half right now. Every single pass they try is being intercepted. And they're having a bit of a chat here, I think, because something's not right.
Yeah, paused early. Definitely need to talk something through here. This looks like. France, on the other hand, be very satisfied with the start. Looks like they found something on Argentina, perhaps. Because it looks, so far, looked pretty simple for them to get to those chances.
Could we expect to see Eze Correa come in as a third option for Argentina? Is that a likely substitution, or is it very much a fixed 2 for them, do you think?
I think it's very unlikely. Just like when you have these 2 players, not to take anything away from him, but you have 2 of the arguably best players over dozens of years. They're going to play, and they
have been good until this moment.
Yeah, they're going to try solve it now. I think it's a smart move to pause the game early and just talk things through.
Is it an early French press that we're seeing? Because it really does seem difficult for Argentina to progress up the pitch, and there's just French players everywhere making it hard.
Yeah, they're definitely agreeing on something. Curious to see if they found a solution on it, but so far they made some odd mistakes, I'll say, in terms of possession. Maybe they switched formation.
They're going flank to flank here, just trying to switch the play, just to find some space, but France aren't giving them a moment's rest. Now, can they make it into the French half and keep possession here? She straight away goes back to France. They really haven't been penetrated at all right now, and they're loving life, the French.
Just to start for them, they wanted to have pressure play. It's been very good, as you say, Spencer. Argentina just making those through balls all the time, just switching the game, but with no really good result of it. They definitely look more comfortable going forward so far, France.
Seem to have more space and more time in every department. A bit more composure, perhaps, but here's a chance for Argentina to try and create something. Virgil on the ball here, cuts back, looks for that low driven pass into Ronaldo. There's an overlapping run there, but he can't find him. Camavinga on the ball here, trying to whip one in, deflected. Talk to me about the inclusion of Guendouzi at the back for Argentina. Is that something that you would do yourself?
It's a different one, I'll say. I think it's just come down to
chance here. Argentina to level it up. Goalkeeper has handled that one brilliantly. Although, could you say, was it a bad finish? Because it was straight down the middle.
I think it was just great goalkeeper movement right there, and perhaps a little surprise there for Argentina. They didn't expect to get that chance out of nothing, but could go the other way here, Spence.
Game's really opening up here. Henry into the box looking for R9. There's a shot, really important interception actually by the man we were talking about there. Guendouzi with the block. Now Argentina, they have had that opening, a little bit fortuitous perhaps in the way it came about, but maybe you need a little bit of luck when it's not going your way. As we approach half-time in this first leg, sloppy touch there for Ballack, although he recovers it, switches it back over to Camavinga. Henry on the left side here for Argentina against his native France. Both teams using the talisman. Here he is again, nice footwork. Can he get across in here? Shows a little bit too much of the ball there to the defender, but it's getting better.
Yeah, just working their way in back to the game here. Argentina's also starting to showing a bit more in offense. Saw step overs, player locks. That's the things we want to see if you're rooting for the South Americans.
Done well here to burst into the box. There's the pass. It's almost a repeat. It is a repeat. Mbappe cannot be handled by the Argentinian. They're having flashbacks, and that was very impressive. Started near the halfway line, but was able to beat his marker and burst into the box, and it's just that easy, low pass into the striker, and he's always going to score from there.
Yeah, almost a replication of that first goal, just when we thought that the South Americans were on their way back here. France responds. Huge goal for them just before the half-time. They really need to dig deep already, Argentina.
It seems weird to say when you're talking about France, a previous winner of this tournament, but is this an upset on the cards here based on the way E-Nations has gone so far this year? Would you have expected it to go this way?
I think I knew this game was going to be a tight one. Well, who knows now? I mean, France is leading 2-0, so maybe it's not going to be tight, but I didn't expect Argentina to go out before at least the semi-final. It was a top 4 team for me, but before looking back, I mean, last year, they also lost to Sweden on penalties in the quarterfinals, so...
Got some highlights here. Look at this, Mbappe. It's very similar to the second goal. Gets past his man, takes his time, waits for the easy pass into Marcus Rashford. And that was 1-0. Now, this was a big opportunity for Argentina as it fell to Mbappe. Now, for me, I think that was down the middle. I think he was aiming for that far post, but I think it could have been a better finish. And then, look at this exact same scenario. Mbappe from the right of the box, this time tucked away by Ronaldo. What can they do differently, Aga, to defend against that Mbappe threat?
I mean, they definitely have to shut down the angles better, and now they conceded twice on kind of the same way, so they have to be better in the defending on the flanks. It's going to be vital to take more action on it and follow the run to the door, because you can see he's just continue straight forward, and it looks a bit too simple for the standards of an... Hold on.
We talked about it, didn't we? We talked about would there ever be a change in the Argentina lineup, and there has been, and maybe the most surprising is Nicolas who's coming out, Aga.
That's huge. I mean, that's huge.
Is that something he would have decided himself, do you think, and just took himself out of the game because he's not working? Was that a coach decision? What do you think's happened there?
Yeah, I think he definitely also has some sort of leader role, I'll say. He's a player that the entire FIFA world looks up to, but I guess especially in Argentina, he's the virtual Messi, kind of. So, I mean, he definitely has responsibility and he has something to say. So, I mean, perhaps he told that let's change things up now. Let's try something different.
Well, it's a massive call, and it could be decisive in this tie with Argentina 2 goals behind and taken off arguably their certainly most famous player, if not their most talented. Matthias Bonanno obviously staying in there and being joined by Eze Correa. But it is France here looking for a third. It's on this right side again. It's Klosterman on the ball. Can he repeat what Mbappe's done so well? No, he's not quite got the same dexterity as the Frenchman. He's taking it out of play, but it is a lot of threat constantly from the French team.
It also look like we have witnessed a formation change for Argentina. Definitely not 5 at the back anymore. Be a 4-3-2-1. It's also a very common one here, but
they need to get the ball back because they're really struggling to put a number of passes together. It really has been a consummate French performance. We've been talking a lot about Argentina and what they're doing wrong, but let's talk about what France are doing right. They're being very assertive and aggressive in their play. Can they keep this up, do you think?
I think so. I mean,
here he is again. Oh, look at that pass. It's going to fall for him. It could be a third. It's a very similar chance to what Argentina had in the first half. Another big save.
I mean, France definitely had some sort of game plan.
Here we go. This could be massive. Ronaldo through on goal. Heavy touch. Brilliant goalkeeping. He's still off his line, though. It's going to be another chance. And that is a goal. And that's a massive goal. And it's not Nicolas. He's not in the team. And Argentina have got one back.
I thought they did. Oh my God! I mean, we saw France having that huge chance to go up with 3, and then Argentina get that free one a bit out of nothing, where they also just missed that heel to heel. But still get the rebound. Yeah, I mean, a lot of chances here. It's not a cagey affair here at all. They're just the opposite of what I thought it was going to be the game scenario.
If you look at the first 2 quarterfinals, you know, we had a 5-0 win for Netherlands against Morocco, a 4-1 win for Italy. Even though the opening legs might have been a bit tighter than that, this has started off as exactly what you want as a neutral. You know, end-to-end stuff. Yes, France have been more dominant and had more chances, and they could have gone 3-0 up. But I think from a neutral perspective, it's exactly what the game needed, an Argentinian goal to make this one interesting. I just can't believe it's happened with Nicolas off the pitch, but it shows the quality of their squad. The next goal It'll be fascinating to see where it goes, because if Argentina get it, and they could get it now, the game's completely open. There's the strike and there's the goal, and they're back in it. And whoever made the decision to make this change for Argentina, get him a raise.
That is a masterclass in terms of decision making. I mean, it's not an easy chance. You're speculating, is he going to move the goalkeeper towards the far post, but he just stays calm. Time green, and it's 2-2, and they're back. I mean, what a game.
What a game indeed, and you wonder whether we'll see a change from the French now, because whatever was going right for them at the start has been turned on its head by this Argentinian change, and they look like they could get in again. You talked about there being a formation change as well. Certainly working for Argentina. They look a completely different side right now, and I could see them getting a third and taking the lead the way things are going.
Yeah, it's not unlikely, and I mean, I just never thought I would be able to say or to think that, hey, let's take Nicolas out and we'll play better.
Massive call. I'd love to pick Nicolas's brain afterwards and find out whether he was involved in that decision to do that.
Just playing with so much flow now.
Really good stuff from Argentina. João Felix on the ball, looking for the back post knocked down, but it's not going to get there. It's back with France now. End-to-end stuff here in this first leg of our penultimate quarter-final here in Riyadh, the FIFAe Nations Cup 2023. Chance here for France to go back in the lead! Off the post, pinpoint precision from Ronaldo with the finish, and it's France 3-2 up.
Great response there from France. Just, it can be so tough when you get a 2-goal lead and you see your opponent just get back into the match. Then you want to reply like they just did, and France here, more team talk in both ends, certainly look like. Just debating what next step should be. Argentina here, we see Diego, sorry. He's also been in charge of the guys, another successful player from Argentina. Just debating with Bonanno, finding out what are we doing from here.
It feels like the role of the coach and the substitutes really kicked on this year. There's a lot more rotational changes than we're used to. And I think actually a lot more justified changes than we're used to. We've seen players come in multiple times, Fuma actually being one of them for the French quite a lot. We've seen the Dutch do it to great degree. Real big decisions in games that have led to different outcomes. And I think that's what it's all about at the E-Nations. It's something you can't do in next week's tournament, obviously at the FIFA E-World Cup. So it's something that makes this and the E-Club World Cup more unique, as Argentina look for an immediate reply here with 10 minutes left in the first leg. But it's France back on the ball with Mbappe, who's had 2 assists to his name already this game, providing the likes of Rashford and Ronaldo. Here's Mbappe again. Can he create something here? He's so deadly from this right side. Camavinga is going to have nightmares about Mbappe tonight. He's ironically his compatriot. De Bruyne here, can he get shot off? Goes back onto the right foot. You wonder whether there was a left foot opportunity for him. He's got the tools.
Yeah, and you can definitely see what one of France's game plans offensive-wise are. Just follow this.
Great knockdown there. Seen that used to such good effect this tournament.
They want to isolate Mbappe on that flank. Just do the speed boost, combine some skill moves and take that left back on. Then go for driven pass into the box. But they mix it up a bit more now, France, but you can definitely see that it's working.
Argentina definitely been allowed to hold the ball for that little bit longer than they were able to in the first half, and they're slowly advancing up the pitch here. It's perfectly poised, even if there's no more goals in this first leg, for a fantastic second leg. Could go either way. I think whatever happens, we're going to see a massive name in the E-Nations scene leave the tournament. And they've got the winner of Brazil-Finland waiting for them in the semi-final. Let's not forget this game is for a small matter of $75,000. That's the least the winning team will get. If they were to go and win the semi-final, it goes up to $150. And of course, in the final, there's $300,000 up for grabs. As Henry creates some space on the left. Can he put it in? We know they like the low crosses here, France. Pogba maybe waiting for too long for the opportunity to present itself, and that is the end of the first leg. France will be the happier of the two teams, particularly with the way they took the lead and then regained it after the momentary Argentina resurgence. The big question here now, Aga, is for the second leg, does Nicolas come back in?
I think he has to be honest, just because of, like, we've always seen Nicolas somehow find a way in these matches. Like, even if he didn't have his best game, specifically thinking about a 1v1 competition, he always seemed to have the tools, even if he's not playing as good as he can. And I think he's just going to be vital, and you just don't want to go against him either. So I think we're going to see him. Question is, will it be from the beginning?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll look at the highlights shortly, but the reality of it is they were much better without him on the pitch. You know, that's objectively speaking. They were 2 down with him on the pitch, and they got it back to 2-2 when he took a back seat. Here are the key moments. This is a massive chance for France to go 3-0 up here. It's saved, and then in the same highlight you'll see Argentina just take it up the other end, use the momentum generated from that save to get back in the game. Fantastic ball through the middle. It's 1 attacker versus 5 defenders, but he's got through them. Keeper does brilliantly, but again, maybe a little bit lucky on the bounce back there. Mbappe puts it away, makes it 2-1. Minutes later, Argentina get a second really good wide finish, green timed, past the goalkeeper, 2-2. But it was France who got back in the lead. Ronaldo and Mbappe kind of dominating the headlines for both teams in that game. You've seen the first leg, Aga. I know before the match you said you think Argentina were maybe the better placed team to win. Do you still think that? Do you think they're going to come back?
I think it's going to be tough now. Just looking at the first leg here, I think France played better. I think they were also, the goals they scored were more well worked, so to say. I think it certainly looks like they have more variations as well in terms of attack. Really good at working their way in through the wings. I gotta say, I'm really impressed with that. They look very, very sharp, so I might change here.
You can change your mind. Well, I wouldn't blame you. I mean, you can see the scenes here from the 2 booths. Interestingly, it does look like Nicolas will not come back in for the second leg. Not to start anyway, we could see that change, but in fairness to Eze Correa, he came in and things started to change. Matthias Banana, obviously the constant in that side. Fuma, likewise, partnering with one of the Peixoto brothers there. All to play for. France in the better position, but it's only a 1-goal lead. Slender for France. 8th ranked in the world, France are currently. Argentina 3rd. They hadn't conceded a goal in their first knockout game, but 2 in early in the game, actually, they conceded those 2 goals, didn't they? So that stat went out the window pretty quickly. And yeah, Argentina are the 2nd highest ranked team left in the tournament. Brazil obviously ranked #1 as they are the reigning champions, and we'll see them in action next game against the minnows of Finland, who've done so well to get this far. And they might not be finished yet, but all our eyes will stay on this matchup for now. France versus Argentina. What will happen in this second leg? You have to say, over the balance of that first leg, Aga, France were the better side, weren't they? Argentina had that kind of 20 to 30 minute spell when they got their 2 goals back, but generally the French dominated. Would you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think my impression was that France caught Argentina a bit off guard first, and it seemed like Argentina reacted very drastically there, and it worked for a while until France just got that 3rd goal to take the lead again, and it's really, really going to be interesting. This they're staying with the 2 here.
I think it's a great advert for the setup of 2v2, having that 3rd player. Anyone watching would be forgiven for thinking, you know, Argentina, do they really need a 3rd player? They've got 2 such good players. The fact that they've taken out, you know, one of the best players in the world, not many people would have made that decision, and Eze's come in and they have improved, is the best proof you could possibly ask for as to why the 3-man squad is important and why substitutions can have huge impacts on games, no matter who your squad is made up of, you know. We've seen so many teams use it fantastically. I think Netherlands and France stand out for me the most so far. We're just getting ready for this second leg. $75,000 for the winning side here. The losing side will go home with 40. Almost a chance to double your money if you win this game. And France are in the driving seat, looking to get revenge for the Qatar
2022 World Cup final, only about 7 months ago now. It's France in the white strip, Argentina with the ball in the darker blue kit, getting it back here after losing it. Socrates, he's going to look to deliver. Finds Henry. An early goal for Argentina would be just what the doctor ordered in terms of settling the nerves and getting them back in this tie. Just out of play there from France. Argentina looking to pile on the pressure. Going to take their time on this.
Maybe a long throw in.
Looking for a knockdown perhaps. Linkovic-Savic has been highlighted.
Van Dijk there, no, not going to go forward.
Use it as a decoy. Socrates on the ball. Virgil. Oh, I thought he might hit one, but he goes to Ronaldo instead. Could bounce from a second time, red timed. Difficult one, probably weren't expecting the header to come back in. It's actually France now looking a little bit wobbly, the opening stages of this game, much like Argentina did in the previous leg. Giving the ball away again. It's a very similar start, but the opposite way. Well blocked there by France.
Let's follow this. Argentina has been amazing on the corners, having so many different variations. We could see something here.
As they go short. Ballack to Henry, back to Ballack. That little short pass was not quite good enough to meet its intended target, and they are piling on the pressure though. Don't want France to be able to play out from the back. They look for options, trying to make the pitch as wide as possible, but there is a lot of Argentina shirts closing things down here. France still in the lead though. So Argentina who have to find a way to break them down. There's a ball on in the middle. I think it was there earlier. They cut back instead. Marcus Rashford's already got 1 goal this game, but he couldn't beat Van der Sar. I think there was actually a through ball on, just as I think it was Rashford burst through on the left to Ronaldo, and they maybe overcomplicated that one.
Yeah, I think Argentina also saw it, and they decided to take the goalkeeper out just to make sure that France would take a risk by trying that pass. Instead, they decided to just continue forward with the winger. But it's much end-to-end stuff right now, and definitely not the 2 game scenarios I expected of this match.
No, it's been a great matchup so far, it really has been. And I think there'll be more goals as well. As Virgil spreads it out to Wilfried Zaha on this right side. For France, into Mbappe. Great change of pace, look at him burst through. Huge tackle from Guendouzi there. A man who I questioned the selection of, shutting me up there with that tackle.
Proper tackle right
It
there.
was an
I mean,
English, English tackle, we call that.
Very important one.
He learnt that at Arsenal, I think. Henry hits it for the wide angle. Really good keeper movement there to predict it. Not that dissimilar angle from the second Argentina goal.
Yeah, both teams just definitely trying to get Ronaldo and Mbappe into those positions where they can accelerate with the step overs and getting that edge to get the shot. You see it again here.
Really open game, this end-to-end stuff as Henry picks out Ronaldo into Rashford now. So many attacking options to choose from. Van Dijk goes for the finesse from distance, but his fellow Dutchman will catch that one.
I'm surprised. I feel like this game has lost the structure a lot, which I would never expect from 2 so structured teams, but
there's a lot of mistakes. Balls being given away. It feels like a bit of a slugfest right now between 2 Goliaths in the FIFA scene, just going back and forth and seeing who's got the better attacking skills. Right now France are winning that battle, but I think there'll be a few more twists in this tale as Virgil finds Camavinga. Looks to cross it in. Virgil continued his run from deep, but unable to win the ball. It is really end-to-end, Agner.
Yeah, and I gotta say, if that was France game plan, chapeau to Le Professeur, Brian.
Oui, oui, oui.
Because if you can get Argentina out of their structure and get an open game, I think your chances increases a lot.
João Felix, dispossessed by Ballack, strong defending, although he walked himself into a bit of trouble there. Did get away with it in the end though, the German. Slight injury issue for Henry, I'm sure he'll run it off. Ballack. Switched over to Zaha. Mbappe really has stole the show
with his assists for France thus far in this game. Side to side, switching here for France. Henry beats his man not once but twice. There's a load of bodies in the box if he can deliver. They seem to favour the lower passes, and that's why nearly getting a goal, but a sudden bit of movement from the goalkeeper denies that one. France in the ascendancy here. Another goal could be enough to seal it. De Bruyne thinking about the long shot, and it was just wide of the post.
France so good on the wings. Gotta say, really, really impressed with it. Always seem to make the right solution in terms of skill moves, or should you go forward a pass back to one of your center mids, or should you go for finding one of your strikers inside the box? The decision making has been outstanding for me, and they would want to just keep pressuring and go for that goal instead of setting back, dropping back. It's not going to help them, I think. I think they just have to keep pushing for that
It's there
2-goal lead.
Yeah, it's definitely there for them. I think we've seen so many teams use a more of a crossing strategy in this tournament, but France really want to keep the ball low, and it's almost to the point where it's predictable, you could say now, that they're making their way into the box, not taking the earlier chances to cross a more aerial ball in, and looking to get that pass, whether it's the first 2 goals obviously came from, you know, passes right into the centre of the 6-yard box, easy finishes, or a pass back in to more the edge of the box or the penalty spot, and creating an extra pass scenario. But yeah, generally keeping the ball on the ground is what I've seen to have taken from this French attacking strategy so far.
Yeah, very, very much flow-based from France, which is always nice to watch. I'm sure Mike is also sitting on the couch and enjoy this. Really an open game, as we didn't expect, or at least I didn't.
It's been great to watch, though. 2 huge nations in FIFA and football going head-to-head here, entertaining the neutrals with a fantastic game of FIFA. Now, can Argentina find this 3rd goal? The pass unable to find R9. Would have been a massive opportunity if they could have got the ball to the Brazilian. Every time you lose the ball, it feels like the other team's going to come and have a goal-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, we don't see them lose the ball early stages. Not many mistakes in the build-up. Just always getting to that last third of the pitch.
Here they are again now with Mbappe. 2 assists from this exact area already this matchup. This time it goes back to Zaha. De Bruyne into Vanya. Can he get the shot off of the left foot? It's a good one and it's in! On the stroke of half-time. Huge celebrations from Fuma. And it's a 2-goal lead now for the French. Argentina in trouble. Still no sign of Nicolas.
What a goal. I mean, again, we talk about flow, we talk about just dancing on the ball and using those step-overs. It had everything from France right there, and calmly just celebrating. I mean, they're looking sharp, and I would think about bringing him in just because it's Nicolas. He's been in these situations before and he turned it around.
I know, and I think 1v1 you've got a great point, you know, and you're not going to find a bigger Nicolas fan than anyone at this table right now. But the stats prove in this game the only 2 goals they've scored have been when Nicolas was not on the pitch. So just like it was a very brave decision to take him off, I think it would be a brave decision to put him back on now.
Yeah, but you're also at a place now where you have to perhaps take that risk, because, I mean, you're down with 2, you have 45 minutes left to play with potentially, and you have arguably one of the best players, if not the best player, sitting on the bench. So, I mean, I think you want to put him back in and see if you can make something up.
Some of the key moments here. It was actually the man who ends up getting a goal for France later in the game, having a very similar chance there. That one was saved. This is another chance here for France. This is the goal, actually. Look, very similar situation. Onto that left foot. Question marks on the keeper there? Was he unsighted?
I think it was just a great goal. He timed it green as well, just found the perfect angle. And I mean, Vanya Milinkovic-Savic, he can do pretty much everything, it seems.
Yeah, he's been a real star in the last few tournaments here, hasn't he? Because obviously he's got the height, but he can also hit it with his feet as well, pretty decently there, as France take the lead in a really annoying time for the Argentinians to concede. Obviously, they would have wanted to get in at half-time and have a chat, knowing they only needed 1 goal. It was very much still there for the taking. Now that task has got a little bit harder. Still very achievable. We've seen plenty of bigger scorelines be overturned in a smaller amount of time. And if anyone can do it, it will be the team of Argentina. But as we keep mentioning, they are without their arguably #1 guy in Nicolas right now. Will that change? Right now, it looks like it's not going to change. And they're going to stay with Eze Correa and Matias Bonano for now. Either way, it's a massive decision, Aga. The only way it's a good decision is if they win the game. Yeah, if you leave it like this and they lose, they'll say they should have brought Nicolas on. If they change it and Nicolas comes back in and they lose, they'll say they shouldn't have brought Nicolas in. It's a lose-lose scenario because they found themselves 4-2 down.
Definitely, and I feel like just looking back at this competition in general, we will talk about, okay, this competition has evolved. It's not only a 2.
Could be all over here if France were to get a 5th and end Argentinian hopes, and Mbappe's in and the keeper's in no man's land. Fuma's on his feet again, and Argentina are in a real problem area now. And Nicolas stands up and he's coming in. Matias Bonano's staying in, but he's changing seats. Okay, so they're going back to the team they started with, but have they left it too late, Aga?
Just looks, it looks so easy. What a goal again from Fuma and Peixoto. So much flow, so good at timing the step over. You see the chance to go forward, and I think it's definitely looking hard now. 3 goals. They scored 2 fast. Got the 2 goals back fast.
Could be done,
but just feel like it's a big one to go down with 3.
Look at these reactions here from the French camp. Fuma absolutely loving that one. Mbappe really stealing the headlines for France right now. Now the question is, Aga, was the Argentinian comeback we saw in the first leg down to Nicolas' substitution and or the tactical change? Because maybe the tactical change, the formational change is what did it, and now Nicolas being part of a more offensive Argentinian approach could be what the doctor ordered. The question is, I think it could be too late. It would be a ridiculous kind of I am him moment from Nicolas if he was to come in and make this difference. It reminds me of, no one will remember this, but there was a moment when Glenn Hoddle, I think, was the player manager of Chelsea. I think it was the FA Cup, and they went 2-0 down, and he's sitting on the bench and he just unzipped his jacket as if to say, right, I'll get back in there. I don't think they ended up winning. Someone will know that. But yeah, Nicolas has done the Glenn Hoddle. I'm sure he doesn't know who Glenn Hoddle is. But
what was the point then in there? I thought you were saying that Glenn Hoddle came into the match and then just made 4 goals or something and they won.
He did come into the match. They might have won. I can't remember that much. I just remember the zip, the jacket zip. It was epic.
Yeah, let's see if it could happen. I've seen a lot of miracles in FIFA history. This would definitely be one of them as well, just because of the level France has shown as well.
Exactly. Yeah, the quality of their opponents. You're not just asking for some unbelievable FIFA from Argentina, you're asking for a French collapse, which they don't look like doing right now. But if Argentina can get a goal in the next few moments, it will make us think, as they have the ball here with Ballack out on the right, tries a cross, falls for Ronaldo. They need that little bit of luck in and around the box if it is going to happen for them. But it wasn't to be on that occasion.
And France will just try to take their time on the ball now. And if they get the chance to just go forward, they'll definitely go for it. I think this
could be it. Could be all she wrote. If Mbappe can get it in here, he's been terrorising defences all game. A strong left hand from Van der Sar denies Kylian Mbappe there. That would have been game over. Still could be here. France dominating possession with about 60% of it thus far. And they're in no rush. They've earned the right, Aga, to take their time here.
I can't... Might sound a bit harsh, but I can't recognize Argentina. They're just dancing through them with the step overs. It looks... You always have to... That's at least the feeling I had. You always have to work so hard just to have a small chance against these two, but...
Certainly not living up to their reputation currently as they lose the ball again here to France. And every time they do that, the clock gets closer to 90. They really need a goal soon. Careless pass though from Camavinga. They are having to rush things a little bit, the Argentinians, because they need 3 goals, which is becoming an increasingly difficult, dare I say, impossible task. It'll be all over if not for a unbelievable And it's that man again, Guendouzi, with the tackle.
Yeah, another proper tackle there, and I mean, a very important one as well, because it just keeps the hope alive for a while at least. They still need to do something soon in the offense, and France just playing out of that constant pressure right now and playing with ease.
Camavinga's given the ball away twice in short succession for Argentina, and maybe he's a secret spy for the French. Martial gets the ball back, another Frenchman playing for Argentina, as is Guendouzi. Pogba as well. The whole team of French players going against the French here for Argentina.
It's definitely not clicking for them. I think they are going to change again, just to try something else.
Like looking to go down the middle here with a diamond approach, just to get numbers in the middle of the pitch for Argentina, with a 4 at the back. And it looks like France maybe keeping their 5 at the back.
And never change something that works. I mean, they've been amazing over these 2 legs. Been great over the entire competition, and they were very close now.
Yeah, this is it now, isn't it, for Argentina? They have to do something big in the next few seconds, really, or else they're going to be leaving the tournament, and I think that will be a surprise. You know, I actually picked them as my winners before the tournament started on the predictions. After the group stage, I was feeling pretty happy about that. But fair play to France. They have really blown them away. 5 goals against Argentina is no small feat. This is a team that kept Singapore away from scoring over 2 legs in the previous round. 2-0 win there for Argentina. But France have put 5 past them, and it could have been more, if you're honest.
Yeah, they had the chances, and again, they've also been closing the door here the last couple of minutes, and just see, just taking their time here.
And it still wins the throw-in. Ronaldo to De Bruyne, looking for the goal scorer, Milinkovic-Savic again. Now, can Argentina make something happen here with Ronaldinho? Just overthinking it maybe, taking his time. They've got to get the ball back, and they have. Can it be now? It has to be. Ronaldinho, Martial, pass. Oh, it's nice. Can they get the shot off? What a save! Cat-like reflexes from the French goalkeeper there. That's exactly when they needed that goal, Aga. They're running out of time.
Yeah, a little bit out of nothing, but let's just follow this.
There it is! We know Argentina, they've got a good corner set up. There was a touch from a defender there, so they're going to go again. Can they stick this one in the back of the net and set us up for a nice finale? Keeper should claim this. He does.
And time's running out.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get it before the 80th minute, really, to have any chance.
They just seem to have the edge in every aspect of the game.
And now the game's opening up for
Look
them.
at R9.
Here it could be the 6th goal. There's the header. Oh, it's off target. That would have finished it for sure if it's not already done. Now, I keep saying it, but if Argentina can get a goal now, they could have time. Has to be now. Ronaldinho to Pogba. Switching the ball quickly from left to right. That's not the best pass, though. They're going to get it back. They're getting opportunities here, but they're not using them. They need to win this. They need to win this. Roussillon comes out on top eventually. Klosterman, what is that? Lazy pass there to Martial, and it's just not going to happen, is it?
No, I think I can allow myself to call it. I think that one of the biggest favorites are going out of this competition, and I think they will be disappointed in the way they go out, just because a lot of the kind of game principles they stand for, they haven't really lived up to that, if you ask me. I feel like the defense has been not on point at all. Possession base haven't been as good, hasn't been as concentrated. But France, on the other hand, got to give them credit. It's been amazing. The decisions on the flanks, it's been unreal. way to use Mbappe, R9. A tactical masterpiece from Brian there and from the French team.
Feel like they won the game early with those 2 goals. They just kind of rattled the Argentinian team and they never bounced back from it. And I tell you what it means actually is an amazing European feat. We're going to have at least 3 European teams in the semi-finals. And if Finland can come out on top against Brazil and cause another upset, it will be an all-European semi-final or 2 semi-finals. It also means that we've got at least 2 teams from Group B in the semi-finals. Maybe 3. If Finland were to beat Brazil, it would be 3 or 4 semi-finalists from Group B. Shows you how strong that group was. But there is the final whistle. We are going to say goodbye to Argentina. And the reason is these guys. France, 5 goals against a very strong Argentinian team who could only muster up 2 in return. And they go through now, awaiting the winners of Brazil, Finland in the other semi-final. I mean, everyone that's progressed has done it convincingly, Aga. Netherlands, 5 against Morocco to no answer, 5-0. Italy, 4 against a very strong Saudi Arabia side who could only score 1. And then another 5 from France against Argentina. 5 or 4 goals minimum scored by every winning quarter-final team. The level is really going up, isn't it?
But that's what I say, Spence. I mean, the first game of the day is always the most tense one, where you just have to find your nerves and your game style, and when you get past that barrier, you just start flowing out your repertoire, and you can definitely say that France did that.
I wonder if we'll see as one way a final quarter-final from Brazil-Finland. But let's take a look at some of the moments that decided that game and the second leg specifically here. It was 4-2 at this point. France 1-0 up in the second leg. Mbappe just running rings around people, getting the finish at the near post. Fuma loving life. And that was the goal that ended Argentina's hopes. And then a big save here. Again, goalkeepers having a huge say in this tournament so far. Argentina out, France go through, and our friend Richard Buckley is with the winning side now. I think we're having some technical issues there, so we weren't able to hear Richard and France, but we will do shortly. What do you think Nicholas is thinking right now in the Argentinian team? Do you think there'll be some regrets about substitutions or the tournament in general?
I think they'll be disappointed. Obviously, one thing is to go out to a strong opponent. That's what happened. But I think it's in the manner. It's very non-like Argentina, non-like Nicolas and Matthias Bonanno and Argentina in general, just because they've always been known for being so structured, and you have to fight so hard to beat them. You need to do something extraordinary. But look, it looked too simple if you ask me. And I'm surprised about that.
Where do you rank the French now against the other semi-finalists? We know we have Netherlands, Italy, France. Have you got someone that's jumping out for you?
I think it's very, very even because all 3 jumped out. I mean, they won quite comfortable. So it's hard to say, and every day is a new day. Yeah, I actually have no clue with those 3.
We will find out, and we're also going to hear now from the French with Richard Buckley. Hopefully the technical issues are sorted for you guys.
I'm getting deja vu down on the stage. Spen, joined by the French team. Fuma will try this again. Star of the show, incredible performance. Did you expect it to be that comfortable in the end? A big goal swing?
We know that if we play our best FIFA, we are one of the best teams, so it's not a surprise that we beat a team like Argentina. And we just need to keep like that for reach our goal is the trophy.
They only conceded 6 goals up to that game. You put 5 past them. What did you do differently as a French team compared to anybody else that's faced Argentina in this tournament?
Sorry?
You put 5 goals past them compared to anybody else in the tournament, only scored 6 the entire tournament against Argentina. What did France do differently compared to anybody else?
I think today it was our best game of the tournament, and we don't miss chance, I think, or maybe a little. And when we were close to the box, we do good choice, and that makes difference.
There was a bit of a surprise. Nicolas was subbed. Eze Correa came in for the rest of the game. What was the conversation in this French team? Were you surprised by that when you saw him sitting out?
Yeah, for me it was a surprise, but we play. We know that Nicolas is one of the GOAT, but we play like it's anyone. We don't care if it's Nicolas or Korea, so we play the same.
The final question, there's a big game coming up. Do you have any preference who you want to play in the semi-final, Brazil or Finland, and how do you see that game going?
I think it can be great if we play Brazil, because we lost versus them in quarterfinal last year. So I hope we can do a revenge in semi-final.
They want some revenge, do France. They just demolished Argentina on the main stage. Let's head back to Mike, Rachel and Alex to break it all down.
Well, personally, I want Finland because I want the battle of the brothers in that semi-final. I mean, that's just my opinion. They want Brazil. Let's just talk a little bit more about what Fuma was just saying. I mean, we have to talk about that substitution. 45 minutes, Nicolas goes out, they're 2 goals down. It looked like game was back on though, didn't it? 2-2 really quickly when Eze Correa came in. Thoughts there from France is this is going to be game on, Mike?
I'm not sure if France noticed it nearly as much in terms of the substitution. You're so dialed and focused into the game, but I was surprised from it. I think everyone was surprised that Nicolas was not playing. In short term, it looked okay. Long term, I would have rather seen Nicolas in that second leg. I mean, it's easy to talk about it now. Again, hindsight, it didn't work out for Argentina. They conceded a lot more goals, and we saw Fuma really show out. And looking at some of those step overs, some of the work inside the box, some of the creativity, I think you have to really give him a major compliment and a pat on the back that this is working. That was the best that I've seen France play easily in the tournament.
I think as well, going to Fuma, I want to give him credit because he's had a fantastic season. E-League One champion with Stingray as his teammate. Yes, he was here last week in the Club World Cup and got that top 8 finish with Stingray as his teammate. Fuma's shown that he can adapt to his teammate. Playing with Stingray, he's such an attacking player, he's so aggressive. He matched that, he was there. And then now with LJR Pachito as well, he's just said, look, I can fit in. And LJR's played exceptional throughout this tournament, but he's shown there was 2 goals throughout that. Where he made Argentina, who have conceded 6 goals in that group stage, look like they didn't know how to defend on FIFA 23. And to do that against Argentinian's team is not an easy task. So Fuma, absolute full credit to him.
They're in France now. They might get a second chance. Might need to write their name on that trophy. They got it back in 2019. Could they be champions again in 2023? Well, one more quarterfinal to be played, and that will set up, of course, a tie against that French team. Richard asked them who they'd like to play against, whether it's down to Brazil or Finland. Fuma said Brazil. He wants to get his own back to the quarterfinals last year, but I'm secretly going for Finland. I mean, Mike, this next one is massive as well. The defending champions going up against Finland, who knocked out Germany and Umit.
No, absolutely, and Finland's going to need to play with the same type of energy, and I actually feel Brazil is going to need to be better. I didn't love what we saw from Brazil, kind of inching out the result against Denmark earlier, but they look good the last couple of days, and as we've seen here, teams come out and they just look completely different. They've had a big break.
The quarterfinals is different from the round of 16, of course, and these teams are ready. Defending champions Brazil take on Finland.
And here the 2 teams come making their way to the stage. Brazil leading the line in their famous yellow jerseys. And the lads from Finland just behind them, perhaps upsetting the odds, the fact that they're even still in this tournament. I'm sure they'll think that's an unfair thing to say, but the numbers were against them in terms of population size, but they're still here and they might not be finished yet. Before we do the coin toss with head referee James, I'm going to speak to our players quickly. Guys, you're ranked #1 in the world for a reason. You're the reigning FIFAe Nations champions. Can you do it again this year?
I think definitely we can do this year again. We are playing good, so we are confident, and we hope that we make the objective.
Were you surprised to see Finland come through in their last match? Have you done any homework on them?
No, not surprised. They play good. We watch it a bit, but yeah, we don't care about a lot of the opponent. We just play our game and see what happens.
Okay, they're going to play their game as we come over to talk to the guys from Finland. About 5 million people from Finland, over 210 million people from Brazil. It does make you the underdogs, but is that how you like it?
Yeah, we like to be underdogs all the time. Everyone, no one expected us anything, but us, we believe
We saw some massive celebrations from you guys when you beat Germany. I know that it was a huge moment for you. Just how big would those celebrations be if you were to beat the reigning champions, Brazil?
It depends on how we win. If we score 90 minutes, then it's big. But if we close out game early, then it's chill, because we want the crown.
They want the crown. Both teams want the crown. Only one of them could get it. And we're going to find out now who's going to have the home advantage in the second leg. Referee James, who's blue and who's purple?
Brazil is blue, Finland is purple.
Okay, please take it away. It is purple, which is Finland, which means Finland will kick off the second leg and have the home advantage for that game. You guys will be home for the first game. Please make your way to your booths now. There you go, you can go and get comfortable in your seats, because it's a massive and final quarter-final coming up here between the number 1 ranked team in the world, Brazil, against the number 28th team in the world, Finland. We're going to hand you over to our casters for this one, Brandon and Alex.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yes, last quarter-final here of the FIFAe Nations Cup. I mean, look, there's a storyline to this one, because who did Finland beat to get here? They beat Germany, who obviously have a world champion on their roster alongside so many fantastic players. I spoke to Finland before this one, and they said, look, we fancy ourselves in this one, and why wouldn't they?
They also said to me, keep hyping me up, because I am absolutely loving Finland right now with the way that they are playing FIFA. It's something different. It's been a bit of a breath of fresh air, I would say. I know not everyone's a massive fan of their play style. Brazil, very different in what they have to offer as well. Either way, it's a matchup which I'm excited to look forward to, Brandon.
Yeah, well, Finland have certainly changed in terms of their roster. FIFA 19, when they played in this tournament, they were grouped last year. They didn't even qualify for the tournament. This time round, they've had a duo of brothers, the likes of Anzinho, coming into the team as well. On the other side, Brazil, the number 1 ranked nation, the team that won this tournament last year. A couple of roster changes in there. Resende comes in from being a coach last year. Paulo Neto comes in for the likes of Crepaldi and Klinger. But that team as well, Alex, look, top of their group, 20 points they got. A win against Denmark on their way through. That's a massive result when you look at who they played against. Anders Vergain, they knocked out the Wonder Kids.
Yeah, they did indeed, and they've looked so confident in that ability that they have, and it's a different sort of challenge that they have here as we see the two teams getting ready, purely because I'd say they are the favourites for everybody, quote unquote, and we know how good Finland have been. That's taking nothing away from them. So there is that little bit of added pressure, especially being the reigning champions as well, and they're going to be a team that wants to go and do it back-to-back for the first time in the history of this tournament. But standing in their way is a team that just haven't given up. They've fought until that last whistle. They've done what they need to do, and they've provided on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I spoke to Kossu before the game, and I said, how are you going to take the game to Brazil? His reply, Alex, was, they've got to take the game to us, which shows how confident he is. Kossu has featured in every single matchup. No surprise there. He's the most experienced Finnish player in this roster. As you just see, final preparations from all the teams. It's Resende and PH. Keep in mind that they have unbelievable 2v2 experience, those two. Played obviously with Ajax outside of this tournament. Had a run last week in the Club World Cup. It was a crazy penalty shootout that knocked them out in the round of 16. And I loved on the interview with Richard and Fuma saying, look, if we could choose one team, let's get that rematch against Brazil, because he was absolutely right. They played last year in the quarter-final stages of the E-Nations Cup. That could be the semi-final here, but as we said, never count out this Finnish side.
I think for every team as well that's remaining in this tournament, hearing Fuma for France say, give me Brazil, that's got to be a bit scary, no? That just says that this French team are very, very eager to play the best teams in the world. They want to go and win the trophy in style, because some players that go, yeah, look, again, taking nothing away from Finland going into this tournament, if you could say you're going to play Finland in the semi-final as France, you take that in a heartbeat. Brazil, people go, oh, that'll be a bit more of a tougher matchup, but Fuma and France showing that they are eager to play against the best and take out the best.
Yeah, well, France already had one taste of South America. They want another bite at it tomorrow in a semi-final potentially. As we said, this is our last matchup here in day 2. Tomorrow, we come back to 4 nations that are remaining. As we said, Netherlands against Italy is already a confirmed semi-final matchup. Who will be taking on France? That is the question that will be answered as we load into this matchup. And already, a quick pause from Finland. One thing that we have to say, they've had a long time to wait for this game, Alex. What do you think they've been doing in the last 3 hours? Probably playing a lot of ping pong, because that's what seems to go on backstage. But no doubt, there would have been a bit of analysis coming into this game, because the Finnish
side, they don't play FIFA maybe in your typical type of way. They like to try and mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, they'll be taking a look at Brazil and saying, you know, how can we try and find our way through and almost just carry on doing what they're doing, because they've been doing it exceptionally well. A little bit of warm-up as we jump into the first leg.
Well, the leg one on the way here. Brazil, defending E-Nations Cup champion winners last year in Copenhagen. What a run it was for extra time with Italy. So extra time with Poland. A last-minute winner. It was to crown themselves champions. The most successful nation in football. Trying to be the most successful nation on the virtual pitch. They've already got one of these E-Nation Cups next to their name. Are they on to find another one? Finland. They've already broken history in their past outings in this tournament. They want to make this an outing to remember. I think there's a level of freedom for Finland as well. Less pressure on them. Playing against the defending champions. Here's Henry. Looks to kick things off from Brazil. Hullet. One more pass, finds Mbappe. Does time agree with a corner?
Huge block there from Martinez. Brazil moving the ball quickly, precisely.
Opt in. There's Milinkovic-Savic doing his role in the team, Alex. Just couldn't quite find the knockdown. Ball bouncing around still. Panic stations from Brazil.
Breather. Let's have a breather. As the ball's moving around. But going back to your original point, do Finland have a little bit more freedom to just go out there and play their FIFA? Yes, to an extent, as they need to relax and ease into this game. But also, when you've come this far, it doesn't really matter in that sense. You're here. Looking back on it in a month's time, you'll be so proud of where you've got to already, regardless of this result. But right now, it's about them going out, playing their game, doing what they've been doing throughout this tournament so far. I'm just backing each other up. Chance for Mbappe. It is going to be a corner for the Finnish side. Keep an eye for the movement in the box from Petr Cech from Boran. It is going to be whipped in. Petr Cech. Keeper comes out to claim.
First real chance that Finland have had in this game. Two brothers currently teaming up here. It's a special team they've got, Jerkos and Kosu. You rarely see that. Other than France, the Peixoto brothers are in the semi-final. Brazil punch the ball into Lloris's feet. Kindly falls back to Edwin van der Sar. Finland, a couple of times now, just carelessly giving away possession. Henry could be through. Another day there is potentially a flick on to the feet of Ousmane Dembele.
The way Finland have started this game, starting to notice a few little nerves creeping through, a few loose passes, rushed chances as well in that middle of the park. And when you're playing against the champions of Brazil, you need to ensure that you're limiting the turnover of the ball, ensure that you're working up into that final third. You can't afford to give it away in your own half, on that halfway line to your opposition of Brazil. Just be precise, be accurate, and trust each other.
What's that, Rob? Doesn't need anyone. Ousmane Dembele driving on his own, the Frenchman. A number of options in the box there, just couldn't find the ideal cross along the box. Keep in mind there is a draw format that was followed in this E-Nations Cup, hence why you can see the same sort of three key players in most of these teams, that be R9, Pele. Well, most of the teams, Brazil's three key players, R9, Kylian Mbappe and Ruud Gullit. Some of their other interested drafted players in that team. They've got 8 picks, include the likes of that Milinkovic-Savic, what I know you're a massive fan of, Alex. Ousmane Dembele, Neymar Jr. Here's Finland, whipping it deep towards the back post. Nearly stitched the goalkeeper up, but was able to get a hand on it. On the other side of Finland, their draft looks a little bit different.
Yeah, Finland's 3 main players, Pele, Mbappe and Gullit. And then in your open selections of your 8, Neymar, Martial, and obviously the man which has scored them goal after goal after goal. The only player out there with a helmet on his head, Petr Cech.
Yeah, unconventionally sits on this left-hand side of the pitch, and it's a big chance. Oh no! He makes it look so easy to Brazil! And we said about small mistakes of Finland. Where was the defenders?
I'd love to get a replay on that to see where that defensive line went. We saw Martinez step up in that left centre-back position. I don't know if there was an offside trap in there or if it was just one player moving that centre-back up and being aggressive. Brazil, though, they take that through ball, they take that opportunity, they beat the offside, say thank you very much. Let's take that 1-0 lead.
This is where it could get slightly ugly. Just pickpocketed the little gap between the two defenders now. I think it was Martinez and Ashley Cole on the left-hand side of the pitch for Finland. And you've got Ronaldo Nazario and Mbappe, two players that aren't lacking pace. Looking for more.
Solid defending there from Varane.
Brave to play in these areas.
It's actually an interesting battle between both of these teams with the 4 at the back that they're using. Very happy to send one of their fullbacks on that overlap and put them into that high position. We see it all the time with the 5 at the back, allowing you to send both wing backs up. The 4 at the back, most players and teams just tend to have one of their fullbacks on that overlapping run. It's not very often in 2v2 where we see 4 at the back versus 4 at the back.
Some would argue it's quite refreshing in this day and age. Half-time forces at the break. I mean, Brazil on top, but Finland just a couple of times there, questionable decisions at the back. You see them panicking, a couple of stray passes, and where was the defending on this goal?
Well, we're going to take a look at it and figure that out for you, Brandon. Ball out on that right wing time. Just the simple facts, right centre-back, left centre-back had a different idea to that left-back of Ashley Cole, who he just wasn't there. He was not in the position. He dropped deeper, the 2 centre-backs were higher, which then meant you're playing all of those attackers on side. It's a vital error in a massive game.
Actually, against the Brazilian side that are happy to see out a 1-0 win. They did it against Denmark. Across the 2 legs. You missed that one in the round of 16. Anders Bergen being knocked out of the tournament alongside Marcuso. Jump back into this one. Gameplay has kicked off for the second leg.
I was quite surprised to see Ashley Cole at left back as well there. A lot of players have been using Kamavinga, Zaha in their fullback positions, Klosterman. We've even seen Henry at one point as well.
Speaking of Zaha, the shapeshifter item able to pick up the ball in those sort of areas. Has been offering so much on the overlap. Isolated is R9, but he wins a corner.
Yeah, and here it's all about trying to find that setup for Savic at the back post. Chance to break though for Finland.
What's the massive switch of play? Where Mbappe has a 1v1 against Kamavinga. Can he bring in more players into this attack, Finland? Little dink into the box, defended well by Zaha, who was up against Hullet.
They're a type of ball that we've seen from Finland, where they're looking for that lob pass, very central. Hullet there, trying to get on the end of it to then look for that knockdown to the Russian man. Brazil, though, equal to it. Happy to see that one through. Looking to build up on another attack.
Watch out that back post. Ousmane Dembele finds the path. There's the player lock, switch back inside. There's Mbappe. Is it going to work out well? Yes, it may do. Ousmane Dembele still moving and grooving in the box. Goes down to ground. Referee waves that one away. Says, get back up on your feet.
A huge challenge from Lloris, and Brazil starting to feel themselves in this attacking area. The player lot coming through. You don't see it as often in 2v2, but it can really catch the opponent out. They're so aware of that player that's not on the ball that your teammate is controlling. To bring that player lock in, it just says, look, I'm going to leave the AI to control that ball. I'm going to manipulate and move that attacking player into the position of where I want. Can be quite confusing as well in 2v2.
Are we looking at a sub here, Alex? I think we are. There's a sub on screen, in game now for Finland. I like this, it's a brave call, but there's no reason why he can't compete. Anzinho, who was part of that YMCA team last week in the E-Club World Cup, he also featured in the knockout stages already.
Yeah, he started a game in the knockout stages, so this is a partnership that we're used to seeing as well throughout this tournament. This isn't something that's completely fresh to the Finnish team. Being proactive in their decision making, not wanting to hesitate ever so slightly, just make the call, back the decision. Still at 1-0, plenty of FIFA to be played, a second leg to come as well. See if they can put some more pressure on this Brazilian side. Right now, they're having those conversations, they look relatively comfortable.
And what do you think that substitution does in game? As much as we love it to mimic real life football, I love the change regardless. It could bring in just a fresh set of ideas.
It's also that, and when you've played 60 minutes against the same duo, you start to get a feel for how they're attacking and how they want to move. Anzinho, he may come in and he may offer a different outlet. He may have more ability on the ball. He might say, no, I want to look for first time over the tops. Every FIFA player provides different outlets and different strengths on that pitch.
Brazil with a corner. To add on to that point, Costa was saying that, there could be a chance that Brazil may try and sort of man-mark me out of the game. See if they can stop his teammate. Finland still very much in this time.
Careful this long throw in here. Savic making that run into the box.
Into the box there. The yellow circle goes deep. He wins it in the air. That's what he can do. Klosterman could get dispossessed. Finland happy to play in these areas. They do very well under pressure.
P8's in, and Asende's press is so difficult to play out. You think there's chances for you maybe to go and look to hit on that counter. They cover out that middle ball. They force you out to the wings or back to the goalkeeper. And it just means the whole of the Brazil team can then move back, get into position and be ready to defend as a unit.
James. Interesting to see him in the team. There's been a handful of interesting picks in this Finland side. Maybe that's why they've gone against the grain. From Martinez to Ashley Cole, Ronaldinho, Trivella. Wasn't green, but still asked a question of Thibaut Courtois. Paul Pogba has got the legs, in fact, fresh off the bench in that change. Watch R9's run, though. Is there a cutback available? No, there isn't. There's a Trivella green off the woodwork. And Brazil so close to doubling their lead. Camavinga now. As numbers start to build up in the box. Nice pass, finds Henry. Mbappe tries to find some sort of skill move, works out well, step over, it's on! He's timed it green! How's that not gone in? How on earth? You see PH in, if you can catch it on camera, his reaction, sort of like a grimace of what could have been. That goal there, Alex, could have been sensational.
I hope they don't get me to analyse that one and say, why did that shot not go in? Because I don't know. I couldn't tell you the answer. You think that is going to be the net rippling? Brazil, comfortable, 2-0 up. But no, shot goes wide. The original skill move, I don't think meant for that to happen. However, they regrouped. Then fancy footwork, the step over is the fake to just carry on driving on the same angle that they originally had. Brilliant footwork. Finland not able to answer to that particular passage of play. And Brazil, Finland had the first chance just then. They come back down the other end and they look to pile on that pressure. But right now for Finland, it's still only 1-0 with plenty of action remaining.
I'm sure you saw who just came on there. Wow, Weghorst. Keep an eye on him in the box when the ball goes in the air. He caused storylines last year in Copenhagen. No surprise, through the help of a promo or two. He features back in
Finland's team here?
It's so fascinating because there is not another single team that has picked Weghorst on their bench. No one else. It tells you their game plan. We spoke about it on the couch on why they have that player on the bench. We'll see if it can come up clutch for them in this massive game.
Bounce back, Pogba! It's a golden chance that this time Brazil will not be missing. 2 goals to nil, the current Nations Cup holders lead.
I'm sure we'll see that back again. I think Pogba actually read time that, but it didn't matter because they banked on the goalkeeper moving him to the other side. So yes, the shot wasn't as powerful, it wasn't as strong. But when the goalkeeper's on the other side of the net, he's not going to be able to recoup and get back there. A huge goal for Brazil to put themselves in a commanding position with that second leg to go. We have to give credit to Brazil in the way that they've defended out on the wing as well. They've been super aggressive on the cross, just stopping it in the tracks and not really allowing Finland to get the ball into the box. That's the area where they've succeeded so many times. Brazil have just matched it every single time.
Oh, you're absolutely right. You can't really sit there and recall a header that they've had on target or a big moment from a cross. Haven't allowed Finland to play maybe their typical way. Klosterman on the overlap of Brazil about to find a third. Maybe they are! Omri off target! There wasn't even a save there! Finland lucky not to be 4-0 down?
100%. The chances that Brazil have had here, they're just the 1 in 100. They're the 1 in 100 that miss. 99 times, they find the back of the net in those scenarios. Henry, left foot, dragging it wide. And Finland will be glad to possibly go in at full time at just 2-0.
Well, that may not do us just yet. Brazil will get a throw-in.
And it's going to be a long throw-in, Brandon.
Where is he on the pitch? No, wrong player. And that will do us. At the halfway point, Brazil lead Finland 2-0. Keep in mind, please keep in mind that Germany were 2-0 up against Finland in the round of 16. Finland came back to win that game 3-2. But Brazil, I think you're right, Alex, to come out of that pretty happy. They stopped the threat from the crosses. You rightly said they matched it up. But more importantly, they created chances. A time green finish was off target, and Omri couldn't hit the target near the end. It could have been 3 or 4-0 on a different day.
And they're going to be asking each other, saying, well, how are we not 4-0 up? And how they're not, I really don't know as we go through and jump into the chances that they had. This is Pogba with that drive, the ball roll, green time, Travella hitting the woodwork, and then this again. All right, that skill move maybe not meant, but still rectified it. Lovely step over, the green time. And just again, goal not happening just there, but it didn't matter. The step up from Varane, Pogba, red time through, keeper movement, 2-0. And then one more chance for Brazil to put themselves into a commanding position. Henry just dragging it wide. There's 3 chances there. It makes it 4-5-0 on another day.
I'll be honest, I forgot about the first time green that hit the bar as well.
Yeah.
It could have definitely been 4 or 5-0. Finland have got to think, look, yes, we've lost that game 2-0. We didn't create much because we weren't really allowed to create much from Brazil. How do they feel going into this one?
I mean, they'll be glad to say, yeah, it is only 2-0, and they've got 90 minutes to try and rectify that, and they can claw back on that experience against Germany and say, look, we were 2-0 down against them. We pulled that back 3-2, and we advanced through into the stage that we're at now. So that gives them confidence. I think what we're seeing very differently here, though, from Brazil, is they're not allowing Finland to play the game and the game plan that they've come in with. It has been, like, can we look for those through balls? Can we look for those crosses? Can we try and utilise the power and strength of the attackers that they have? They simply haven't been able to play FIFA the way that they want to because Brazil have been aggressive out in that wing position and made it super difficult.
Is there a stage when they go 3-0 up and Palameta gets an involvement?
I would like to think so.
Well, it's very smiley at the moment in that camp of Brazil. Have to talk about it again. That skill move that wasn't meant and it never came off. Could have been the best dummy of a skill move. It sent 2 players the wrong way. Opened up a fantastic pocket of space.
I could be wrong. Maybe they did mean that skill move. Maybe they meant it the other way, to go into the box. It's not something we've seen since the FIFA 19 days as a prominent skill move.
Well, looks as if Kosu's just coming back. You can just see him on the corner of your screen there. Quick drinks break before coming in to this second leg. Jerkos back in the hot seat alongside his brother. And Zinho did feature from the 60th minute onwards in the first leg. A couple of last words on board from the coach. As we said, keep in mind they came back against Germany, who were 2-0 up against them in a situation like this. But have they met their match this time from a Brazilian team that just loves to create and create and create?
I haven't seen enough of Finland over 90 minutes throughout this tournament. I haven't seen every single game. So take this with a pinch of salt. I think when you have a game plan, which we've seen, of them going for those crosses and looking for those through balls, at times I've said, have they got the ability in that final third, where if the ball's at your feet, can you step over? Can you look for those reverse Lascos? Have you got that extra sauce to get past your opponent? And that's something that I think they may need to try and find. If you can get to the wing and they're cutting out that cross, okay, let's go back. Let's try and play in between the lines of the defence and the midfield, and let's trust ourselves to take on the defender. Try and get past them in that one-on-one scenario. Try and isolate where you can. Now again, I say that because maybe they have scored goals after goals or had opportunities like that throughout this tournament that I haven't seen. But right now, Finland do need to come up with something new, something different to get past this Brazilian side. And if there is one player that's going to do that, it's the third player along, Kosu, with the hat on. The hype that he brings for that team, if they get one goal here, anything's possible.
So if you're a team that is so used to playing down the flanks and looking for those crosses into the box, what is your plan B? Play down the centre?
Play down the centre, but it's not as simple as that. There's no taking away from the ability that they have on the ball, of course. But when you have been so used to working, coming in with a different game plan, which no other team in this tournament has come in with. Whether it is along the ground, whether it is in the air, those first time over the top through balls, the ability to work the byline. A lot of other FIFA teams that we've seen, a lot of nations here, they can be similar, repetitive. Finland have been different in that category. So now it is saying, okay, well, do we go to the quote-unquote meta sort of stuff that we see from sides, working the byline, look for the step-overs, for your Travellas, your finesses from range.
Well then, time to load back into this one, as we said. 45 minutes, 90 minutes away from finding out who will be joining France in tomorrow's semi-final, Final Four. Will play out alongside guaranteeing himself $75,000. Keep in mind, the first time the FIFAe Nations Cup has had a $1 million prize pool. Back on the way, Finland, with it all to do. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Dance already for the Finnish team out on that right-hand side. Ronaldinho, step over. Better. Some more intent.
Brazil's all the power in this game, really, haven't they? Score again. You force a serious change out of Finland. Zaha. Mbappe. Are Brazil about to find a third? To really make their mark on the tie, a little bit too much there. Step over so reliable. When you get down the byline, you're always playing a risk, aren't you?
You are, and I think when we compare the two teams that we have, we've seen that from Brazil time and time again in that first leg. Just their confidence to drive, to take the player on, whether it be a step over, elastico, La Croqueta, heel to ball roll, whatever it is, they're confident. Finland need to try and take a leaf out of that book to drive and take the players on.
I was about to say there. Lays into it for Dembele. Big save again needed from Finland. They are hanging in the ropes. of this matchup. Whipped in, Hullit's there in the air! Time green this time! 3-0. Brazil leads. Now it's become such a big ask of Finland, Alex.
It's a brilliant header and a fantastic leap from Ruud Gullit. Just on the edge of that 6-yard box, the ball in was delivered to perfection. We have to wonder, there's no goalkeeper movement there. Normally the goalkeepers are put onto that 6-yard box to stop that cross from being so easy for the opponent. Maybe they're expecting the ball to go into Savic instead, and that's where Brazil said, hey, look, we're going to use our 6'8" player as bait, and we're going to look to go into another man who's just as good in the air, Ruud Gullit.
Oh, this can get out of hand now. Brazil, Henry driving in a goal, ball roll, Trivela, thank you very much. PH in, the big vamos, because he knows he's in another championship final day.
That's a tough one to take for Finland. They were super aggressive out on that wing, on that press onto Henry, trying to get there, trying to stop him from driving the byline. Instead, Brazil say, hey, look, if you give us the inside, we're going to go inside. That means I can get that shot off. Henry, yes, it goes off the woodwork. It was red timed. In those sort of areas, you'd be thinking that one should go past the post. But Finland found themselves in that first leg. They should have been 4-5-0 down. Now their luck seems to have run out.
And if we're being honest, they just haven't been able to play, have they? Finland, they've not been able to create. Brazil haven't let them. And what also Brazil have done, they've been superb in the final third. Creating chance after chance, clinical with the timing of the finishes when they've needed to. And you can't argue that finally their chances are starting to play out as expected after a dominant first leg. Finland now have a chance to play for pride or the most ridiculous FIFA comeback I think I'll ever see! Well, that's the first step in the right direction.
You asked how do Finland create chances if the crosses are being caught out, and it's being in that middle. It's having the confidence to trust yourself to drive into the box, take the defender on. The defender was there. You think the block may come through? No, Mbappe, green time, across the face of goal. And it gives Finland just that little bit of hope.
You said, Alex, Kosu gets a goal. Watch what happens, he was the one that scored. A leader for Finland. He's loved every single moment of this E Nations. Keep an eye on that run that's been made. Heavy touch from Militao, recovers well.
The idea and the intent was right there from Finland, trying to send that one over the top. Mbappe just not got enough power, not taking it up and over with a lofted pass. Brazil comfortable enough in that defensive area. Now it's about, look, we've got a 4-1 lead, we're still relatively comfortable in this situation. Let's work our chances as and where we can. Take some time off the clock, keep that press up, and don't let Finland play out. Don't make it easy for them.
Finland have maybe a tiny bit of hope. They score again. And things will certainly start to get interesting. Saw Petr Cech there with the step overs. He looked for the exit, but just couldn't quite find the angle he wanted. Brazil score again. It's the best thing that they can do just to get fully back in the driving seat. I know it sounds crazy to say, the 3-goal lead.
Great defending from Brazil there. Noticing that Petr Cech had that chance to stand up the defender, stand up that centre-back and try and take them on, similar to the first goal that we saw Finland score today. Instead, they were aggressive. They got that player switch right. They step up and say, if you go for these step overs, I'm going to get to you before the animation even starts.
Lloris, back to Ronaldinho, little cheeky chip in the box, Finland, oh that's clever, back to Mbappe, doesn't fall kindly for a second. I thought that was about to be a moment of magic. Lloris pickpocketed, recovers well. Last chance potentially of the half. Waiting for the final attack. Risky, very risky there. Gets fortunately goes through the legs of Ousmane Dembele.
Chance to break.
A very high line from Finland. They've got runners, Brazil. Or do they even need to? Look for one more attack. Big switch of play, finds Zaha. Is there a flick on available? Yes, there is. In a dangerous area. Milinkovic-Savic comes short, forget the long throw this time. Added time of 1 minute, it's not going to happen unfortunately. Half time. There was moments there, Alex, last sort of 5-10 minutes there, the goal suddenly just gave Finland this extra ounce of confidence. They get another goal with that Mbappe volley. They go to half time feeling so different.
Yeah, and if they've got a chance to get back into this, they need to take the chances that they have. If you did miss it, this is the 3rd goal in this matchup for Brazil, taking themselves to that 3-0 lead. Hullet on the header, and then again, you see Henry come across. Varane, he's super aggressive, commits too heavily on the byline, the ball roll on the inside, and a fantastic finish from Henry off the woodwork. But then, Finland, they said, no, we're not going to go down with that fight, the step over, the drive, the confidence that I spoke about that you need to have in those areas. A lovely, lovely goal. Second half underway. Finland have got it all to do if they wish to book themselves a ticket in the final 4 here at the FIFAe Nations.
Yeah, I like that from Brazil. You just saw a half-time, the sun come on. It's Klosterman for Zaha. Just sort of patching over that full-back area, making sure we've got fresh legs there to stop any danger. Mbappe goes for a goal kick in the end. Just to risk any of those potential crosses on the left-hand side, especially when you've got Petr Cech out there.
Yeah, I think that's a wise decision from the Brazilian team. And I think this is a matchup right now where we're seeing, yes, Brazil are looking so comfortable with the scoreline that they have, but they're still putting pressure on Finland. They're happy to tag team in that pressing department and make it so hard for them to play out.
Game over. Ooh. Nearly.
Nearly, indeed. Because there's a time where if you kind of go, right, we've got that lead, let's kind of sit back and let's not be too aggressive. Let's make sure we keep our defensive line in midfield where it is. Look at that. Savic just coming up, being aggressive, trying to force them backwards. Yes, they beat the press there, but I really like what I'm seeing from PERU and Resende.
The storyline we've been building for Brazil is that this time last year they actually played France in the quarter-final stage in Copenhagen. This time on, they'll match them in the semi-finals. What's different this time here, you ask? Well, there's a lot more money on the line for first. But secondly, we've got a French side that are desperate for revenge and off the back of a big win against Argentina. They've already had a taste of taking out one South American nation. They'll be looking to do another one. Getting away with this, aren't they, Alex, a few times now?
They are. Finland aren't allowed to play easy FIFA. Brazil's intensity throughout this match has been nothing short of excellent.
Just picking their moments on the press, aren't they? There's another great example. Win the ball back. Still ask questions of Finland. Poor pass. They get a good press, possession back in their hands. 25 minutes away. Brazil, well recovered. When's it time to go for it now? Surely now.
It is surely now. The substitution I was just about to say, will come through next time the ball goes out.
Slightly hurt me.
Tactical changes coming through from both sides. And for Finland, it has got to be time to throw everything at Brazil. Commit numbers forward, be aggressive, play that high line, and just hope that you can catch them on that press, maybe grab a goal or two. For Brazil, it's about, look, we know the press is going to come. We know the numbers are going to be there in the attack. Let's look for those balls into the channels. Let's play to the wing. Dink it over the midfield if you need to. Just beat that initial press and they will be plain sailing towards the final whistle.
Well, it's another change you see there again. Anzinho coming in for the remaining of this game. As it's time to throw everything forward. 3 goals needed. 3 perfect attacks, 3 potential errors from Brazil, which just feels so hard to even question that of the nation that's already shown so much, especially with no time left. 23 minutes.
The easy thing you could do here is say Finland haven't done enough. They've not found their crosses, they've not found the angles, they've not found the positions that they want to be in. You could say that. I'd swing it the other way and say Brazil have made it so difficult for them to play the game that they want. They've stopped the crosses. They've been forced into looking for lob passes centrally for that knockdown. It's been a game plan from Brazil that has been executed to perfection.
What they've also had as well, Alex, is they've had about 3 hours to talk about Post. Check, where is... He's offside. Regardless, I can understand why he was a goalkeeper then for a second. But back to the point, they've had about 3 hours, Alex, to really prepare for this game. As they waited for the first 3 quarterfinals to conclude. Brazil looking for one more, just to put final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you have to keep your eye out now when Brazil win that ball in their defence. The blue shirt's going to come flying forward. Exactly what they need to do, play that ball over the top, get into the wing. And now you've got the freedom. You've got numbers in the attack. Can you put that game and the nail in the coffin? And the answer is no, not just.
Well, as this game starts to come to an end, Alex, 4 nations remain in the Nations Cup. Who's impressed you the most today? We go through the list. The Netherlands gave us penalty drama in the round of 16, but then a really convincing second leg in their quarter-final. Big 5-0 win. Here's a chance for Finland. Defended well by Brazil. On the other side for Italy. Again, 1-0 down, come back flying against Saudi Arabia. You continue that storyline. France went 2-0 up. They forced Nicholas, 99, to get subbed out of the team. Had questions asked of them, still came out on top. And then you see this Brazilian side. They already know they've won this tournament last year. Could argue they've got the most pressure on them coming into this as the #1 ranked nation. Who has impressed you the most?
It's a tough one. I think France have shown so much class and outlet that they have in the attack and the defence. We know there's a game plan there for that team and how they want to play and what they want to do with the 3 fantastic players that they have in that roster. Taking down Argentina is no joke. You take down Argentina, for me, one of the favourites for this tournament. That certainly sends out a message to all of your opponents as nearly. But then Italy have looked mature.
I'd agree. I think Italy are the team for me.
They've looked professional. They've done what they need to do. And I think as well, we mentioned it, how Danny Pitbull, they scored a goal. He wasn't happy. He wanted to have that talk with a teammate to say, we need to do this better, we need to do that better. And that shows the willingness for them to try and retain, or try and get this trophy, I should say.
Pogba tries to find R9, and it's time to follow. But let's just give Finland their moment of time as well, Alex. What a tournament for a nation that, I think coming into this, not many expected a run like this, but they have given us much more than that. Taking out Germany in the round of 16, given Brazil a tough matchup, especially in that first half of the first leg. But the Brazilians pull away at the end. They are in the top 4 of the FIFAe Nations Cup. A different side this time round, but a side that still have the same vision, the same goal in mind.
Yeah, congratulations to Brazil. They're advancing through into the semi-finals. Commiserations to Finland. For Finland, right now, this is going to hurt. They're going to be upset with that performance. They definitely found their match, but I also think as well, 2 to 3 weeks' time, they'll look back on this and they can be very, very proud with how they have performed throughout the whole of this tournament. They gave us something different, something to be excited about, but unfortunately, their story does end here.
And what a moment they're going to look back on. Not today, not in a few days, but in a couple of weeks. That Germany game. They're going to look back on that. 2-0 down they were. They scored an 89th minute equaliser, I think, then a 90th minute winner in that game, knocking out member Levi Finn, Dulla Mike and the world champion Umir. What a game that one was. And I think, look, what a tournament it has been. Some decent prize money for players that don't always get the recognition in the FGS, don't always get the opportunity in the FGS. They picked up some decent cash and what a tournament it was for them.
Yeah, it was. And also gives them confidence this time next year to say, look, we did this last year. Can we go ahead and go further? I thought they put in a fantastic performance throughout the whole of the tournament. For me, one of my personal favourites due to the way that they played that game as well. But yeah, that is going to be the end of their tournament. And commiserations to them.
Yeah, well, as we said, there's one nation that won the tournament last year. They're still in for a hunt to do it 2 years in a row. And Spencer's speaking to them right now.
Thanks, guys. Well done. Congratulations. You're through to Championship Day tomorrow. You're 2 games away, or 2 wins away, from doing it again, winning back-to-back trophies. Are you going to do it?
Yeah, I think so. We are playing good. We're very, very confident. Almost perfect game now. And yeah, we see tomorrow.
How was that Finland game for you? What sort of opposition did they put up?
They got a really different way to play, but we watched the games before, like the quarterfinals, and then we came in with a new strategy, so we were prepared for the match.
France await you in the semi-final. What do you think that game's going to be?
A lot of goals. They are very good players on attack, so yeah, we're going to see a lot of goals for sure in this match. And yeah, I hope we can repeat last year.
A message for the Brazilians watching at home to get behind you and support you tomorrow? Sure.
Vamos, rapaziada. Valeu, galera que tá assistindo aí, tá torcendo pela gente. Vamos fazer mais uma vez a nossa camiseta brilhar com muito orgulho. Tamo junto.
Great stuff. Congratulations, guys. Well done. We'll see you tomorrow. Could they go back-to-back? Could they win it again? We're going to find out. Of course, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Finland, but you guys have done so well. I hope you're proud of what you've done here.
Of course, we are proud that we can play this well, because no one expected us to do anything or win any games, but we show that our skill is good, even though it doesn't show up in the leaderboards, and we don't have big country.
Lots of chance to see you again in a future tournament. Lots you can learn from this, of course. What was that Brazil game like?
I felt like that was our worst game in the tournament. Like, we wasn't able to get the rhythm going or any chances. Brasilia was too super this time, and I hope all the best for them. And I think if they play that well, they will win the whole tournament.
Finally, have you got a message for people watching at home from Finland?
Finnish or English?
You can do it in Finnish.
No, kiitti kaikille, ketkä olette kannustanut meitä Suomen puolella. Mahtavaa, että siellä on ollut jätkiä katsomassa. Tästä ehkä alkaa iso mäki, mutta rakastan teitä kaikkia ja mahtavaa nähdä, että siellä oli tsemppi päällä. Kiitos.
Great stuff, guys. Listen, be very proud. For me, one of the stories of the tournament is how well Finland have done. I'm sure we'll see them again very soon. But that is it for our quarterfinals. Tomorrow, it's semi-finals, and of course, the $300,000 final game. Over to you, Rachel.
You're a valiant Finnish team, hey. They knocked out the German side. Unfortunately, they did falter at that hurdle there, which would have seen them become a semi-finalist here tomorrow. Let's just bring the couch back in then. All massive, high-scoring affairs there. Are we going to see a lot of goals tomorrow? Does that mean, Rich?
Probably not. I think we've had his goals for today. And just on the back of that game right there, Brazil, Finland's immediate reaction, I think Brazil probably just a little bit too strong in the end. Finland were great all tournament long, but the goal-scoring prowess just let them down in the end.
Mike, just how cool is it that we can have a Brazilian side come back the second year running with a different team and go all the way to the semis?
Yeah, we're likely to see, well, it could be the likes of Brazil or France would be double dipping here. They'd be able to run it back, and not back-to-back, but add to their titles. And I was just thinking, while you were talking about Brazil scoring goals, I think the most impressive I can't talk today. The most impressive performance was actually France, because they did that against Argentina. And I felt coming into this, I think most of us did, in the group stage, that Argentina had earned that favoritism. And you look at Nicolas and Matthias, and the way that France adjusted and kind of put them on their hip, I was super impressed by that.
I was going to have a look here. How many of us had Argentina? Oh, actually, Spen had them winning, and only Rich and Spen had them topping the table. Actually, not as many of us went for Argentina. We possibly should have done, but unfortunately...
Who's still left in the game on there? How many people have teams in the running?
I tested my maths quickly. France. Oh, Rachel, I'm left in the game. Brazil. Couple of Brazils, I'm not going to name names. I'm left in the game. Anyway, I'll pivot over here to Aggie. I was shocked I couldn't remember I had France. Aggie, they just said they thought France were the most dominant there after defeating Argentina. Would you agree?
I think it's super even between all four teams. It's not much to separate. I mean, all four got comfortable wins here in the quarterfinals. All look very solid and very strong. So, I don't know. I mean,
you sitting on a fence over there, or what?
The fence looking.
Yeah, right.
Definitely. Good right
I heard. I think Spencer asked him on broadcast too, and August like, everyone's looking great. They're all good. All my favorite players and favorite teams.
He's got to be friends with all the players.
Yeah.
You know, he's only recently retired. He still hangs out with them all in the backstage there. Is that right, Aggie? The listening. Oh, no. Let's move on. Aggie's now saying he's not friends with the players. Okay, so 4 teams are in the semi-finals. The Netherlands, Italy, France and Brazil. Let's see a highlight from each of those teams. The Netherlands over Morocco, Rich.
I mean, the Netherlands just put Morocco to bed, unfortunately. Great performance from Morocco. This was a really, really good win from Italy.
Someone take that clip. You see Renzo in the back snapping his fingers when they scored the 5th goal. And this was impressive from Italy as well. All day from Italy. We talked about this with France. Look at the step-overs incoming for you. Got something extra for all the people. Beautiful read on the goalkeeper. Pops off. Usually don't see Fuma with that much energy as well. I think partially because he's representing France. Feels maybe a little extra pressure.
Absolutely. And this was Brazil ending the day on fine form, looking to defend their FIFAe Nations Cup in style.
4 teams left then. We started with 24. We've knocked out 20. We've got the first semi-finals. The Netherlands, Italy, and then France, Brazil. I'm drawn to France. Brazilian is massive. And then Italy, that resurgent Italian side. But then you can't look past the Netherlands, who just can rotate for fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm sitting on the fence over here. Pick a team.
Pick him, go on, get him off the fence.
It's easy. I've already done it. It's on the paperwork. It's been pinned in from day one. I have Brazil as our reigning back-to-back champions. I know he had Argentina. I know he did.
I hate Spain, who went out on day one. On day one. If I was to pivot right now, out of the 4 teams remaining, I'm going Italy.
I'm going to say final word from each of you. Final word or 2. Why should people come back and watch tomorrow? Rich.
Great FIFA.
That was we get multiple words?
2
I was
words.
trying to find one word.
2 words.
I'm leaning towards polarizing. I don't know why, but that's what I'm feeling.
Aggie, word or 2.
Oh, now he gets multiple words?
Why should people come back and watch tomorrow?
I get treated unfairly over here.
World Championship.
I love it. Aggie said it perfectly. Okay, 4 teams left in it, and they have to win 2 more games if they are to become the world champion. And that final happens tomorrow. You need to be here. The 4 of us will. We'll see you tomorrow night. Goodbye.